What's going on, everyone? It's the GreenBomber dropping the bomb with this rolling deep tutorial. So this is going to be a 100% tutorial for Neutopia. If you haven't seen Vonnie's tutorial, I would definitely recommend that as a good starting point. It's a good beginner tutorial, and he does a really good job. He's really passionate about the game. This is, so I would definitely say 100% is the best entry level run. So if you're looking to pick up the game and don't know what category to run, I would recommend doing 100% to start, because you'll get to know, it's not that much longer than the 80% run. There's more safeties. It's a little bit more linear than the 80% run. The 80% run, you're going with the bare minimum towards the bosses, and you've got it, and there's a lot more going on. But there definitely has not been a better time to pick up speedrunning any TurboGrafx games, any PC Engine games, because they just dropped the Turbo EverDrive, which is what I have up right now, and I'm going to go over kind of what it can do. We're going to be explaining that. So right now I'm in the game menu, and I'm able to save up to 98 save states by pressing left and right. So right now I'm on slot 15, but it goes all the way up to 97, and it has 00, so there's 98 potential saved state slots that you can use. So that's really cool. It also has cheats that you can use, but I disabled them because I don't really it's not really something you would do for speedrunning. So let's just go ahead and get into it. It's going to be an advanced 100% tutorial. I'm going to be going screen by screen, room by room. I'm going to try to cover everything and do my best to kind of explain the little things that I really don't probably don't think about when I do runs. So I'll kind of go over it, and I'll try to do as many kind of scenario based things that come up, because there's going to be screens where enemies can have different patterns. There's going to be screens where you have multiple options to either maybe do a safer strat or do a more risky strat, depending on where you're at health wise and whatnot. So let's just get right into it. I'm gonna go ahead and fire it up. So the game boots up. Timing starts when you press the run button on the start. I'm gonna go ahead and just start a timer for a couple of reasons. I'll explain it while we're watching this intro here. So first of all, I kind of use the timer because right away you have to clear 9 text boxes and then press the B button. You'll get 12 text boxes if you don't press the B button. If you just keep pressing pressing the 1 button. So there's the 1 and 2 buttons on. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then you'll also notice on the timer right at 40 seconds, 40 seconds is when you get to that 9th text box. So if you're not counting, you can kind of do what I do and just look at the timer, and you'll see that at 40 seconds is when you want to clear the 9th text box and press the number 2 button. So I'm gonna go ahead and kind of explain the save states that you can use on the EverDrive real quick. So I mapped it to pressing left and select to load a state, right and select to save a save state, so it'll look like that. So if I want to load that position again, I just press left and select. I can also press up and select to get to this game menu. And you can change what slot you're on, what save state slot you're on, like I was explaining earlier. But I'm gonna mainly just use 1 slot for the whole tutorial and just kind of go through it as it comes up. So you come out of here. you're holding down, and you can save it here later when you get the book at any time if you need to, and you can get some health back by doing that, but you won't be doing that at a high level run. But you just want to hold down out of the shrine there, continue holding down, you get to this screen here, and you have a couple options that you can do. For a beginner, you would go left and go into a cave. You could also go in and get the book now, but I don't get the book until after beating the first crypt, which we're going to be doing the crypts out of order. So we're actually going to do crypt 2 first. So after I beat crypt 2, then I get the book. And this is because it takes about 30 seconds to get this book down here. Which I'll kind of just show that real quick. You come in here, you mash 5 text boxes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you get the book. And then another thing is, with chests in this game, you don't press the 1 or the 2 button to open them. You have to walk up to them and continue walking up until the chest opens. If you're too far to the right, like I was earlier, it won't open up. But you don't have to be like completely center, and it's actually better to be as far to the right as you can when you pick that chest up and you head down. So that's one option you have, is to go get this book. Another option you have is to, coming out of here, just go left to this screen and then go into this cave. And I would definitely recommend it when you're starting, or if you're doing a race. You'll get 3 text boxes here, so 1, 2, 3, and then you have these 2 chests here. So like I said earlier, just walk into the chest, you'll get the text box cleared out. You'll get 4 bombs, which you'll need at least 1 bomb drop regardless. And you'll get a medicine here. Which, if you press the run button anytime, you pull up your menu here, you have bombs and the medicine that we just picked up. So that's one option that you can do, and I would definitely recommend your first few runs to go ahead and do that. And like I said, if you're in a race or a marathon setting, it's a good idea to do that, because you'll have the bombs that you absolutely need to get the first health unit that we'll be getting, and then bomb one of the walls in the crypt 2 that you'll need. And you'll have medicine for safety throughout the run that you can pull up. And there's definitely a couple times where you would want that medicine, but for this tutorial, we're not going to do that. So we're just going to go ahead and load up that save state I made out here. And then, so like, that's one of the things, like the audio obviously gets kind of screwed up. If I want to fix that, anytime you enter like a dungeon, a crypt, or anything like that, it fixes any issues you have with the save state, whether it be graphic issues or sound issues. So anyway, so we cleared out the 9 text boxes. We pressed the B button from here. And that's another thing you can. So I mean, now I have the book. No. So I wonder. So why was there an option there? She says you don't have the book or something. Like, you can't save. Okay. So you clear out the 9 text boxes. You press number 2. You hold down. You go here. So here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna keep holding down to get to this screen. Hold down, right, and then we're just going to cut right here up on top. So this screen, walk down, right, we'll get to this screen. Now you get to this screen. Now this is the one I want to make a save state here. So on this screen, you're coming from the top here, right? On this screen, you're going to hold right. You're going to go like this to get through these enemies without having to fight them. So let me show it again. Because your other option would just be to hold right. You could kill that guy, go down, whatever. But their movement pattern is gonna be static, which means it's gonna be the same thing every time. So you're gonna go, at least from the like their positioning is gonna be static. Is more what I'm getting at, and the way they move is gonna change. So if you cut too early, if I don't go down far enough, I'll take damage there. Which you kind of want to do that movement there. Now, if the guy in the bottom left is never a problem. If this guy goes up or he goes down, I mean, you can just either stay down or go up and go around him. But you'll always be able to get around these slimes without having to mess with them. And you don't want to mess with them. They don't drop bombs. They're not... I mean, another thing you can do, and I'll kind of explain it now, is you can damage boost. And when you damage boost, you'll always get knocked back the direction that you're facing, or like you'll get knocked back backwards, basically whichever way I'm facing. So if I'm facing up, I'm gonna get damage boosted down. If I'm facing down, I'm gonna get damage boosted up. If I'm facing right, I'm going to get damage boosted to the left, and left goes right. So keep that in mind. It's very important. I'm going to go ahead and just explain that mechanic now, because you could go like this. Well, hold on. You could go like this and take a D-boost there. It could be a little bit faster than walking around him like this. It's not too much faster if it is, and you want to kind of cut it really close. Like, let's see, that, and that would just basically, you wouldn't have to reposition yourself and go up and out of the way. And so when you get to here and get to this screen, you'll see that there's this wall here. So if you were up here, you have to go back down and go around. So that's an option. Health does not matter right now, because you're going to be getting we're going to be going to a cave to get another health unit, and when we get that, it's going to refill our health. So it does not matter if you lose any health up to that point, as long as you don't die, obviously. So that's one option that you can do on this screen, is just take the D-boost like that. Or you could just go down and around like that. Either way works just fine. So those would be the two top options for that screen. You could also just do this. It's definitely slower than just going out of the way, because that down movement is not a bad thing, because like I said, when you get to this screen, you want to be down here because of this here, because you want to be lined up with this, basically. So either one of those. Then we're going to get to the scorpions. We're going to farm the scorpions for a bomb drop, and you can get, 2 bomb drops if you're really lucky, but you really only need 1. So right there, I got a bomb drop. So I'd be good. I would just keep going. I usually just farm for the 1. So we do that, or we do this. Alright, and then I'll just go ahead and save state now. So we come over here, we farm these scorpions. So they take 2 hits with your sword. Like, that'd be really good. I'm just gonna keep farming for a minute. This would be fine, I just keep moving. But I just want to explain a few things. When you get here, knocking enemies up against walls is good, and there's, like, this is insane RNG. If you want to knock that first one over into them, and you can kind of group them together like that. And you kind of want to do that. And then another thing that you can do is like pin them up against the bottom wall. Looks like the RNG is kind of set. But you want to definitely push that first one to the right like that. And if they, if they can group up, that's great. But you want to go ahead and kill them. So you get the bomb drop from this screen. Now you can reset if you don't get it from this screen if you're going for RTA runs. I mean, it's pretty much recommended to reset if you're going for a top time if you don't get it on this screen. But if you don't get it on this screen, there's more opportunities to get bomb drops coming up. So it's not necessarily like a you have to reset. It's more of a if you're farming a bunch of enemies for a bomb, you're wasting a bunch of time. So if you don't get it from one of those 3 scorpions, it's not like you're not on a really good start, like a really solid pace. So let's just go ahead and move on. So you get the bomb drop from this screen. If you don't, I'll bring it up later what you can do, but you get the bomb drop, you keep going right. Now you get to this screen. Now it's pretty much the same as the other screen, but this time like you kind of want to cut it close and so that you're lined up with this tree. Now if you're a little bit like high, he kind of like you're kind of gonna roll like this. So if you're holding right, it's not like you're just gonna come to a stop as long as you're not too far up, because if you're down here, you're gonna do like a little bit of a roll. So you just hold right, and you'll kind of get this. You'll be like flushed up with the top of this tree. But you want to be as far up as you can. Now, if you have to get down here to avoid the slimes or whatnot, that's not terrible. But basically, you come from this screen, you want to just bare minimum kind of clear these guys. Like be far up enough to clear that guy. Because if you were down here, right? So if you kill the scorpions, you're down here or you're down here. Because if you're farming scorpions down here, and you end up around there. So if you're down here, you're going to be right where this guy is. He's going to be right in your way. So, I mean, you can either make that adjustment on this screen. So, like, let's say I got the bomb drop down here, and I go up and I go right, so that I'm above that slime. So you could do that, or you could, come into the screen and make the adjustment there, but that's a preference thing. I would probably suggest lining up on the previous screen, because he can go up, because chances are if you're up here and you're walking right, he's got to kind of like do that animation before he starts moving it off. So what you can do is you'll be able to clear that guy no problem if you are kind of like anywhere on this line right here, like a solid like tile above, like not a pixel above, but like a solid tile above. So if you're like right here, this is perfect. You'll be able to clear that slime, and if he goes down like that, you're kind of just screwed. But you can kind of see it, what he's gonna do. Like, oh, he's gonna move, so you can, and you can always deboost like that if you know that he's coming down like that. That's probably your best option. Is to try to turn around to the left. Or like up, like anything but just facing right, because we're trying to move right. So if you hit the enemy and you're facing right, it's gonna knock you back the opposite way that you're trying to go, right? So like anything like that, anything works. It actually is probably optimal for him to come down and you get that deboost and get a little bit of a, because the deboost is a little bit faster than movement speed. But it also has this kind of like delay after you land. So that would be kind of like it. You'll get used to it. this is kind of like it might be a little bit tricky to get like your direction changed like right at the last minute, but the more you play this game, like the better you'll get at it, because you'll know that, okay, like I'm gonna take damage and I want to like deboost in this direction or that direction, so you kind of make that adjustment as it comes up. Like that wouldn't be too bad because I'm not getting knocked back to the left. But yeah, they'll give you some different patterns. If he does that and you don't want to mess with it, you can just kind of go around it like that. And here you could squeeze right by that slime if he's in that third slime. See, and if you're not far enough, like if I did that and if I turned there a little too short, when he's going down, he's not gonna hit me. So. Like right there is a little bit short, so like I said, it's probably going to be a little bit hard at first to. I think the problem is like the save state being a little too low. So like normally you'd want to be like right here. You can do a little something like that. Right. Like if you see him coming. You get that D-boost and you get to here. So like I said, when you get to the end of the screen, you want to be as far up as you can. If you're down here, like if you take that D-boost, you're a little bit further down. I mean, that doesn't matter. Ideally you'd want to be anywhere close to the top. You don't want to like be having like if this guy is here and you have to go around. I mean, you have to go around, but then you have to, because we're trying to go up on this screen. This screen's pretty straightforward. So you would just go here, get that D-boost. I would just keep going, get to the screen, right, and then you can either roll off of that tree, or you can just walk up. So let's see. And we'll make another save state here in a minute. I've covered this screen enough. So you get to this, you could either do that or you can go like that. Doesn't really matter if you want to roll off the tree, if you want to go right to it, doesn't matter. Just, you do want to be flushed up with this tree. It's not, this one's not, and I'll show you here. Because when we get to this screen, you do need to get over right to this point. You just, like, you just don't want to be this far right, and there's no reason for you to go over here because you've got the two slimes and you've got this guy shooting beams at you. I mean, you're just basically putting yourself right where the enemies are, and then you're going too far to the right because you want to be as far left here on this screen going up as you can be. So we're here. You go up. Now here's a couple more scorpions. If you did not get the bomb drop, you can farm these guys. The problem is then you're, like I said, you're going to the right here. You want to be on the left. They can give you like better patterns where they kind of do that, where you can get him up against the rock, which is good. If you got to go over here and chase that guy, it sucks. Yeah, like if he goes left, like that's not like bad to go for that one. Like usually I'll get to this screen and then reset if I don't. Like this is like a for sure, like I reset, but then there's still another few opportunities for you to get bomb drops. But I mean, if you haven't got it by here, like you've probably already spent like 5 to 10 seconds farming for a bomb, and you're gonna waste more time trying to get a bomb. So I usually just reset. So alright, so you either farm these guys for a bomb like that, or keep going. Since I already have the bomb, I'm gonna ignore these guys and just go up. You can roll off that little corner right there. Like as soon as you get here, you can just kind of hold up, or you could, go right and up. The rolling is good for a couple things. Like for one, like this scorpion guy, right? If I go right and up, that scorpion guy could hit me. But if I roll up here, I'm just squeezing by. like this. And I mean, it also like lines you up as far left, like with this, because if I try to just eyeball it, you know, okay, maybe I go a little too far right there, seeing there's that space. So, yeah, and if he's coming at you, I mean, if you've got to slash enemies, get them out of your way, do it. I mean, especially if they're going to knock you back in the wrong direction. Like, another thing I could have done there was just say, okay, I'm going to turn down and get that D-boost. It's kind of like reaction, like, oh, okay, he's coming. Oh, okay, I can do that. You know, that's an option. As long as you don't need the health for whatever segment. So this section right here that we're doing, like I said, does not matter. We're going to be getting a health refill. So take all the D-boosts you want. And then we're going to get to this screen, and you want to hurry up and slash him twice. So we're going to go 1, 2, like that. And then we're going to push this rock up and go down this staircase right here. This guy's got 3 tax boxes. 1, 2, 3. Close it out. Try to hit this chest about right here. I mean, you can go over further to the left to make sure you get it, but you want to be about like right there. Grab that. Then we got the fire rod, which is a crucial item in this game, probably the most important one. And this is why we're going to Crypt 2 first, because it's along the way to Crypt 2. It would be out of the way to get this and then go to Crypt 1. And this is a very useful item, and pretty much we're not going to be using it right away, but after we get the health unit, then we'll be using it. So again, on the screen, roll up, go 1, 2, and you might have to like slash the first time and then kind of go left a little bit and slash again. And push that up, get in here. Okay. And another thing that I want to talk about, because you would not, if you're doing a run, you would not pause the game at all up to this point, so you would not have the bombs equipped. It looks like I'm on the save state. I do have the bombs equipped because I paused it at some point. But you're going to want to equip the bombs at any point, kind of. So you'll have to get one pause in, but when you do that, all you have to do is pause and unpause, and you'll have the bombs equipped. So to equip the bombs, you just pause, unpause, and that your cursor is going to be on the bombs immediately, and you don't have to like go to select them. It's just, it doesn't give you the bombs on your slot 2 item slot, right, like by default. So you'll have an empty slot there until you pause and unpause. So you'll have to do that to equip the bombs at some point after getting the bombs. I usually do it like right before bombing the cave, so I might want to do like a little like recap, a little refresh of what this first segment. So you get that. Let's kind of do this. Just go up here, 1, 2, push the rock, go down. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a bit lengthy because I do want to go over like each screen as much as I possibly can, plus the mechanics, plus like every little like minor thing. So you leave here. All you'd have to do after leaving here is hold left, and you'll roll up these little cliffs here. It'll just, so all you have to do is hold left coming out of there. Get to this screen. Now here's another opportunity. If you don't have bombs, you can really farm these scorpions, right? Okay, I'm gonna have to make another save. Yeah, I can do that. So this is a example of me being too far right, so as much as I hold up, it's not going to open the chest. So that would be the risk of trying to open these up as far right as possible. If that happens, I mean, just readjust and line up with the chest, but you do want to be getting them as far right as possible. So you roll into this screen. We're going to go ahead and save state here. You could farm these guys, but most likely you're not going to be, because you should already have the bombs by now. And then you want to line yourself up with the right here, coming up on this screen. So you go left. We're going to go up here, and then just keep holding up, and then we're going to, right here, like right when you get to this point that I'm at right here, like right here, you'll see what pattern you're going to get from these two slimes. So, and you can roll up here, you can roll whatever you want to do. And then get to here. Now, if the top slime goes right, that's like the orange you're looking for. If he goes right, then you're going to cut left here. If he goes down, obviously you're just going to keep holding up. So this is basically reaction to the slime, but you always want to do this movement. And if they do that, you just keep holding up. Let's see if I can kind of mix up the RNG by messing around here. Okay, because they keep giving me that pattern. I wonder if I can... Yeah, and if he goes up, if he does that, you would still just keep going up. If he goes left, you just keep going up. So anything other than him going right, you just keep going up on this. But if he goes right, you're gonna want to go left. So it's not very common that you'll have to do the let me see if I can like mix up the... Okay. Okay. But that's what you would do if they like 90% of the time. If he... He's just like it's that rare where he's just basically just not doing it. But if he goes right, you go left, like this, and he finally did it when I wasn't. Yeah, he goes right, you can go left. You can hug up with this tree and go left or up or whatever. That's basically the two things going on this screen. But for the most part, you're just holding up. You get to this. You can roll up here, you can go left here, and then here you want to get to this tree here, go up, roll off this, roll off that, get to that screen. So here's what this all looks like. Okay, he finally, okay, so you would do that. There we go, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. And then you go here, you roll off here, roll off there, you get to here. I'm going to save here. So that's that movement. And this guy's got static. He's always going to do the same thing. So every time you enter the screen, you're just coming from the bottom here. And you're going to go up and go left. He's not going to bug you. He's just going to be flying around here. So you just... Okay. Oh, that was a save state? Oh, man. Okay, that's not a big deal. So we get to here, then you're gonna go here. Now this guy right here, he can move up. If he moves up, you've got to slash him because we're trying to go up. So we want to go here. So like that, you can do that to get around it. So he's gonna give you, like basically, again, he's gonna give you the same four kind of. He's either gonna go left, down, or right, or whatever. If he goes right, you're above him, so he's not going to bug you. But if he goes up, you've got to slash him out of the way. So you basically just hold left on this screen and then go up. So you're going here. And if he goes right, you can just go up and around like that. And you want to basically cut this like right at the tree right here when you're going up. And that's pretty important. So you can do that if he goes down. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah, it's gonna. That's a left pattern, doesn't matter. If he goes right, then you have to go up and around like that. And if he goes up, you gotta slash him out of the way. Let's see if I can get him to go up one more time. But you'll pretty much know like right away with this guy. You're gonna hit the screen and you'll see what he's doing. And it's pretty rare that he goes up, but if he does, there's a, you know, don't freak out. You just do that. If you're too slow, he's gonna be too high, and you're not gonna be able to slash him, and he's gonna be messing around up there. And then you see how he's kind of like going left and right, and then it's a problem. And you got to probably deal with him, or because what you don't want to do is go like somewhere in the middle here, then go up on this screen, because then you've got, you know, you're not set up for that screen properly, and the pigs are going to toss you around. But what you want to do, so you go here. Okay, here he goes up, of course, and then you want to go like this. Your shield's going to block that arrow, and then you're going to come up over here. So you do that. You go left, up, left, like that. Left, up, left. Just block. Just make sure you're facing to the left when he shoots, to block that arrow. It's pretty much the main thing. And your movement speed is going to be faster than that bottom right pig, so you're going to be able to beat him out. They're always going to do the same thing. It's a set pattern. So this is like basically just practice, you know, a couple times and you'll get it. I mean, another thing you can do, I mean, if you want to deboost on this screen, you can deboost off of that pig like that. And that totally works just fine. If you don't want to, like that, so that's why I was saying, like, make sure you're facing left. Like that. If you want to get a little deboost in there, that's fine. And for this screen, you're going to need to move up a little bit, like right when you get to, let's see if I can. Okay. That deboost is not that bad. I think it could be faster because, like I said, the deboosting seems to be a little bit of a. But if you were to just hold, so if you were to just hold left here is what I'm trying. If you just hold left here, you're gonna hit that fly right there. So you want to kind of do a little stutter there, where you move up right when you get to about what here. But yeah, these three screens are pretty critical, so yeah, you're gonna want to do a little stutter there and get up to the stairs up here. Alright. Yeah, that deboost, I think is the way to go, man. Let's see if I can do that again. Because it just looks like it just saves a little bit, like a slight amount of time. And you get to here, and then we're gonna go like pretty, like I think I covered that pretty well. We're just gonna keep going. So you get to this screen here, you go up, and you're gonna want to either stop for a minute and go up like that, because if you just hold up, you're gonna hit this guy. So what you want to do is you want to go here, stutter, go up like that, or you could go like this, press left. Like you could kind of do a little left movement there, like a little roll off of the top of the stairs, but like that. Like that. Or you just go stutter, go. Either way works. It's not, I don't think one's really faster than the other one. They're about the same, because when you go left, you're going out of your way. You got to go back right again. So either or doesn't really matter. Whichever one you feel comfortable. You could kind of come here, you go left and like that, or whatever. You can go with that stutter, or you could do the roll around this guy, and then you want to go up to these stairs right here. That's that screen. So this screen, nothing going on, just left, up, left. You want to be at the top here when you're going into this screen. It doesn't really matter, but this this screen in particular I want to talk about. So you get to this screen and you could deboost, which would be the best thing to do, given what patterns they give you. So, like if this guy's coming here, I want to hurry up and face up. But there's a lot to talk about on the screen. So if he does that, basically I'm waiting for him to kind of stutter back right, and then here you get another deboost there. And then when you get the deboost, you've got a good amount of iframes, so okay, that's like usually like this is a rare pattern that I got on the save state here. This is like, because usually he goes far enough right to where he's gonna hit me. Yeah, but you just don't want to be facing the wrong direction here. Another thing is, if you didn't have a bomb drop, you can farm. This frog can potentially drop a bomb, and these guys can potentially drop a bomb. So you can farm these guys for bombs, which would not be recommended. You should already have your bomb by then. Or last case scenario, if you're doing a race or something, and these guys can drop bombs. And they have a pretty decent drop rate, but they are a pain to fight. Those guys can potentially drop bombs. But yeah, this screen here, so you could, you could go from the bottom, but you don't want to do that. And this guy, like, he's giving me like the weirdest pattern. That works just fine. You basically just want to deboost enough to where you get to here, go right or down, deboost here. You don't want to like go too far down. Deboost or not, or you could like just try to get him out of your way, deboost down there or something. Like you could say, fuck it, I'm just gonna do something like that. Like with that, like the thing is, like you're probably not gonna get this pattern because they're gonna be doing a whole lot of different stuff. So let me see if I can get something different here. I usually something like that will happen where I deboost up in this, because this is a tight spot right here where usually like some of them are gonna be up in that. You don't want that. Yeah, if you can, like, you can utilize your iframes to try to walk through them. A lot of times you'll deboost here going down, or deboost here, or deboost here, or you deboost here to go right. And they're usually like, their movement is they'll kind of like shuffle around a lot, so like deboost there, you can deboost there. Just kind of see what they're doing, and you got to react real quick. So like you hit the screen, okay, he's going like that. He's giving me the same pattern basically, but let's see if this, yeah, same pattern. If I can like mix up the RNG a little bit. Same pattern. But yeah, if they give you that pattern, just do that. Come down here. And this is where I would typically pause the game, equip the bombs, and then you can drop the bomb about anywhere from here over. Like if you're here, that's not going to work. But if you're here, that'll blow that up. Because you want to drop the bomb like sooner than later, because you don't want to like go all the way up here and drop it right in front of it. You want to drop it a little bit to the right, just about right there. Like something like that, right? And then enter the cave. Something like that. But, like I said, usually you will not have the bombs equipped. So usually what it looks like for me is I'll come down here and I'll do that to get that equipped, and then kind of do like that. Like that's usually what it looks like for me. And then you get to this guy, he's gonna give you 2 text boxes. Or you're gonna clear 2 text boxes and then clear 3 text boxes after he refills your health. So you get 2 text boxes cleared out, he fills your health, and then you get 3 text boxes. 1, 2, 3, and then you head down. He gives us a unit of life, and for 100%, we're gonna need to get 3 out of 4 of those. We don't need to get the last one. There's an extra one, but we already have full life, so it's not something that you need. Yeah, I think I ruined my coffee straight up, dude. Fuck, man. I'm gonna have to fix that. But yeah, that's all the way up to this cave here, right? And then you leave. You can, at this point, you need to have at least 4 units of life so that your fire rod does this boomerang thing here. So now we're kind of get into the fire rod here, which basically you're able to input diagonal fire rod shots. You're able to do cardinal fire rod shots. Right now you're limited to basically 2 of these on the screen at one time. So like as soon as the second one comes back to me. So, and you saw there, like it got blocked by an item. So if there's a drop, it's gonna hit that drop, the item drop, and come back to me. But like I said, if you can only have 2 of these on screen at a time, so you gotta wait for that second one to come back. So this is why, like, you kind of want to, in some cases, you want to get closer to enemies so that it, it comes right back to you, so you can, like, kind of, but yeah, if you try to throw a third fireball, you're gonna come empty like that. He's just gonna do nothing. So you want to like kind of juggle it where you can, and you can walk into it and grab it. So it's a boomerang effect. Now, if you have less than 4 health units, it's not going to be a boomerang, and I'll go over that here in a minute. Okay, let's do a save state here. Okay. So, if I get hit, and I have this much, so now I have 3.5 health units. Now, it's basically, it's not going to come back to me, it's not going to have that boomerang effect anymore. And so anything for less than 4, you'll get this, which is the same concept where you can only have 2 on screen at a time, but it kind of explodes like that. So now it looks like that, and the problem is this is a lot weaker. It's doing a lot less damage. Like, it takes more of these, so like 1, 2, 3 to kill things. It does less damage. So yeah, it's only 2 with that. So you're doing more damage. So you want to maintain that health. So you don't want to go under 4 units of health. That's what I'm trying to get at. So you can, when you get to this screen, you can take a D-boost. Like here, I would definitely take that D-boost because you're squeezing in between the enemies like that, and you're using the iframes to slide by that without killing it. Like, I would definitely take that D-boost, but just be aware that there's only so many D-boosts you're going to be able to take, and if you do opt to take D-boosts at this point, you're gonna basically, you can't get hit, and you won't be able to take damage later. So just keep that in mind. So that's what I would recommend to do is just go ahead and deboost there. That's like one of my favorite patterns that they do, and because it allows me to deboost, and that guy's going left so I can get through him. Now, a lot of times that guy will hang out on this side of the screen. He'll be over here. He'll be like down there. So like you get over here. Maybe you decide to deboost like here or something. You get over here and you can switch the fire rod here, and you can kill that guy with 3 fire rod shots. Or if I can get like a pattern, so you could do that, or you can deboost there off of him. So it's either or. So it's one of those situations where you want to either choose risky, or you choose safe. So if you choose the safe way, you just hit that guy with 3 fire rod shots like that, get him out of the way, keep your health. Or you get that pattern and you use the iframes, get through them like that. That's honestly like the best thing that happened, and it's worth taking that deboost there. So we'll just leave it at that. I mean, you're gonna get a lot of different patterns from those guys. You can deboost them or not, but just note that they'll do a half unit of health on their first hit. If they hit you again, it takes a full unit of health, and if they hit you again, you lose. Like, even though it says I have 4 units of health, I actually have a little bit less than that. It's kind of like having like a half a heart in Zelda or something like that. Like, basically my health value is still less than the 4 unit. Even though it displays 4 units, it's less than 4 units. So I would lose my. So you can't get hit by them 3 times. So what I'm getting at is that use the deboost sparingly. But if it like, for example, if it's a time save like this one, like if I take that deboost, I can also take that deboost, but then I can't take any more damage, period. So just keep that in mind. Like, I would roll with that. Like, I would do that and just chance it, but you might want to, like, on your first few runs, play it safe and just say, okay, like, if you get a pattern like that, say, okay, I'm just gonna go around it and do something like that, like, that's totally fine, especially on your first few runs. But when you start going for those top time, like like you try to optimize everything, you're gonna want to deboost when you can. So you get here, we're gonna go back down the stairs, we're gonna go right. You can roll off the screen. It's very important to be lined up with the top wall here. Because when we get here, we're gonna have to do a little shimmy. They're gonna have to go down. Usually that guy does not do that. Like this, that's a rare one. Maybe I've been in the overworld so long that the RNG is just getting funky on me. But yeah, we can do that. And you go down here. Now, if this guy, like, let's say he jumps down. Let's say this frog jumps down. You can like. You can fire rod him out of your way. You can switch to fire rod, or you can stay on bombs. Something like that, right? So normally he's not going to be like 99% of the time he's not going to jump into the staircase. But if he does, you can switch to fire rod there. So you go down the stairs, you go right, you line up with that, you're holding right, you go down, right, down, and usually this is like I would say it should be 100%, like that's what the pattern should be there. Let's go ahead and, okay, it's good that we're getting some different stuff, like, see, because like I would do something like that, like I would just take the D-boosts. It's good that we got another pattern. Yeah, like here, I would just take that boost. That's kind of why, like, I kept that save state up, because I wanted to see a bunch of different patterns. I'm wondering how you approach that. This screen, like where these guys are, affects this. So you want to hold right, go down right, and then go up and over these trees like that to get to here. So if you do that movement like that every time, like he should not be doing anything other than going up and doing that. So that should always be how that screen goes. If he gets in the way like he did earlier, you could maybe go down and around here. Then you're just gonna have to go up and around that guy like that. But he should be doing this pattern every time where he can just go like this. Right? And you go up here. And then they're going to go down, and then you're going to just roll onto that bridge, get here, down right. A lot of times this is 80-90% of the time where I switch over to fire rod. I would not have to here because I got the rare pattern where the scorpions are not in my way, so I can just keep going. So, you do that, these guys are always going to go down, and you can just hit this, he's just going to go down there. When you get to this screen, you just want to go down the stairs here. Now, see if I can get a more common pattern. Okay, here's one where you see the scorpions coming my way, so I get a little bit closer, and then I pause buffer over to the fire rod here, and I do like a diagonal upright shot to shoot him up and out of the way of this, like that. Right, because you're coming in here. Sometimes like you'll be surprised. Like it'll look like he's not gonna hit you, and he'll hit you. Type of a thing. So a lot of times you do want to get them out of the way. They're being like really nice. Like this one right here, you're gonna have to. That's a pretty common pattern. You're gonna have to hit him out of the way. You would not be able to squeeze by that. Same thing. So like you have to do that real quick. That's usually what I see here, and that's usually why. Like okay, I go I buffer over, I hit that. Like that's 90% of the time, 80% of the time, what you're gonna get. If they're not in your way, like that, okay, you can stay equipped on bombs or whatever, and then you're gonna go down, right, down on that screen. So that was all kind of fast. So down right, up right, they go down. You roll off of that. You react to this, so you get here, and you just hold down right, down, and you'll always get by that guy. He's not going to be fast enough. He's always going to do that pattern. He's never going to hit you if you just go down, right, down like that. Okay. And then we get to this screen. Now, I want to talk about this screen a little bit. This one's just downright down, okay. Because there's a couple things you can actually do on this screen. Nobody really talks about it. I'll talk about it. Like Vonnie doesn't. So what you can actually do is you can go, you can rub up against this. You can do what everybody does, right? You can go down here. You can roll off of this wall or line up with that. Go up, right, slash, up into here, right? Another option is you can go down like this. He'll go. Let's see. You can go down to about here. Underneath this guy. Let's see. I think you have to line up with the tree. You can go like this. Okay. Like you can nudge the tree maybe. No, still not enough. You can you can kind of hit the bottom part. Is what, man, my gosh. And you can kind of go around, like, let's see. It's proving to be kind of a bad strat, but you can go like this and not have to slash the guy. I haven't timed it. It's definitely a new idea, but yeah, you can go here, go down right, up the stairs like that. But what most people do is they go like this, right? They go like this. If you're really fast, you can beat this guy out with one slash. But again, health management is a major thing, and if you're risking it, it's a super tight window. Like, I've done it before. It's... Yeah, because if you get too close, that's not good. Yeah, but if you have fire... So if you want to do the fire rod here too, what you can also do... So, like, either you could equip your fire rod here, do that... You could have the fire rod already out, which is going to happen most of the time because you'll have it on the scorpion screen. You can also do fire rod shots at that guy. It's kind of like a preference. So... Either or. And then, like I said, you can mess around with this if you don't want to do, like, hit those guys. I'm not sure if, like, I'm really not sure if that's faster or not. Or they might be around the same time, because you have to go down out of your way a little bit, but you don't have to slash the guy. So that's just an interesting thing that I wanted to bring up. Is that that's a potential... I'd have to time it. That's what I need to do is time it. I have a timer up going. Let's see how many seconds that overdoing this. I mean, doesn't really matter, I don't think. They're about the same. And then you just hold up, we get into Crypt 2, so let's... Let's keep it rolling here. We finally got to the first crypt in the game. This is my favorite OST in the game, is the dungeon music. One of the reasons why I kind of definitely like this a little bit better than the Zelda one definitely Link to the Past dungeon music. This definitely is a bopper compared to that. But you get into here. If you don't have Fire Rod equipped, you'll have it equipped soon, because you'll hold up. You want to see what this guy does, this bat does. If he does what he just did there, like, first of all, if I didn't have Fire Rod equipped, I need to get it equipped here and then hit him. So if he gets in front of this doorway, you're going to need to hit him twice. If he goes left and out of your way, you can just continue holding up. You just continue holding up, and then it would look like that, you know. And then, and again, if you get to this screen, you don't have the Fire Rod equipped, you will definitely have the Fire Rod equipped, because they'll be using it on this screen. So if you made it past that bat, you'll be equipping the Fire Rod here, and then you want to go to the left side first and kill the guys on the left, because you want to push the block on the right. So you want to come over here. Like I said, you can have 2 fire balls on screen at one time, so you kind of want to throw a couple out there. So you want to go like that was definitely not very good, but alright. Yeah, so he gets in my way, boom. Alright, let's see. I want to see if I can have the left pattern. Because you'll see it, you'll know it. Like, you'll know if he's in your way or not. There he's just being a dick. There he's out of my way, right? So I don't need to do anything. Or he could do something like that where he's like way out of your way, which then you don't need to do. So just keep an eye on it. Kind of be patient with it. Like what I could have done, especially if I had this buffer opportunity, I could have said, okay, like, let me see where he's at and kind of eyeball it to see if I need to. Like, there he's definitely out of my way, but yeah, just keep an eye on that bat going up on the screen. Get to the screen, go. Now if you get one of these, go out of your way and get it. Like, just do it, just trust me. You could, like, if it's way out of your way on this screen, like, sometimes I'll like, I won't get it because, like, I kill the guy and he's, like, way, like, maybe I'll kill that guy and I'm pushing this block and it's way down there and I gotta go, like, out of the way to get it or something. But if you end up seeing one of these on, this would be your, like, first opportunity to get a ring, go get it, because it will be extremely useful in Crypt 6. I mean, we're not going to be using it for a while, so you'll have plenty of opportunities to try to get it, but, like, it gets sketchy if you don't have one of these going into Crypt 6, and when we get there, that's when that's when shit's going to pick up substantially, and we'll explain what's going on with this. But basically what this ring does is if there's it turns stronger enemies into weaker enemies. There's not going to be, let me see if I can, like, try to use it in this room. Yeah, it changes stronger enemies into weaker enemies. So, like, here wouldn't be really a good use for it, because now I got a bunch of snakes that still take 2 hits. Those guys take 3 hits that were just on screen. But they're, like, I mean, you could use it there technically. But basically what it does is it makes enemies weaker. And so it's very useful later in the game when you have very strong enemies and you want to, like, kill them quickly. Like, in a room like this would be useful, so to say, because you need to kill all the enemies, push the block, and then continue. But that's just what the ring does. So just keep that in mind if you get a ring drop, and that's that room. This room right here coming up. This room is the first chance to get a ring drop. So just keep that in mind. So you want to kind of like kill the last enemy while standing close to this block. Because you're gonna want to push it. So that's why we go to the left side first, kill these two guys. And then we go to the right side, kill those two guys. So, okay, so you see he's in the way, boom, I swap to the fire rod, boom. And then you try to get the two, like that was a bad example, very bad example. If you get one of these, that's a time stop, it's the same in like Zelda 1. Basically it freezes the enemy for like a really long time. So then that freezes them in place. Can be helpful on this screen, because it gives you those for sure shots. So I mean, if you want to go out of your way and pick that up if you get one, go for it. Yeah. Okay, so like there, that ring wasn't too far away. I would definitely be picking that up. Yeah, if he gets in your way, just kill him. Yeah, I'm just trying to give you some examples in this room. You definitely want to like go over there. You know, do something like that, right? Like, definitely this is a good room to practice at first, because this is basically the first room where you're needing to kill all the enemies to progress. So this is basically the first room where combat becomes a thing, and this is where the fire rod makes its debut, pretty much, is in this room. So they take three. They take 3 hits no matter what. So if you were to go up and try to slash them, it'd take 3 hits, right? If you get close enough to that enemy, they do that kind of like, they do their attack that you just saw, that, and those were some wings, and we'll get to that. They do that little like attack where they try to like, so that will kind of like lock them in place. That's their basic attack, is they try to like do that, right? So if you're like going up to slash them, just know that like, okay, you get in slash range, they're gonna like, and they don't do it downwards either, they just do it left or right like that. So if you, I mean, if you're doing a no fire rod or something, you have to use sword, but you're definitely going to be, in this category and in any percent, you're definitely going to be using the fire rod. It's quite a bit faster, but it takes 3 hits either way, so it's not like one has a major advantage over the other, except for the range that you get with the fire rod. Because if I had to walk, you know, like the movement speed, you get boots later in the game, so it'll be faster. But like right now, like if I had to walk up to each enemy and, you know, slash them, as opposed to throwing out fire rod shots, the fire rod shots are definitely, yeah. Sometimes like you're trying to do a diagonal input and it does a cardinal. That's just, you know, that's just what happens sometimes. And but we'll move on. We'll move on. You get the idea. Hopefully, well, maybe like I'll try to get a ring, so that way at least I have it. Yeah, like this right here. We'll do that. So I would be going out of my way to get that. Like if that dropped like that. Period. right? And you kill him next to that. You go to the, so when you get to this guy, press B, like as soon as you see the text box appear. Okay, he's always going to give you a text box every time you enter the room. So you can either try to time it like I do, or you can mash it. Now, I try to time it because I get better results when I try to time it. Okay, but you can, as soon as you see the text box, you want to close that out with the number 2 button. Like that. So like that's kind of like, I missed the first input, it was a little early, and so I got it with the second input. Like you can double tap the 2 button if it makes you feel better, but usually like I haven't gotten like a really good one where you don't see any text. Like you'll see the text box, but you won't see any text. Like that. Those are really good. Like really, that's what you're going for right there. That's what you want to do. And then we're gonna go right here. So here, there's a couple things you can do. That's like, this is one of them. Kind of just get the first 3 lined up here, and then I'll have to explain this mechanic here, where basically he was a tile underneath, so the slash didn't hit. So if I'm above, if I'm higher and I'm slashing, I'm going to miss him every time, like that. So that's one of the issues here with this screen, is like, okay, if you go right to try to just do that, just be aware that the guy from the bottom can cut over and start going left, and you can be higher than him, so you'll have to readjust or throw a fire rod shot, like something like that. Like he was actually going to be, I would not have been able to slash him there, like here. So like here I can't slash him. I can hit him with the fire rod. The fire rod has the hitbox where, like, okay, my sword's not hitting, but the fire rod will hit. So you can do that, or you can readjust your position. So like if I know, okay, then I can go down and then get into position to where I can slash him. Now the slashing is good because you can hit them all, like you can hit all 3 of these guys, right? Like that. You know, you start throwing fire rod shot because you want to be close to this block. You don't want to go all the way over here and then come back. So you want to kill these guys, be close to this block, and push it. Now, another strat you can do that I've seen in the task, and I haven't, like, this is something I should probably spend a couple of, like, spend probably an hour on, trying to, because he does something where he, like, lines them all up on the bottom. Okay, and anytime you enter this room with the guy, it's gonna automatically walk you into the center of the screen, and then you'll always get that text box. But yeah, like, let's see. He does something where he, like, tries to get the, like, all lined up on the bottom like this, and then he's got them all lined up in the task like this. Now that, the thing is, like, it's not like it's gonna be the same every time. Like, okay, you try to do that, you try to get them all down here, right? But then those guys are up there still anyway. So I'll try to see if I can get something consistent with it, possibly, or you're trying to do something like that so you can. Get them all grouped up together, because, like, yeah, I mean, for me it's slower so far, but because what I usually do is I just group these guys up together because they're free, right? And then I just take out the other 3. Because these 3, like, you can always kind of... You can always rely on them having that initial movement. This would be really good. And there's a ring drop. Like, that would have been really solid. Plus, this is a health drop. It'll give you... The cherry gives you 1 unit of health. It's the only, like, health drop in the game. But yeah, that's what I do with this screen. This would be a good screen to play around with and see what you can come up with. Like, yeah, and if you take too much damage, then it takes 5 of these shots. So that's why you definitely don't want to take damage. At the beginning section. So you do something like that. Okay. So you do that. Like if I killed him there, I'd push the block up, go right. Just play around with the screen, see what you come up with. I'm going to be, maybe, now that I have save states, I'll be messing around with this room later, because the task does something like this, where it, like, gets them all down here, and then he just, like, I mean, you can kind of see, like, that was a good example. It grouped them all up together, so that he was able, you know, you'd be able to hit him there. I don't see that being like a super consistent thing. I see it more like a, okay, this can potentially be a time save if like this guy doesn't go up and that guy doesn't, because now, I mean, now they're just like, this would be the worst case scenario. Like now, okay, that guy's way over there, that guy's way over there, like it's just a mess. So like for sure at the beginning there you can get those 3. So you kind of take that, I mean, and then you just deal with the guys on the right. Yeah, and see how like that one was not on the lined up on the right pixel, so I used the fire rod. Just like that, like here I can do that adjustment, like here I can do that adjustment where I just walk down and use the sword. Or I could use a fire rod. So you can do something like that. Like whatever works for you, play around with it. That's a room that's an interesting room. Like we're getting into the point where it's like, okay, kill enemies as efficiently as possible, and then push the block, or do whatever, like, or just kill enemies as fast as possible and progress. So this next room has 4 bats in it, and pretty much you want to be using the fire rod the whole time, and just be careful to not have them hit you, because if you go down to, like, this is like if you had trouble in that last room, or if you had trouble getting into the dungeon, and then you had trouble, like if you're below 4 units of health, the run's pretty much like it's not good, like because you're using the diminished flame to try to kill enemies, which takes like 5 hits per enemy. It takes same thing here. It takes 3 hits per bat. Here you want to, that guy's right in front, so you can just take him out. And if they drop, the main thing you want to be look out for is if they drop coins, or they drop something, your fire is going to get interrupted by that. So like this, you know. So like if you're trying to hit the other bat and something gets in your way, like this, and okay, like that, that's gonna block your shot. And it happens pretty frequently in this room. Like he just dropped a coin. And there, like, I just took damage. I'm still good because I have, like, here's another example where I have 4 health and it's good. Like, before you saw that I have 4 health and I wasn't getting... It's because I, like, legitimately do have 4 units of health. So, I'd be okay, but if I take 1 more hit of damage, I'm losing this boomerang. And you definitely can find yourself in a situation where you're taking damage in this room. So, you just kind of want, like, ideally what you want to do is get these, like, really tight shots where you're hitting 2 or 3 of them at the same time. Which I haven't really got, like, even there I didn't get it. Like, there, like, you see I hit the one in the back, and then the boomerang came back and hit the one in the front. Like, that's kind of what you're going for. Obviously, be careful of not getting hit. Yeah, see, that wing got in the way, and you probably want to grab the item if it's within reach. If not, like, if it's, like, in the middle of this water area and you can't get it, then you'll have to just readjust. And like there I couldn't, my sword couldn't reach that wing, so yeah, like if they're grouped up together like that, you should be able to get double hits in. I think it has to do with the RNG here. But let's see, like, yeah, bad. Like, I'm just trying to give an example of the double hit. This is not really a particularly good pattern. Because they're not grouped up together. I wonder, I probably should, here's what I should use. I should enter the screen, leave the screen, enter the screen again. Mix it up a little bit. I think it's still the same either way. But yeah, like that, like right there, I was able to kind of get a double hit in. That's, go for those. And if you get a wing drop, great, but don't go out, like, don't bother going out of your way. There's plenty of opportunities to get wings throughout the run. You'll need one at some point. And you don't really need it. It's just like it helps a little bit. So if you get wings, great, but don't waste time, like, going way out of the way to pick up wings, I guess. So yeah, you get that first one. Like there, if he drops a coin or whatever, pick it up so it doesn't block your fire rod shot. And we'll continue now. I mean, that would have been a really good setup for the double hit. Yeah, you want to use this middle part to kind of get in position to start fire rod shotting them. The problem is that, like, if you try to go down right away and then come over, like, let's say I just want to, like, go straight to where I'm going. Like, now I'm out of range and they're all over the place, right? Like, and then now I'd have to go up here, go up here, go up here, like. So you want to get in the middle because that puts you in, like, perfect position to take out the bats really quick. even though it's like kind of out of your way. Like initially, like basically all you're trying to do is kill the bats. Like so, even though like the pathway to the door is like you'd need to go, you know, down and right. You want to go over here and take them all out, and then. So we get to this screen. You'll need to switch back over to bombs at any point, basically after the bats. You can switch over to bombs. You can do it here. Now you want, like, you need to be close up enough, and I'll make a save state to... Like, if you drop the bomb down here, it's not going to blow up. If you drop the bomb down there, it's not going to blow up. But if you drop the bomb like there, it's gonna hit. So you just need to know that, okay, like I'm in range, like which is like right there is within range. So you just play around with it at first, and you'll know like, okay, like I'm close enough. Because if you do it too low, it's not gonna blow up. But if you do, but you don't want to like, you know, go so high up and then like, because you want to get the bombs off as soon as you can, because it's on its timed, it's timed or so. Like there is perfect. That was too low, see. So just kind of get a feel for how far away you can get away with it, and then just do what you're comfortable with the bombs. And then you get to this screen, we'll switch back over to Fire Rod. And usually I use it somewhere to see if I can squeeze by these guys. So, you know, I bomb that wall. Like right around here, I go, okay, now I need to see what I can get away with, because you're trying to squeeze by these guys without having to kill them, because you do not. It's not required to kill the enemies here. You just need to get to the key. But if you get a time stop in this room, that's like one of the best spots to get it, because then you can just walk around these guys and not have to worry about it. Yeah, I'm kind of set on this pattern here. I wonder if I can mix it up. Here's another pattern. Like if I get that, I'm okay. And then like again, gauge like your health and what you can do. Like I'd be able to get away with a damage boost, so like potentially what I could do is like get a damage. But if I take another damage, I'm screwed, because I lose my, because now I have the weak fire. But I would be able to, like, get away with a deboost in this room. So you get the key. Yeah, like I would be able to do that, but then that would see. That's why, like, this room is sketchy. Okay, that would be like really clean. Yeah, like that would be, oof, it'd be insane, dude. If that like that's ideally what you want to do. Okay, just sneak in there, get the key, sneak out. That was like, whew, that was spicy right there. But most of the time, you're gonna have to like get these guys out of the way, one way or another. And another thing I wanted to point out, I'll actually... If you do end up killing them, they can drop bombs. And if they drop bombs, you want to get the bomb drop. But there's better spots to farm essentially than this for the bomb, because these guys take 3 hits, and we'll be coming up on a couple of spots later anyway. Let's see. Yeah, ideally you do what I did. Okay, so you get a bomb there. So like that, that's what I wanted to point out, is that they can drop bombs, and if they do drop bombs, you want to pick it up. Right, and I like to use that buffer from the bomb to the fire rod to kind of see what I can get away with in this room. Like take a moment to think about it. You know, you just gotta mess around with that room. Usually they'll get in your way, and you've got to do something to get them out of your way. But then we're gonna grab the key, come down here, go around this block. You can't really roll off of it, so like for this block you want to make sure you clear it, I guess. You want to like do that and then do that, but if you're trying to roll off of it, you'll get stuck, so just keep that in mind. You get back into this room, do the same thing with this guy, press B, or press the 2 button. See if I can get another good one. Now, like, these are kind of sloppy. That one was really good. Okay, so, you know, do that. And then, if you're in this room, and let's say you've taken damage, you're kind of screwed, but you can slash these guys. It's tricky. But ideally, you've got the fire rod, and they're 3 hits each. And the thing is, you definitely want to be using the fire rod, because they have a really funky movement pattern. But if you had to use your sword, you could. But that's when it gets sketchy. Right? Like if you're in here, you're down to like 3 health or 2 health or whatever, and you just want to keep the run going, you could do that. Or you could use the fire. You're just gonna have to hit him 5 times. But their movement's a little bit tricky to follow. And like this, like their hitbox is, like when they're jumping, is really bad. Like, so that is an option, but ideally you'll come in here, you get this guy at the bottom, fire, you can do some diagonals. You know, come in here. If you get a time stop, it's a pretty good spot for it. Because those guys, then they're not going to troll you. I like to do that diagonal one there and that guy a lot, because if you don't do a diagonal, like let's... that worked out. But a lot of times you gotta throw some diagonals in there. If you don't do a diagonal, like, it gets tricky with that guy. Because your fire rod can actually go under them while they're like jumping. Like, let's see if I can get it, like there, or there. It kind of like, but if you do a diagonal, like, you got a better hitbox there. Okay, So you kill those 4 guys, and we're gonna go down. So let's just keep it going. So we get this screen. Now, this is where we get the sword upgrade, and this is why we come to Crypt 2 primarily first, is because we're gonna get the sword upgrade and have the sword upgrade for Crypt 1. So we're gonna want to start by going left. There's a snake up here. We're gonna double beam him. The bat can go down. He can do a lot of things. But if I get something like that, I'm just gonna kill him. Now, in this scenario, I want to get to the chest before killing the snake. So I kind of want to do this. And then, because once I get the sword one-shots everything. So you can just do one slash, you know, one slashing as opposed to like 2 of these. But yeah, usually I do something like that. If, like, for example, that guy's way down there, I might just fire on him instead of going down and out of my way. Something like that. So basically, you always pretty much just kill that snake with the 2 fire shots. The bat can go down or around. You pretty much want to take the bat out too, because you don't want him to be down here, and you get the sword, and then you got to go around here and slash. So you want to keep things going. Like, you want to go here, go here, go here, kill all the rest of the enemies around this way, and then go up, right? Instead of, you know, go around here, get the sword, go back over here, slash some stuff, go over here, slash some stuff. You know, you want to keep things, like 1, 2, let's say if I were to do it that way, okay, then I'd have to come over here, deal with that, then this bat's over there on the bottom, you know, like, it's just one thing kind of leads to another, so you want to, like, even though it takes 2 hits to kill at first, just go ahead and do it with those guys, but you do want to be getting to that sword, like, as soon as you can, so you can one-shot everything else. Alright, so grab it. Get that juicy double right there. Alright, and then you come back up, you come around here, and you come up here. Okay, so that's good. We're good enough on that. So we get to this screen. Now this screen, pretty much I do it the same way every time, and you'll see. If you don't have the... If you have less than 4 health, I'll show you what you can also do. But this screen, they're going to be doing this every time, so you can... you can do that, like, every time. Now, one thing that can happen is if you get a bomb drop. And if you get a bomb drop, you might want to go ahead and go out of your way for it. Especially, like, in my case, because I have, like, no bombs. But you want to be doing that, like... That's how you want that room to go. Now, if you don't have the... If you don't have, 4 or more health, you can do this. You kind of, like, slash them all. It's not that bad. if I get a bomb drop, that's good. I probably pretty much need a bomb drop, like, at some point here. But there's a few other spots where you can get it. Yeah, ideally you've kept good health the whole run. And if you were to fire these guys, it's 3 apiece, but if you mix it up and you do a slash and a fire, slash fire, slash fire, slash fire, and that's like everything there is like what I would want, that bomb drop right at the end, just like that. That was like, that's ideal. Now, we'll keep going. So you get the idea. It's a slash and a fire. If you have the diminished fire, it'd be like a slash and like 2 of those fires or something, or it'd be like 5 diminished fires, but their pattern is always going to be walking right to start that room, so you can basically do what I just showed every time, and then you want to either like push the block to the left or push the block up, either or. Hit here, just ignore these 2 bats, go down like that. This room is, there's nothing going on, just go down. You get to this room, it's another room where if you have diminished fire, it kind of changes things, and you're probably going to be using it in this room if you, which I'll actually show. But you want to go left, and if they group up like that, I mean, you want to just use your sword. So we go down and through this room. We go left because this guy's always there. You hit him. You hit him. If this guy goes up like that, you want to fire on him 3 times. And you kind of go like that. If you had, let's say I wasn't doing too good. If I had this going on, then I'd want to double slash this guy. Like, slash and double him. Do something like that, right? Let's see if I can get another. So usually what happens is that guy goes up, right? Oh fuck. Usually he goes up. He didn't, and then you would hit him 5 times. Yeah, this is standard here. If he goes in the middle, that's like better because you're going that way, and you can group up him in the plant thing, which is like that. That's good. Okay, and then these guys can drop bombs, and what you want to do here is like take a buffer. I guess, did I save it before? Let's save it before that room. And again, you can get a ring drop from any of these 4 guys. So if he goes up, you do that. Okay, I didn't drop a save, but yeah, like if you didn't have a ring drop at this point, sometimes this guy up here will drop it. Sometimes this guy will drop it. Like you might get lucky. But we get to this part, you can enter on either side. It really doesn't matter if you come. It doesn't matter if you like end up somehow like killing this guy in the middle and going left. That'd be actually kind of ideal because you're on the left side. But if you go this way, you're probably just coming in from the right side, like that. Now, these guys can drop bombs. What you can do is try to squeeze that bomb in there. Like that. Kind of ideally what you want to do. You want to like adjust, see where they're at, boom, drop bomb, boom. Try to maybe farm a bomb while you're waiting for door to explode, but you kind of just see what they do, try to get that bomb in there. Like he just, like that would have been so clean. Like basically like optimal room, and I got a bomb drop. Like let's go, dude. That's what you definitely want. But they'll give you different patterns where they kind of like, let's see. Like here, I'm gonna try to just get that bomb in there. Anything after that first slash, if you're trying to farm for a bomb, and it looks like you're not lined up for getting out of there right away, so it's not really. It is and it isn't. It depends on your bomb count, and it depends on like if I had this bomb count, if I'm at 6, it's not as big of a deal. If I'm at 2, then I'm kind of sweating it for a bomb drop. So like you might want to take an extra moment to try to, you know, like get one. Like what I just did there. You say, hey, like, okay, I'm trying for a, like there, and then if you get it, you get it, like, you know. But ideally, you just come in there, you drop the bomb, you hold left like that, and you'll get a bomb like I did a minute ago. With that first guy, like this guy right here, I'll give you a bomb drop. Coming to this screen, you definitely want to target the bottom guy first. Now, if that guy in the top did what he just did, I'm gonna like do something like that. He gave me a bomb drop, but the thing is, there's this spiky thing right here, right? So I think this is the first time this kind of pops up. But basically, like when you get close enough, it's gonna get these blades to come out of it, like that. But it'll go away, so you can go through it. Like this, you know, but when you get into a certain distance from it, that's when it comes out. And obviously it's set up so if you were to keep holding up, you'd hit it. But if you stop and you go, so just be mindful of this block here. And sometimes that guy on the top comes down, and if he does, you kind of want to like hit him over here and. Yeah, and it'll stop your fire as well, just be aware of that. Yeah, like that is, oh my goodness, that is. So if he goes a little too far, that bottom guy does that, and he goes left, then I'm just going to go ahead and go up, but not like that. And if you take damage, and you have diminished fire, it makes no difference. It's still going to be a slash and in one flame regardless of your firepower. So at this point, it doesn't really, like, basically after this room right here, like once you get into this room, you can take damage from these guys, you know, as much as, you know, like whatever, and get to this room, and you'll still one sword, one fire with this fire. Just keep that in mind. So it's not a big deal if you're, you know, doing something like that in this room, or if you're like another thing, like I guess in this room, you know, you can drop the bomb and you can face right, if I can do it, or face down or whatever. Like if I see this guy coming. But the bomb also damages enemies and has a pretty solid range of that. But yeah, you can do something like that if you wanted to. Okay. But typically something like that'll happen. Right, and you're just trying to get from here to here. You need to kill all the enemies for this door to open. And you can also do that where you kill the snake first, like especially if you're looking for a bomb. It's not a bad thing to like just kind of clear these guys and say, oh, okay, now I got my bomb drop. But ideally, you want to just go and get that bomb off as soon as possible and do that. Like, that would be the optimal room. And if I see a bomb drop here, I'm probably gonna grab it. Unless it's like it is now and I have 8 bombs, it doesn't matter. But it's definitely good to have 8 bombs. If you worst case scenario, you have 1 bomb coming out of here. And then you definitely need like 2 bomb drops. Or I think you can have 2. You definitely want to have like 6 or more at this point. It's not. There's plenty of chances to get more bombs after this. It's not like end of the run or anything. It's just like ideally you have like at least 1 bomb drop at some point in this dungeon. So just like I have 8 bombs right now, but just keep in mind, like if you had like 1 or 2 bombs right now, there's options, and it does happen. Like it happens where like you get completely screwed. Like you have no ring, no bomb drops, no wing drop, like nothing coming out of this. It happens. So just keep that in mind. So we get to here. We want to be on the right side of this, okay? So when we get to here, this is gonna be a boss, okay? And we want to enter the boss on the right side of this door. We do not want to enter on the left. We don't want to enter in the middle. We want to enter on the right side of this door, just like this, okay? So we're gonna just try to follow with me here on this one. So we're gonna walk up and just keep holding up, and we're gonna slash at a certain point, and we're gonna try to get 6 hits in. You need to get 6 and 5, or you could do 5 and 6. So to 2 cycle this boss. So we're gonna come up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then he's gonna go over, he's gonna stop, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the 2 cycle, that's what you want, that's clean. Good stuff. That's what you wanna do, that's what you wanna see. Okay. Now 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say I missed that 6 hit in. You gotta get early on this one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you can still 2 cycle. If you get 5 hits in on the first and 6 on the second, it's still possible. Now, if you completely screw up, let's say I only got 3 hits in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then you're gonna have a 3rd cycle. All right. Or if you come in here and you just, I don't know, like. And he does a lot of damage too. The game actually expects you to have the armor from Crypt 1. So if you go in here and you take damage, I mean, you could be dead. Like, I have almost full health, and he almost killed me at 2 hits. So just be aware of that. It's like if you get, it's 1. Oh, okay, and that happens. Yeah. And then you're like trying to be try hard here, and you get hit or something, like 4, 5, 6. But let me just give you a good demonstration. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you go up, right? That's what you want to do. Just practice it. There's really not much else that I don't really need to go over. I know, like, I probably went over the overworld and the dungeon way more than the boss, but like 6 and 5, 2 cycle. I guess I mean, like one more thing real quick with him. Because basically when you're down here, there's a debris that when you do that, the 2 debris, you're hitting those as well. See how, like, and there's only the 1, 2, 3 from the top, because if you don't, then these two, you see these two, like, debris that's kind of there. Like, you're basically clearing those two, and then here, like, if you want to play safe, you can be down here. Another thing you can do is just be safe with it. Like, you can get that 6 in, and then you can just kind of play down here and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then clear out the debris. Another thing, if you're like, if you're really, like, if you have, like, no, let's say you have, like, no health coming into this fight, and you just want to get through it, you can, like, wait for that to come out, like, get your 4 hits in, come down here, wait for that to come out, get your 4 hits in, come over here, wait for that, go 1, like, that's if, like, you're doing a run and you just want to do, like, a no reset run, or you just want to keep it going and you have no health going into that, like, because you just got wrecked in the dungeon, or wrecked in, like, that's an option, but ideally you just want to go 1 up. See, and that's an early hit. 4, 5, 6, and then come over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That's pretty much all I'm gonna say about that boss. I don't want to, like, I don't want to beat a dead horse and spend too much more time. So that's the first crypt. Shoot. Yeah, one more time. 2, 3. Okay, so, like, let's say that happens, right? Then I might as well just play it safe from here, like, 1. Like, that may be what's happening when you start playing this game. Like, you're kind of getting wrecked here. So when you get this, you fade out. I split there for 1. For 2, you're going to clear 1 text box. It's going to go diddly-diddly-diddly-doo. It's going to fill your health up all the way. And then you have to hit the 1 button once, and then press the 2 button on the second one to clear it out. And you don't have to mash through it. So you skip all the rest of her text by pressing 2 after the first text box. And then you get this diamond here after completing the crystal. And then we're going to go down out of the shrine, keep going down, and then if you didn't already grab it, which I was explaining at the beginning of the run, we're going to need to go into here, which is what I need to do. I need to go into here and 2, 5. You need to get the book for 100%. It's required. And if you don't know if you have the book or not, you can pause it, and it's right underneath the armor there. And come out of here. And then I'll explain a couple things here. You can either go left or right at this point. The only reason why you'd be going left is if you wanted to go to the cave, and this would actually be a little bit more of an optimal time to go to the cave over here. So if you wanted, like let's say you didn't get any bomb drops and you're not comfortable with that, and you want to get bombs, you could come into here, you could get the bombs, you could pick the potion up, medicine up while you're at it, and you don't, like, because you don't really need the medicine for the first crypt, but if you wanted to grab that medicine at this point, now would be a good time, because later you'll see that the crypts it gets pretty rough. So like now would be a good time. So you could do that. You could grab that. You can go out of here, and then instead of going back right, you could actually go left here and take this route where you go left, up, left, up, around that, and then up, and then right. So you could take this path if you wanted to grab the medicine and the bomb drop or bomb chest. So like that's something, and it's not a bad option either, because it would not take as long as much time getting it now, and this is the crypt 1, like that's the route you would take to get to crypt 1, but it would cost you less time to do that now on this section than it would at the beginning of the run. Like, the reason why you would be doing it at the beginning of the run is so that you don't have to farm the scorpions for the bomb drop. But if you are doing RTA, but you still would like to have the medicine for safety, or if you're doing RTA and you didn't get a bomb drop in the first crypt, that would be another option to get you a bomb, and you would have this medicine for clutch situations later in the run, and you could still get a good time with going to that. Like, you could still get a 49 easy with that, right? So that's an option. Let's go back. Yeah, so I got the book right. So you get the book, but we're gonna go right. That's the way that we're gonna go. So we're gonna go right. We're gonna go up on this screen. Now, this screen you want to watch for the slimes. So if they go right, then you got to go right. So you go up. You would be going up, and then see what the slimes do. If they do that, you just keep going up. Alright, you just keep going. But if they go... if they go left, then you gotta go left. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah. And usually, it's another one of those situations where it's like, the majority of the time, they're not gonna do it. But if they go left, if the top one goes left, in particular, so, because you would be up here, and you'd have to go up and around him, like that. You go around here. Okay. So you go up, and then you go left here. You can roll off of that if you'd like. And then you go up here. And then you go... kind of like... I usually go left a lot on that screen. You can go all the way over there. Go up here. Then you get to this screen. So we'll do that first part again. It's not a whole lot going on except for this screen. And then that's basically if the slime goes left or not. And if not, then you're just going left. And then you go up. And then you go left and up. And then you can go here and then get to this screen, right? Basically... very simple. Don't worry about it. Just get to here. And then here you want to be at the very bottom of this, right? When you go left here. You don't want to go up around here. You just want to go here. And then when you go here, you want to go up and left like that. So that way you're lined up at the bottom of this wall. Oh, I saved it. Oh, shoot. Okay. So you go left, you go up and left. Like that. See how you're perfect, like I was perfectly lined up there. That was perfect. You go up and left. Because those they're always going to do that pattern. And if you were to go like up here, it's not it doesn't really matter, but like you can go up and you can go around here, right? But and if you're perfectly lined up there, you can just hold left, but or you can just start from the bottom and go up and left. Doesn't matter. Okay, so that's that screen. And then you get to this screen, here's some more scorpions. You could farm for bombs if you really needed to, but you'd rather farm these ones, because at least these ones are like kind of along the way. And at this point, the scorpions are one-shots. So if you didn't get a bomb drop and you don't want to go to that cave because it's slow, but you still need a bomb drop, You kind of want to like kill the ones that are along the way and try to farm it. But if you don't need a bomb drop, then ignore them. So I would kind of do something like this. If he's in your way like that, then just kill him. You know, and then if, like I said, if you need a bomb drop, you can farm all these. You can farm these guys for bomb drops. You can farm these guys for bomb drops. Alright. You farm this guy for a bomb drop, technically. And there's still even if you don't have a bomb drop, you could still ignore these guys and just get a bomb drop in Crypt 2. So it's just like kind of how you want to play it, but yeah, we do this movement. You go right, you go up, you go right. And then here, you can either go like up and through like that, or you can go down and up. Depending on like kind of what that guy's doing and how you're feeling, because you'll come from the bottom here. So you can either do that, or you can do this. Doesn't really matter, but that guy, that lizard guy, is gonna be walking around. So take your pick, get to here. Enter Crypt 1, which is our second crypt. So we're gonna start by going up and right, or you can go. You could enter the crypt and go, but since you're already like, I guess because you're already holding up, going in this crypt, you can just keep holding up and go right, which kind of makes more sense than to go into the crypt and then hold right through the transition. It's your choice. It doesn't make a difference, but I usually go up and right. Here. We get to this screen here. We go hug the walls to make sure, because you don't want to just go right and then go into this bat. You want to hug the wall here, and then I think like entering from the middle is a good option, because ultimately we're going to need to be on the right side, but this next room has these guys. So if you're in the middle, you kind of have a better chance of getting through this room without these guys trolling. If they jump in the middle, yeah, see, this is kind of what, like if you're in the middle, you kind of have more, because the guy, if you're on the left, the guy on the left can hit you, but the left is actually, probably a good option, too, because mainly it's just this guy in the bottom. Mainly this guy's the problem. But ideally, you just want to walk straight through that room. But if he jumps in your way, you can, like if this guy says, "Hey, I'm going to jump in your way," they're being very nice, like very generous. Yeah, then you can, stun him. You can hit him out of your way, whatever, with the fire rod. But yeah, just go up and through this room. Get to this room. Go right, like that. This beam thing won't hit you as long as you go like that. If you go into that room and you're holding up, you might hit it. Like if you go like this, but even then, like, yeah, like if you're on the left side here, you're doing this, and then you went straight up, you get hit. That's why, I kind of like this middle thing here, and then I just go like this. and then we get to this room. So this room, you can one-shot these bats with your sword, which is nice, but you won't always have the luxury of using the sword. So like if that guy, like if they go left like that, then I'm gonna use the fireball. But I usually try to go up this way and then go for that one. Like go for these two on the top. You know, and you can. If they're in close range, you slash them. Right. If he goes, if they go left of this thing and they're up here, I'm gonna up left fire rod them, right? Ideally, you want to get the double hit. You just want to like go into this room, they group up, you double hit them. See, and the thing is, like, if he does that, then I'm gonna do something like that or whatever. But like, it's not worth going out of your way to chase. Like, go like that and then go, you know, like that. It's better to just fire rod, even though it takes 2 hits in those situations. But ideally, okay, you go in the room, you come up here, they group up. You know, the hitbox can be kind of wonky with the flying enemies, so just know that. Like, yeah, like if he does that, and if I do that, that's why I do the up left fire rod and not the like straight left fire rod, because that'll push him. That's what I was kind of trying to get at in that slime room earlier, is that if you do like a straight left shot, you're gonna push them against the wall or push them away, and then you have to walk towards them, and then it's really slow. So you don't want to really do that. You could rather get like an up left, like that, because then instead of it pushing him left, it like stops him on the wall when you hit him. So that's a good thing. That's pretty much that room. Just kill those 3 guys, and then we get into what we call the belfry. And that's a room that my boy Vonnie gets very excited about. I like to do, like, I like to come in the room and try to do something to set it up for a good room every time. I kind of go for it. So I try to get that guy down there, right? And then I come over here. And then if like he's there, I'm gonna just fire up like something like that. Like you want to keep things moving as always. But like if that bottom guy starts flying over this way, or if you don't kill this bat right here, and he's just hanging out in this bottom left corner, and I'm going up and right and down, and that bottom left, then I would have to go all the way around over here. Kill the bat, come all the way back, right? So what I like to do is just throw 2 fire shots down and try to kill that. If I don't kill him, it's fine. I'm gonna go. If he's doing that, then I'm gonna take care of him before he goes to the left of the screen. Like if that guy's flying left, I don't want to just let him do that and then go deal with these guys, and then I got to go all the way to the left and deal with him later. I want to, even though like it takes 3 fire rod shots, I want to take him out like immediately. And I can't, you know, because I can't reach him with my sword, but I was able to reach him with the fire rod. I want to do that to prevent him from going left of the screen, right? So that's how I do my belfry. I look for that bat first in the bottom, and then I go over here. Like if he's like he was trying to get away, so I instead of me killing this top bat and then going for the bottom bat, like I started with him, but he was starting this guy was starting to try to go left, so that's why I kind of started popping off on him and took care of him before he could do that, so that way I can kill him, and then push the block, right? So I aim for this bottom guy, Get that in there. Okay, this is a unfortunate scenario. See, and then I would have to do that, right? And lose time. So sometimes that just kind of happens, like, it's really bad, like, really unfortunate. But yeah, like, I deal with him so he can't get away, you know. But the reason for killing that bottom left bat is pretty much because that's the one that's can be the most troll effect, and I have that opportunity to take care of him right when I enter the room, so I could just like throw a couple shots at him, kill him, and then it's then the set locations of the bats are here, here, and the one on the bottom right, and I'm taking the bottom left one out of the equation, like right away, like. So I'm doing that. Okay, and if I did something like that and I see this one floating around down here, maybe I'll come down, you know, and deal with it instead of like killing these two going up and around and then hoping that he stays to the right, because he could go left. If I do something like that, I'm gonna go down and right after I kill these two, right here, right close to here, and then okay, I'm gonna go down because. Okay, and then, okay, so that guy's being in troll, so I take care of it, right, and then I get the key. That's the belfry, that's the best way I can kind of like, base strat I can do. I mean, you can try other stuff, play around with it, but like, that's my go-to, like, technique, I guess, is to just come in here, deal with him, go for him. If I see him messing around, I'll just keep them to the right. Right, because there's definitely RNG in this room. Like, you can't control, like, what the bats are going to do, but you can make the best out of it. You can try to force them to... Because once you go after one, like, you'll stun him, and you can manipulate the one that you're going after. So you just need to, like, focus on what's most important, which is trying to fluidly like move through this room. So like there I'm gonna go down because I see him going down, right? Instead of me killing those two bats up here once again, I'm going and then going up here. By the time I get to here, the other bat might be in the bottom left corner, and then I'm just chasing. So yeah, so like I see that one starting to go for it, or trying to make a break for it. You know, and then that one, that was like that could have like been played better, period. But like, yeah, so I'm gonna actually do that in this situation because I see him going left. Like you can commit to it and stay top. Like it's gonna be faster if with less movement, but because I did see that guy was kind of like stuttering at that time, so I'm like, okay, I have a good chance to just go for it on top. So see, that's the issue, is that okay, like I paid all my focus here, and then that guy broke free, and now I gotta go get him, right? So, and sometimes this bottom right, maybe he gets away, right? Like sometimes he has that right movement, and then oh shit, like, but if he's going left or you do anything like that, like I want to just take this bet. Like I could go down and do that, but that's slower than just doing that. And if he's going right, he's going right. Like I'll see him when I get over there. Because that's which way I'm heading anyway. So that's kind of what I was trying to get at, is that because sometimes he can just open up going right, and then you're just like doing that, and then I get over there and you want to just be mindful of what they're doing, like this guy is trying to make a break forward, but I'm not gonna let him. And see how I was able to juggle there and stay like on top of the block, and then I was able to kill him and then push the block down immediately. Like, that's good. All right, we'll do it like 2 more times. Yeah, and if you get a stopwatch, you know, you can take it. Makes it quite a bit more free. Yeah, and then also be aware of, like, okay, they have a, like, once you hit them, you can't hit them right away again. You gotta wait for their hitbox to open up again, and then to be vulnerable, and their iframes to go away. So, okay. So you get the key. I'm gonna go fix this coffee situation because I screwed my coffee up like right before doing this, and I'll be back with yeah, it's like a bummer, man. Like, my creamer is out of date. It's expired, but like definitely. So like I poured this big chunk of creamer, and they're totally ruined my coffee, dude. But I made enough for like a couple cups, so I could. Totally ruined, dude. And it sucks because, like, that creamer is really good. It makes coffee taste really good, but definitely something I need to wake up here. Get this this tutorial going. Maybe it would have been fine. I don't know. Just drink it. Okay. Sorry about that. So that was the belfry. You get the key. Now, depending on which, like, whether you push the block up or down, you want to go the opposite. So, like, leaving this chest, I'm going to want to go up. I don't want to go around this block and go down. Or if it was up, I don't want to go... If I push the block up, I don't want to go around the block up here. So I want to leave the chest going that way. And then enter this room. Here you just got the same thing I was saying in the other room. You can't roll Well, you can. You can't. That's funky that you can roll off of this. I think it's because the other block was a pushable block, and they have different properties than. That's why that other block was not rollable. But even still, like, you got to be like you can't be too low to roll off of these. So that's just a. Yeah. Okay. Just don't worry about me. Okay. So get the key. Go up here, go in here. Okay, that's that room. And then you get to this room, hug the wall here, and you want to go on the right side, going up here, okay? And you're going to go up, and you just hold up through this room. There's nothing going on. And then this next room is going to be static. You're going to go up, right, do that, do that. If you need the bomb drop and you get it, get it. If you get a ring drop from one of those guys and you need it, get it. But yeah, you come up in this room, you go right up, boom, 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 boom. You do that every time. Okay, yeah, you want to be far. You want to be like pretty much flushed up with the wall. You can't be too far left either. Here, you want to go boom, 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 boom. Done. Okay, that's that room. Period. But like I said, if you don't have any bomb, if you didn't get a bomb drop and then you just so happen to get one here, that's, grab it. Like, do it. And then if that right guy drops a ring and you want to go out of your way and grab it, grab it. If the left guy drops a ring, it's right in your path, so you're getting it anyway, regardless. So that's that room. This room, I like to take the top guy out first. Just bad examples like that, and maybe do a little something like that. That would be, oof. That'd be amazing. Yeah, I like to take him out, then take him out, and then if that guy's not sure what he wants to do, I'll grab the armor and then I'll like hit him with the fire rod shots. If I'm inside of here and he's out here, if he's coming down here, if he's out of the range and he's like way up here or something, then I'll go out and I'll chase him. But if I'm in here and he's shuffling back and forth around here like he just was, I'll just throw a few fire rod shots at him, kill him, and then go. Okay, and then that guy wants to do that. Yeah, like, I'll grab the chest, figure out what's going on, and then make my decision. If I want to do something like that, I can do something like that. If I like see an opportunity before grabbing the armor, I'll take it like that. I want to just get rid of him. If you needed that bomb drop, like these guys drop bombs, so this is another opportunity for you to bomb. Okay. Anyway, so I usually go for that top right guy, then I come down. Right, and then I try to figure out what's going on. That's how they gave me like a really solid starting point. They just that is amazing, dude. If you can get that, that's great. That's wonderful. And then you come into here, right? You grab that. So that was the armor upgrade, and then you want to enter on the right side of the top here, and I'll tell you why here, because you need to talk to this old man and press the number 2. But if you're on the left side, he has to readjust like that movement, and it's at a slow, like fixed pace where you're actually moving faster on your own than, because if he goes up and he's gonna sort of do this like movement to the right, it's not a big deal yet, but it's gonna be a thing when you have the boots and you have faster movement speed. It'll actually put you back at your normal walking speed later in the game. That's when these are going to be more of a big deal, but like right now it's not really that big of a deal, but just get in the habit of like being on the right side, entering into rooms with NPCs. So you'll do that, come over here, go up, press B when you see it, or press, I keep calling the 2 button B because I'm just so like, it's such a like an anomaly like to have your buttons be called number 1 and number 2, but I think it rolls deep. Anyway, so you do that, and then you switch to bombs, and then you go for this right wall over here, and then somewhere I'll say a state, but somewhere around here. Okay, it's a little too short, but so you want to go about there. Okay, so you close your text box, you go right, you drop the bomb around there. You switch to bombs and drop it there. So right there should be good. Okay. So it's about like lined up with this. Like if you were able to like see the top, you see this line right here. It's basically like right there is where you want to drop the bomb, like right there. I mean, I have a good feel for it for the most part, but you'll have to like mess with it. So you do that, bomb wall, come over here. These guys will all try to center up, and then you can adjust from there. And you want to keep bombs out. You don't want to go to fire rod. You want to just keep the bombs out. So you'll want to readjust if they're not on the right pixel for the sword. So you get to the screen, kind of stop there. See, then he does that, so I do this. Yeah, that was rough, dude. That was really rough. I actually wanted to see what I could have done with that. But yeah, like here, like you'll see, I have to kind of like shuffle a lot. Ideally, they all line up. Okay, they're not lined up here. But you see my kind of like walking back and setting up strat, because you don't want to switch to fire rod. We want the bombs. So. Ideally, they're all kind of lined up like that in a way. Alright, he goes up. And then again, if you don't have a ring at this point, these guys can drop it. Okay. So you just do this. So ideally, they all line up, and you can just hold right, and you know everything is just fine. But and there's my ring drop that I was talking about. But you kind of do a little stutter there at the beginning, and then me, I just like I've kind of gotten to that point where this game where I can kind of make those adjustments with these guys. It's like I can just see it. Yeah, with the upgraded sword, it's 2 hits per. So I'm just gonna keep it going, but you get the idea. I haven't gotten like a good pattern. And if you take damage at this point, it's not a big deal. You do not need the fire rod. So if you're about to die or whatever, it doesn't matter. If you go under 4 health units, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you die, yeah, it does matter, but that should not be happening with the armor and the sword upgrade in the Encrypt one. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm like fishing for the good pattern, but I haven't seen it. But they'll all line up like in a straight line, and then you can just like, you know, just hold right and just keep smacking around. So anyway, okay, keep going. So this is the last screen before the boss here. So we're gonna hold right, go down, go right, boom, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then 1, 2. Okay, and then I'm right. You want to be on the left side of the door when you're ending the boss too. So and I got a bomb drop, by the way, and this is another reason why it's not really that big of a deal if you didn't get a bomb drop, because those guys are like notorious for dropping bombs. But it does happen where they won't drop a bomb and you need it and you're screwed. But we'll go over what you can do alternatively if you don't have 5 or more bombs. You need to have 5 bombs. If not, I think 6. So you need to have basically 6 bombs. 4 at the bare minimum, and then if you have 4, you're gonna need a bomb drop in the next section. But 6 is perfect. So you want to have like 6, 7, 8 bomb. Any of the, like, basically because you just bombed this wall right here, you should. If things are working out for you, you'll have 7 bombs like I do. So it won't be a problem. But if you didn't get a bomb, like 2 bomb drops earlier, let's say I have like, I guess what's a common, like if you didn't get any bomb drops at all, I think you'd have 0 bombs right now, or be like really rough. And you could still make things work with 0 bombs. It's just we'll have to go over what you would do. But yeah, this room, you just hold right, you push that guy right. He's always going to go down, so you can get that for sure. And then right, so boom, the double in the corner, boom, get that guy, go after that guy. If he does what he just did there, that's like perfect, because then you're right lined up where you need to be. But I think, see if I can maybe get some more RNG, because they're stagnant in their first move. They're always going to go right to start, which is wonderful. If you get a time stop, that just makes it even juicier there. Okay. Yeah, they're just gonna keep giving me that pattern, so screw it. Here comes the dragon fight. I've got this is where, if you've watched like Vonnie's tutorial, he does the sword method, which is outdated, but it's still relevant if you don't have any bomb drop, like if you have a certain bomb count right now, because to keep the run going you would just need to use it anyway. But there's a bomb strat, and it's 4 bombs, 1 slash, kills the dragon every time. Finally got a drink of coffee in there. It's already getting cold. I guess that's what happens when you spend 2.5 hours on 2 dungeons. Yeah, we got bombs equipped. Follow this like to a T here. So we'll run up. You want to get as close as you can to the dragon. Like, you don't want to like slash him low. You want to kind of get nice and close, and then You want to come up here, turn around, face down, and then drop 4 bombs and space them out. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then turn left, and he'll boost you right in the door and just hold up, and then you're good. So let's slow that down again because that was quite fast. Run up. If you slash him low, it's not good. Then he might even go low. He might do all that kind of stuff. But if you do that, he's always going to go left. Right? And then you face left and go up. Boom, boom, boom. But you can try to get the bomb drops in quicker, but it's riskier and bad things can happen. I'll show you. Like, if I go here and I go like that, like, it doesn't register all the hits in, so then you have to clean up with the sword. Right, so I go 1, 2, 3, 4, like, really quick. They're all blowing up, but it's not getting the damage in properly. So that's why I always, just for a consistent, I go 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. And it'll kill him, like the bombs will kill. I don't have to slash him, I don't have to do anything other than the initial slash. So 1, 2, 3, 4, turn left, hold up. And see, there, if that happens, just clean it up or whatever, but 1, 2. But that's why I distance the bomb explosions from each other so that I know that I'm gonna get all the damage in with the bombs. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's the strat. I mean, you don't even have to like face left at the end if you don't want to, because if you're facing down, you're just gonna get hit and it's gonna go up, and then you just walk right and go up. Like, that's a minor. And face left, right? And go up. Because it just lines you up perfectly with the door. Like the left side of the door in particular, which is lined up with his chest, and you just hold up and you get the... Like, that's why it's, like, such a good thing, is because it lines you up perfectly. But if you don't have any bomb, or if you had, like, I don't know, anywhere between, like, 0 and 5 bombs, and you don't want to use the bomb strat, what you can do is just kind of like just kind of take him head on and slash him up like that. So basically you're just, he's gonna hit you, right? But just don't worry about it. Like, it's similar to like the last fight in the game, kind of, in that respect. So you can do like that. That was a pretty clean example of the sword method of that fight, and that's fine if you want to do that, and then it saves bombs, but it doesn't, like, you only need 1 bomb for the next section, but you need 2 bombs because there's a glitch. Okay, and there's a glitch that if you, when you use the last bomb that you used, okay, it's not in my inventory anymore, right? So now I don't have bombs in my inventory. Now if I get the bomb upgrade that gives me a bigger bomb capacity, it'll say that I have, you know, 12 bombs or whatever, 16 bombs or 20 bombs. But that bomb will not be in my menu. So even though it says I have bombs, if I go to open the menu, the bombs won't be there. And that's an important thing, and that's why you need 2 bombs. 1 to blow up a wall in the next crypt, and then the other one so that when you get the bomb upgrade, you'll have bombs in your inventory. Because it's a glitch where having 0 bombs gets rid of the bomb in your menu, and then they didn't, it's kind of like something they probably overlooked, but when you get a bigger bomb capacity, gives you the bombs, gives you full bombs, but it doesn't put the bomb in your item menu, so you can't actually use bombs even though it says you have like 12 bombs. You have to actually pick up bombs, so that's why like having 2 or more bombs is what you want after this dungeon. So just keep that in mind, I guess. And I mean, you can also like kind of mix it up. So if you know that you have like let's say I had 4 bombs right now. I could use 2 on the dragon and then keep the other 2, so I could go like this, like, right? And then do sword strats from there, right? So let's just say, okay, I want to save the other bombs that I have. So you do that. And then do that, right? But ideally, you get enough bomb drops up to this point, and you have like 6, 7 bombs right now. Is what you would have, because you'd either blow up that other door, or you might get a bomb drop from one of these Stalfos guys too, which is another like it's really good that they give you bomb drops like right before this fight, because you could be like super clutch and you just not have a bomb drop that you need the whole run, and then just get it like right before this. So that's like the main thing, I guess, with this dungeon, is just be aware of your bomb count, because it costs 4 bombs to do this quick kill. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So you do that, and you get that, and that's crypt 1. So that would be a split right there. You get a full health refill. You press 1, and then you press 2, close it out, and then a staircase appears, okay? And that opens up a whole nother, what is it, like dimension, or a whole nother, because there's 4 spheres, and that was the first sphere, and now we've unlocked another sphere by completing the 2 crypts in the first sphere. So now we get to go to the second sphere. So now every time you every time you beat a crypt, you come here, but now instead of going down out of this shrine, we're gonna go to the staircase, basically, right? And we're gonna go here and save here, take a sip of coffee, and every sphere has its own OST, which is really cool, and it has its own little theme. So the first one's kind of like, I don't know, the Earth sphere. This one's like the underworld or something like that. Like, it has lava. It has like this cool purple background and everything. But okay, so we come here. We want to go to the left of this building and then hold up. And we want to be like right at the right here. So we spawn here, we go right up here, and we want to hold up on for like 4 screens and see what happens. Okay, so we'll see what happens. So come out of here, come here, hold up, and just keep holding up on all these screens. So just hold up. Those guys won't get a chance to move. These guys have a stagnant, always go left. This guy's the guy you gotta watch out for. If he does that, I'd slash him like that. If this guy's up here, maybe I'll slash him, but he kind of screwed me. So the first screen here, just hold up, and then on this screen, just see what he does. So I react to that. There, he turned around and threw a rock like an asshole. If that guy does that, I'll just hit him out of the way. And then you want to basically get to this staircase. So you just keep holding up until you get to this screen, and then kind of see what these guys are doing, and then try to get to this staircase. But optimally, you don't do any adjustments, and you can just hold up the whole time on these screens. Right, that guy. Just, I want to see a different pattern from this guy because I'm not loving it. There we go. Like, sometimes they'll do that, and you just hold up. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes this guy won't be an asshole and throw a rock to the left, and you can just hold up. And then sometimes these guys just do that, and you just hold up. You basically just hold up all the way up to here. That's ideal. That's the ideal scenario. Okay. But... Because you want to, like... When you're new to the game, you're looking at and you're just, oh my god, like I don't want to be that close to the enemy, so you go right, and then you come over here, and then you're over here to the right, and then this guy, if you're over here on the right, that guy's just right in your fucking way every time, and then you come over here, and then if you're over to the right on this screen, then that guy will hit you when you if you're over here, not over here, and you're over here, like anywhere from here to here, and you go up, you take damage from this guy just transitioning on that screen. That's kind of something I want to point out. And then when you come up here, like, and you're over on this screen, that guy's right there. So ideally, like I said, you come out of the crypt, you just hold up, or you come out of the shrine. And don't worry about it, those guys will always go left. That guy, you can just do that if he's doing that. This guy, you can do that if he's going to be a dick and throw a rock. These guys, that would be like the biggest dick move that they could do, is just hang out around the staircase. But a lot of times you just stay on this path and see what happens. I want to get... Yeah, okay, no. Like, different... Because it's locked into... Okay, like, you can stutter there. If he goes left, like he just did right there. If he goes... That's perfect. If he goes down or up. If he goes left, you need to stutter. If he goes... If he does what he's doing, and he's going right, you'll need to slash into the left or right, like that. But if he goes up... You can, and then if he comes up to the top of the screen, you can hit him up there too. That's the main thing, because these first two screens, like I said, boom, like those guys don't have enough time to finish their animation and start walking, and those guys always go left, so it's fixed there. And then this guy has a few different patterns. If he goes down, that's perfect. See, if this guy does that, you can actually just do that. Or I could have just chanced it and just kept holding up. Yeah, so like if he's doing that, I'm doing that. If he's doing that, you can stutter or you can deboost. Like, the thing is right now that I haven't got to yet, but I'll do it now. If you switch over to Fire Rod, use your Fire Rod with this amount of health, you're gonna get this column fire here. It looks like this, okay? And you can have 3 of these on screen at a time instead of the 2 boomerang fires that we had earlier. Now we have column fire, and we can have 3 of these bad boys at a time. And it's gonna be like this. Like there's one more upgrade to the fire, but it still has the same rule that you'll be able to have 3 of these. So just keep that in mind. Okay, so you have the column fire here, right? And so if I take damage at any point, it goes back to the boomerang, because I have just enough to have that column fire. Just keep that in mind. And that's another thing that I haven't really... You can buffer over... You're actually going to need the Fire Rod and not the bomb. So what you could do is, like right here, you could buffer over the fire. See that he's doing that. Fire Rod him instead of sword. I mean, that's another option. And it can definitely be useful if you're like trying to see what he's doing. right? You could do something like that. Right, I mean, because the problem is like the RNG set, and I know he's gonna do that. And then this guy, I know he's gonna fucking do that. Right, and then like, of course, like this is actually one of the worst. It's locked into one of the worst RNGs there, though. That's not good. Right, so that's an option. Or you could do the sword thing that I showed you earlier. Okay. So let's get, well, okay, before I try to get a different RNG, let me just try to show you how to deal with that shitty RNG at the end here. Okay. Okay. So if they're doing that, man, like fuck. Because like this is the worst case scenario that the RNG would be. Because this guy's being a dick, he's going right. This guy's being a dick, he's throwing a rock here. These two guys are being dicks and going right towards the fucking staircase. Like that is by far the worst. But I'll show you how you can, like, again, you can slash him. You can... So it's kind of good that I got the worst RNG, so I can at least show you, like... Okay. Oh, okay, he kind of gave me a little something better there towards the end. I wanted to deal with this funky deal with them going to the... Like that, because that actually would have been fine. Like, okay, the first two guys are set up to screw me, but... Okay, here we go. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, what do you do about that one? Like, because they're blocking the staircase and then they're throwing rocks. Like, oh god. Yeah, again, you can also stutter there if he goes that way. Now, okay, now we got some different stuff, except for these. Yeah, you could do that, basically, to try to maintain your column fire, and then you go up here, and then this screen, and then you can either throw a diagonal there or throw a straight up there. And we're trying to get here so we get the, I think it's called the moss beam light or whatever. Moss, I don't even know how to... Like, where's Vonnie when you need him to explain some of the lore here? It's basically like a lantern or like a lamp, but it's called moss beam. I don't know. I never use it, but you need it for 100%. So we go here anyway. So let me try to get some different RNG on this. Okay, and if you ever like wing or you come back here, you can just press B right away. If you wanted to save it, you would let the text come up, you would press the 1, and then you would press right, and press 1, and then if you wanted to, like, if you had like low health or something, you would hit right and then hit 1. It'd take you to the menu screen, and then you hit continue, and then you hit 1, and then you just hit end on the password, and then press 2 as soon as you come back. So like, there's a couple of places where you can go with the book, like, if you absolutely need to. Like, it hasn't come up yet where you would even need it, but like, I'll show a couple spots, but that's one way to save it, just FYI, I guess. Let's see if I can get some different RNG this time. So you come out of here, you go up here, you like rub up against the wall, right? And then these two screens are stagnant. You're always just going to be able to go up and get through it. And then you get to this screen, and that's perfect. That's wonderful. And then that's just beautiful. And then this guy's the only problem, but he decided to go left there. See, that's why like I waited to do the menu buffer there to just kind of like, okay, I'm gonna buffer and then go right and then see what he does. And then like if he would have went right there, I would have had to like fire rod him, right? But he didn't, so I was able to get away. So let's see if it changes again. Okay, he's going down. Like this is why like I tell you to take this line, because if that happens, okay, he's gonna do it again. Okay, so same. Definitely more ideal than the. I kind of showed you what to do with it, because this guy, like I said, this guy can go left. Let's see if I can get that again. You can go up. That up is another. I should have just took. So if he goes up, you've got to kind of like wait for him to throw a rock and then kind of get him out of your way. Like, you know, something like that. A little something, something. Try to talk about this guy a little bit more. If he goes, let's see if I can get him to go left. If he goes left, you can stutter there like that, which is not a problem. The right, him going right is the worst, and that's what I had for the longest. Him doing that, because then you either got to do that, or you switch to fire rod and fire rod him upright, or you just wait for him to go walk past. That's the worst RNG for that guy. But yeah, if he can stutter that if he goes left. If he and then the up pattern, if he goes and if he goes right and up like that, that's also fine. Okay, yeah, you stutter there. So if he goes up, that like. That can happen. Another thing you can do aside from slashing the sword, you can fire rod upright. Let's see it. Yeah. Shoutouts to Chaucer, man. So the thing is, like, they just released last month the Turbo EverDrive, which is what I'm using. So I'm able to make save states on console now, which is huge for like. There hasn't been a better time to get into Turbo Graphics and PC Engine speedrunning than now, because literally like they just came out with the best tool. The only issue is you can't use save states on CD-based games yet. But you have access to CD-based games on which is a huge bump. Like that's well worth the extra $100 over the original model. That can't. The old model could not do CD-ROM games at all, and they didn't do save states. So like, the other Turbo EverDrive was like almost useless, except for being able to access the games and play them. Like now you can actually like have up to 98 save states. And you could play CD-based games without having to buy like a $400 Super CD-ROM 2 drive and or like all the necessities. Plus the EverDrive itself has the BIOS on it, which is another $100 like piece of equipment. So like basically all you need is a PC Engine, which you could even get like some of the other models for cheap. Like I've seen them for like $80 or something. I'm you know, I'm a quality guy, so I got the super graphics. But yeah, it's a huge breakthrough, and there has like another thing about TurboGrafx and PC Engine speedrunning is it's really not a major has not a whole lot of people have really done that many speed runs of like Neutopia. Like there's a handful of runners. There's about like almost 10 now, like around 10 runners that have run this game. But to say that that's like a lot of runners, like, because this is one of the more more popular TurboGrafx games, and it doesn't really even have that much love to begin with. So like, if anybody was interested in picking up PC Engine and TurboGrafx speed, like, now's the time. And that's why, like, I felt like, okay, I have this TurboGrafx chip, and I have been doing like world record tier runs of this, and I feel like it needed a revamp for a tutorial, because Vonnie's run is his PB doesn't, it does a lot of things that his tutorial did not do. Plus, there's just a lot of stuff that I kind of found and wanted to talk about. So, and this is definitely like an in-depth, like advanced, like world record strap tutorial, because I'm like going over like every screen in multiple scenarios, and I'm not just like vaguely brushing over like where to go and how to play. It's not a beginner tutorial where it's like, oh yeah, just just go this way and do this. It's more of a like all these different things can happen type of thing, and I want to try to go over them all if I can. So okay, so he goes down, that's great. He goes down, that's also great. He can stop like at any point, even if he's going down, he can stop at any point. He just threw a rock to the left. He can like throw a rock to the right. Just be careful of that. But honestly, like, if you get hit, it's not the worst thing. Like, you lose your column fire, but the column fire is a little bit harder to use than the boomerang fire, and you'll be able to damage boost in the crypt anyway if you're going for, like, because there's two ways to go about the crypt that'll come, and that's why there's a lot of build up right now, because I want to kind of go over both styles, because you can go in the crypt trying not to take damage and maintain the column fire for all the rooms, and try to save time by killing enemies faster, because it does more damage, and it one-shots the slime guys that are in there, for example. But you not damage boosting and you being careful and trying not to get hit also costs like time. So okay, so he goes, okay, whatever. I want to have some different RNG here. Okay, there's a good one. That's a good pattern. You can just go right and up. There. Okay, so that guy. So let's say like that guy wants to troll. You can kill him in 2 shots like that. Now that guy's not going to be there, but oh, he is there. Oh, okay. Another. Okay, I haven't gotten to this yet. So there was actually 3 enemies on this screen. And it's not the same. So if you kill an enemy on a screen, you leave and you come back, it's gonna spawn specific enemies, but the number of enemies that were left on the screen. So it didn't spawn the fire. So the fire guy is not there anymore after I killed that. After I killed this guy didn't show up. Even though I didn't kill this guy, it had nothing to do with it. Right, but I killed one of the enemies, so the requirement was to load 2 enemies on the screen, and not the 3rd one. So that's just a very interesting part. Like, here there's 4 enemies. There's the fire guy and the 3. So if I kill this guy, and I come back, he's gonna be there again, but it took the fire guy away, because that's the first guy that, like, it has specific value set for that screen for enemies that are gonna be there. So like me killing, so if I kill this guy again and I leave and I come back, it's gonna load that guy again, but it didn't load the 3rd guy, because it takes priority on certain enemies to load, and this guy takes priority over the other guy, so it's always gonna load that guy, even though I killed that guy, which is something I haven't covered yet, but it has a see, and it loaded that guy has priority number 1 on that screen, so he's always going to be the one that spawns, and then this guy, and then the third guy, and then the fourth. The lava guy has the least amount of priority, so he's always the first one not to spawn if you kill an enemy and come back. But it only it's only going to be a thing on screens where you come back to and there's enemies on, and but if you go into like a cave or a dungeon or a shrine or something, it resets entirely. So like when I come up here to go get the moss beam or whatever, moss beam, moon, whatever. If I let's say I killed this guy, right, and then I go in here, and then I go in here, and then I go in here, and then I come back. That guy, it's still gonna spawn the amount of enemies that were there. So he's gonna be there, right? Because I went into the cave. But if I kill this guy here, I leave and I come back, he's gonna be there again. But the rock is not gonna be there because that's the second priority. Like that's kind of what I'm trying to get around to, is that's how the game is set up. Like it's not that okay, I killed that enemy, so he's not gonna be there when I come back. It's that I killed that enemy, so that it's gonna take an enemy away from that screen. But they have priorities. Like this guy has the priority to spawn on that screen over the rock. So even though I kill that guy and not the rock is what doesn't show up on the screen. Just another interesting thing to keep in mind. So, all right, let's see what we get here. I think it's the same. I think it's just set for this guy to go down. Yeah. And this guy goes down and throws to the left. And this, so... Okay. And then this screen is the one that you kind of got to watch out for, because these guys can do a lot of, like, shiesty shit. Like, even when you come into here and come out of there, like... You do the 3 text boxes, you get this, you need this, we do not get this in any percent, this is the only category you'll ever see it. It's 100%. And you want to hold right coming out of here, but pay attention to these guys. Like, if he's doing that, I'm slashing him twice, and then I'm going here, right? If that guy goes up, like, and you're holding right, you're just gonna take the hit. Like, he's just gonna hit you. And it's not the like, you taking damage and losing the column fire is not a big, like, it's not a huge deal. But if you can keep the column fire, then keep it, but it's not like, you know. Okay, let's see if I can mix up some RNG again. Okay, he's going down still. He's going down still left. Okay. Let me do what I did earlier. And save. And then continue. I just want to see, like, some different stuff here. Because you're just holding up, and then you get to hear reaction. Okay, he's going down still. And then you get to hear... Okay, he goes up. So if he does that... I just do that. And if they have that pattern, that's great. That one works just as fine. And then this... Okay, so this is a different pattern here. I like this. Because the other ones were too easy on that screen. Like, I wanted to see a challenge there. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, for that, part right there. I'm not gonna know that, like now I know because the RNG's locked, but I'm not gonna know that he's gonna go straight down after. So like, a lot of times if he does that, he just stops on the top and he throws a rock. So I usually just slash him to the left. Which this is kind of what I wanted to see, is him going up. It's not necessarily a pattern where I need to do anything, but I wouldn't know. Like, another thing I could do is if I didn't know what was going on, I could menu here, see what he's doing, and then go from there. That's a good pattern. And that's a good pattern where I can just do that. Yeah, you want to try to count text boxes. It's 3 there, because if you just mash, you'll end up slashing your sword out of the text box there. Okay, so you hold right out of here. Okay. And immediately I had to react and slash him. If you take damage, you take damage. Just don't worry about it. We'll go over. I'm just gonna maintain the full health for the overworld at least, and then we get to this screen. So I want to stay so okay. Let me back it up. Back it up. I'm going way too fast here. I'll make a save state after the. Yeah, I like. There's stuff I want to cover on that last screen. That. Yeah, it's beautiful RNG. Like. Okay, so this one here, like, I'd have to, like, do something like that to try to, like, not take damage, right? Okay. Okay, so that one I didn't need to do. So this screen is the one I want to talk about. So if you just hold right, this is an enemy, so you take damage. It's not just a rock just sitting there, it's an enemy. So, and if you try to go down around, like, you're still, like, you need to completely clear this enemy. Right, so I like to what I like to do on from here, because I need to get down anyway. I like to flush up with this bottom wall and then hold right. And so I'm out of the way of these guys. That guy, the ant or whatever, he's not messing with me down here. So I like to go down here, go right. That's what I like to do. And then I like to hold right. And if this guy's doing that, I'm gonna do something like that, and then this guy, I like to do an upright flame at him, and then I get to this right stair, not the left one, the right one, and go down, okay? See if I can. That pig RNG is an interesting one, because he's going right, and he's right along the way. If I get, like, too close to him. So the problem with the column, so if I didn't have column fire, for example, I don't know if that'll mix up the RNG. It's actually easier for me to deal with that pig. Of course he's going to do that, but I can just do that. And so if he was walking right like he was earlier, I can just do that, like. But the problem is with column fire and him having this particular RNG is not good. Because like the fire takes a while to get the boomerang is like boom, like immediate. Like, so I would have been able to just boom, like hit him upright and get him out of the way. With this column fire, it's slow. And that's the drawback to it, and why it's not really even that big of a deal to maintain it here. Like that's why I wouldn't even honestly worry about it that much. But I want to show off both strats in the crypt. So like, there's a couple things I guess I could do there. So if I see him doing this, ooh. Yeah, if he goes up and down, I can just hit him with the column fire like that. But if he was going right like he was there, I could just line up with him and then double slash him. So I could have done where I just slash, and then I'm here. And then go down and right. So this guy, I need to get close enough. He's a one-shot with the column fire. He's 2 with the... And same with this guy. This guy's a one-shot with the column fire. He takes 2 with the boomerang. So that's... Just keep that in mind. So you get to this staircase, you go down, right down, and then I like to get down here. That guy throwing a rock like that, I'm not too familiar with that one. Okay, but yeah, if he does that, like I'm doing that, like, and it's totally fine. Like that's why him walking right, that's really like an unfortunate pattern for having column fire. Yeah, I would do that, and then see what that guy's doing. Go here. I'd like to go to the bottom on this screen. If you end up being on the top here, it's fine, but these guys, like, these guys can definitely troll you. If you're on the bottom, I can just do that, or I can just try to ignore him, like this. If I'm up here and I'm going right, then I got to deal with this. And if he jumps at you like that, there's honestly not much you can do about it, except for like try to prepare for it ahead of time and throw a fire like that. Because like if this guy was hanging out down here, right? If he was down. If he was down here, and then you say, okay, I'm just gonna go from here. You want to do something like that, but ideally you get, like I get down here. He's like, usually he's messing around up there somewhere. I go down here, I go around here, I get to there, and then there's this. I can just keep holding right if he's doing that. If he's gonna jump down, or if he's like right in my way like that, I throw a fire. And then those pigs. Let's see if I can get... Okay, yeah, if he's doing that, then I throw a fire. Yeah, if he goes down like that, I throw a fire. If he's over there, I don't need to, but if he's by the staircase, I'll throw a fire. Okay. And if they're just out of my way, I don't need to mess with them like that, ideally. Okay, we'll just keep going. And then when you get to here, we're going to want to do this movement in particular. So I'll save it here and go over this section. So when you get down here, you want to go to the left of this stalactite and go down. So it doesn't matter where you do it or how you do it. Like you can do it there, you can do it like there, you can do it like wherever you want to do it. You just come down here and then hold down. These two ant guys will always go left. That pig can vary, but let me see. There he went up. If he goes right, let's see. He's gonna go right. If he goes up, left, or down, just hold down. If he goes right, you've got to do something different here. Let's see. Left. Okay, if he goes right, then you're gonna have to do that basically, and then go like that. Not even a big deal in the big picture. Like, it doesn't really change much. Right, because you just go down. If he's going down, then you just go along with him. And then you want to go to the left of this stalactite, like just right to the left of it. So to the left of that, go down. And left of that, go down. You will not get hit if you do this. And then go left. On this screen, line up when you get to this screen. Line up with this cave. Okay. Just line up with this, like, on this axis, like, and then you go down, straight down from here, and I'll go over that in a minute. Left of that. Doesn't matter where you go left here. You can go at the top. You can go at the bottom. Like, these guys will be out of your way regardless, but you want to cut down as soon as you get to here. See if I can get a different, like, pig pattern. Yeah, it goes left, you do that, right? And then you go here. Doesn't make a difference. You have to make that adjustment to not get hit on that screen. And then you get to the screen, and then you hold down. And I'll show you why. Because then, if you line up with that, you're to the left of this guy, you're to the left of this, and as right as you can be away from those guys, so that you can just try to hold down and go through the screen like that. See how you. Let's see if I can mix it up. Okay, see, I mean, most of their RNGs will not bother you, but mainly the bottom guy going right, because even like that guy going right, the top guy going right here on this RNG doesn't matter. But if the bottom guy goes right or down like that, then you've got to make an adjustment like that. Right, like that, and then he can control you with a rock, which is kind of what I wanted to point out. Yeah, see, he can be a douche. See, and even if you stop to like slash him, what you could do. Let's see if I can get that one. What you could do is just wait for whatever to happen. Seems like this gives me the RNG if I just shuffle it once. If he does that... I mean, if you take damage, again, it is not a big deal. Don't worry about it. But you could... You can see that he's going right, and then just kind of like... throw a fire down right, away from him throwing a rock initially, and then have the fire either hit him or not, and then see what he does. If he throws a rock, he's not going to throw another one for a minute, and you can go past him. But ideally, you line up with this. You go down, and you get a pattern like that, and you can just keep holding down, and then you go left there like that. Right. And these guys, like, will not mess with you. Like, even if they go up on the bottom here. Let me see if I can mix that one up. Like, even if these guys go up or whatever they do, like, as long as you're holding left once you get on this screen. Let's see. There, I mean, they're still not going to get you. They're still not going to reach you. So that's kind of why you want to be on the left side. Because if you went right, let's say you come on this screen, right, and you cut down here, like, okay, you're fine here, right, but then you get to this screen, you go left, then that guy's got enough time to get over there and kind of, I mean, it's not the worst thing. It works. And then he, you know, maybe he throws a rock up. I mean, it's not bad either. It's just basically like, okay, instead of lining up with this cave, you go straight down here. And then you hold left here and see what happens. And then that's kind of why that right there is why, like, I'm not a major fan of it, I guess. because that guy can go left and just throw a rock up like that. And then you're I mean, it's just like pick your poison, I guess, because you either have to deal with potentially this guy going right on this screen, or this guy going left. But if he doesn't go left, then he's not going to mess with you. So. But if you make it, like I'm saying here, if you make it past this part, and you just hold left, you're good. And then you get here, you're going to need to go up here, and you want to push the top left rock here, and then go into the staircase. And then you get the rainbow bridge, or the... You get that, so... And you can... Let's see, I think you can just hold left? No. No, you have to go down, and then it'll roll on that wall, and you can roll up that wall if you want. And then push that top left rock and get the rainbow jelly. And then, doesn't matter, you could leave on any side here, there's really no threats. You just save it. So you can, because these guys, like, okay, so if you leave the right side of the screen, they still don't have enough time to, like, these guys won't mess with you, period. As long as you just go down and go left. And then you get to the screen, you hold up, and then you hold left. Up, left, and these guys won't mess with you. This is, this screen can be problematic with the pig, because you want to be as far right as you can going up on this next screen, but if the pig is like going right and he's hanging out up here, you can like enter the screen around there and then try to just make it so yeah, these two screens, because you want to go up and just have nothing to do with that screen. This screen has no threat. You can go up to the top here, and then you just got to deal with the only pattern that would be him going right. Oh, yeah, of course he went right. Okay, and then it looks like even if he goes right and he throws a arrow, it's not a big deal. So maybe that is the better way to go about that screen. Because if you go to the bottom, so here you're coming up from here. You go up, left, up, left, up, left, like that. Or you can come down here. If you come down here and he goes... I mean, if you're up here, you can just roll around here, get to here, and then you need to deal with this. So if he does that, that'd be the only way to... You'd have to react real quick. If he does that, you're kind of just fucked. Because yeah, you can like preemptively react, but then you're throwing flame for no reason. Because you want to just go up, hold up, go straight up, see what they're doing. You could either go right or up here, doesn't matter. So you don't want to go any bit left on this screen. You want to go you either want to go here or you want to go here, just like that. And if you see, yeah, see like Like there, probably would have been better for me to cut right as soon as possible. Okay, that's what I was worried about. But if you roll the wall, he won't. If you roll the wall tight enough. Maybe not. You can always. That would be like probably the best way to deal with it. Period. Maybe I'm not where I'm supposed to be either. Like top. Maybe I'm not flushed up with the wall enough. Okay. Yeah, if you're flushed up with the top of the wall and you roll the wall, you can make it past if he does the right movement, so that would be the way to go. That's what I was trying to go for. So that works just fine. And then we got this screen, which is like madness, like. And you're seeing all these different patterns. Ideally, you get one not like this. That'll work. Yeah, it's really tight. I mean, for safety, you can just throw flame. Yeah, if you see him going right, you can stop it. The blue guy, if he comes down, or I guess it's like right and down. It has to be a combination. That was good. You can slash him out of the way, you can hit him with fire, but yeah, that guy's a fucker. Like that and that or whatever. Be the best way to deal with them, because I think is it 3 hits to kill? Let me see. No, it's still 2. Okay, so whichever way is easier, because you can go right and up and right, and then you want to go to the far right here before you start going down. Yeah, that was RNG I wanted to mess with. Or you can go this way. But you just want to flush up with the wall and then head down. And this guy, these two pigs, let's see. Any RNG other than him going up, the one on the right, is fine. See, if he goes up, you'll have to hit him with the sword or hit him with the flame and then block an arrow if he shoots it. But that's the only, like, threat. So we'll keep it going. I want him to go up and then just show you, like, not getting hit. Like that. That's what I would do. Or, I mean, because if you have column fire, it's not the best. Like, I'd rather slash. I mean, you could do that. If you have this kind of fire, then by all means, like, that's. You might, you might. I mean, it doesn't matter. But like, if you have column fire, I'm taking the sword over it. Alright. Yeah, I need to stretch out and wake up a little bit. The coffee's not doing it, man. We're going in deep, dude. 4 hours, like a fucking hour and plus per dungeon. Jeez. Yeah, this is Crypt 4. This is the third crypt that we do. If you have column fire, these guys are 2 shots. If you have boomerang fire, these guys are 2 shots. So it doesn't matter. The boomerang fire is actually a little easier to deal with them with. Let me. Because these guys, if they jump out of your way, just hold up. Good, great. They can drop a bomb. If you need a bomb, they have it. So, if you had 0 bombs right now, you would need to get a bomb. So, you might want to farm these guys and see if you can get it. If you have no ring in the next room, there's a potential ring drop. So you could, you know, deboost or if you have column fire and you want to keep it, we'll have the 2 separate strats. So I'll actually make I'll make another save state file here. Okay. So I can come back to it, and so if they get out of your way, great. But these guys, they're being so nice. Because if they get out of your way, just hold up. A lot of times they'll get in your way, just hit them with the fire. And now I'll probably go over another mechanic. Now, other than later. So if you hit an enemy with anything, they actually do not have a hitbox to hit you for a minute. So if, like, for example, let's see, like if I hit this guy, let's see, I can walk through him like that for a brief moment. It's not a very long time, but it exists. So I want to get like if this guy is up in the doorway and I hit him with the fire, I can just walk through him. Probably not the best spot for it, but like that, like I basically, like I hit him and I walked up, he moved out of the way, but like I walked through him for a moment and I did not take damage. So that's another thing to keep in mind, and it definitely comes up when you get the good fire. But for now, like it could be used there, but for the most part, you're probably just going to kill these guys because they only take 2 hits. And of course, like I'm getting the God RNG where he just gets out of the way. But sometimes they all just like jump in the middle, and then you just like, if they do that, okay, boom, you know, like try to get them out of your way. And then you get to this screen. So this screen, you can throw fire until you kill them all. If they drop an item, it's going to stop your fire. So just be aware of that. You might have to slash and grab it or do something. That's the most standard way to get through that section. You can try to squeeze by him without taking damage, or you could just do the deboost strat, which is that. But I'll cover that later when I do the dungeon without the column fire. But if you have the column fire, you're probably just throwing it up and doing so to get them out of the way. Now you can farm like all those guys and try to get the ring if you don't have it. Now, like, that's a good time to try to get it. Shit. And then when you get to this room, throw fire down, up, left, down. These guys are 2 shots. These green guys are 2 shots with the column fire. They're 3 with the boomerang, so that's a perk of having the column fire. They take less hits. So you get through that room, you go down here, ignore these guys, go straight down, and I like to enter this spot at the middle so I can throw fire down right and down left, because there's going to be 2 enemies that usually both go up, so it would look like this. There's the one went up. Now those slime guys are 1-shots with the column fire, and that's a big deal. That's probably the one reason why you would want to even try to maintain column fire is for those slime guys, and I'll bring it back into here. But yeah, you want to throw that flame, try to take out these enemies. This would be like more so without, and then obviously when you take one hit damage, I'll show you. These guys take 3 shots. Yeah, this room could be tricky, which is why I saved right before it. Regardless, those beetles are 2 shots with the column fire or the boomerang fire. But you let me slow it down a notch, because in this room is probably is that the first? It was back here. Yeah, this room was the first dark room, and we kind of just blew right past that without talking about it. But this is what the room looks like. There's these spikes in the middle of the room. So it's either you go left or go right, and since you need to go left after this room, so first of all, I mean, when you're going to this room, when you spawn in this room, you spawn on this staircase, which is on the left side, so you want to stay on the left side, enter the left side of this door if you can, and then when you're on this side, you always want to go left, and you stay left and deal with these guys. You can deboost up there if you want, and then you want to enter on the left side of that door, because you're going to go left and go to this door. Okay, so with this whole room thing going on, just know that, like, you can see the 2 blocks kind of that are spikes in the middle, but you can't go up through the middle, right? You can't push these, right? And if you do that, you get it. So that's why we go up the left side of that room. You can clear out when you have the column fire and you're trying to keep the column fire. You're gonna clear those guys out, because you're not gonna damage boost because you lose the column fire. So if you're doing column fire strats, you're just gonna clear them and get them out of your way. So you get to here, and in this room, let's light it up for the first time and show you what it looks like, because it's kind of a mess. So this is what the room looks like, and this is what we're dealing with. So usually I go down because I have more options when I go down, because I can go up here if I need to, and I can get in here if they're hiding out in here, and I can get in here if they're hiding out in here. But there's this middle column, so when they're on the top like that guy right there, he's up there and he's on the top, like, all I can really do is kind of go in here and try to, like, shoot for him. But if he's running around up on the top and I'm down here, I can't just go up, and because there's this in the way, I have to either go up here or go up here. So that's what that room looks like. Like, you're not going to light it up in a speed run, because you're not going to take the time to menu over to this, use it, menu back over to fire on. So it's gonna be dark. It's gonna look like this. Yeah, and in that room, like, even if you kept the column fire all the way up to this room, you could easily lose it just like that. And that flame is just, like, right over that guy. But you kind of want to just go in this room, start throwing fire, just throwing it, dude, just letting it roll. That guy's in that middle column that I kind of showed, so you can go up there and try to deal with it. Or, like, if he just keeps going up and down, like, you can get this far up and just kind of throw flame up. But you can get inside here and try to, like, throw diagonals or throw whatever at that guy. But yeah, to kill all the enemies and go left room, and you get to this room. This room's lit up, you could see it. There's these beetle guys, just most of the time you can get out of the way. Sometimes this bottom guy trolls, you can hit him with the flame. But you want to just go straight down, right? And get to this room, and then I was going to talk about these guys, because they're one-shots, with the column fire. But if I don't have the column fire and I hit these guys, they lose their shell and they go really fast and they start running all over the place. And they take a second hit, right? So that's like really the only reason why like column fire may even potentially have any value of keeping, is so that when you get to these guys, you can one shot the slime guys, and they don't break into their smaller slimes and start running all over the place. But they're still not too difficult to handle. Like it's not great. Like okay, so that's happening and they're running around, but you can, like, with the boomerang, you can still get some good hits in, and it's not like, that's why, like, I prefer to just not really worry about maintaining column fire. But I just wanted to show off both strats, and we're coming up in a room where you're probably just going to take damage anyway, because there's nothing you can. There is, if you get the good pattern, you can go damageless in the next room. But most likely, even if you made it all the way up to this point with column fire, okay, that's great, and you have column fire for this room, but you're probably going to lose it in the next room. So, but you could still keep it, and if you do keep it, it's good to have later as well. So, all right. And another thing I actually want to show off real quick, if you go below, let's see, what is this? If you go below 4 health, and you have the diminished flame, right? If you hit him with a diminished flame, it doesn't break his the barrier on that, and then you can come up and you can slash and kill. So it actually, in some ways, it's better to have less health when dealing with these slime guys than to have the boomerang, because you can hit him with that and then you can finish him off with the sword. Whereas with the boomerang, you hit them with that, they break free, and then they're running all over the place, and you gotta, like, try to get them. I mean, usually if you just double up and get them right away, it's fine. But yeah, okay, let's. And then those blue guys are also 2 shots with the column fire, whereas they're 3 hits. So 1, 2, 3 with the boomerang, but they're only 2 shots with the column fire, and these guys are 1 shot. So, like, that's the benefit to having it, is mainly this room. Like, it helps, it's great, it's nice, but, like, you being damageless and you not damage boosting and getting all the way to this point with the column fire is... I mean, you can get cherry drops too, and that's another thing. Like, even if you end up taking damage in this room here, like, that would have been the pattern to not take any damage. Like that. That's how you would get through that room without taking damage. But even if you end up taking damage because you get the bad pattern in that room, you can get a cherry drop and then you can have the column fire later, which helps, but mainly just trying to cover, like, the 2. So yeah, I mean, as you can see, like, that room can go pretty smooth. With the column fire. So it is nice to have. Okay, but we'll continue forward. We're good on that. This room I want to talk about some more, because if you get that's the good. If you get something like that, you want to turn around and deboost. Right, and you'd want to turn around and deboost if you saw it coming. Let's see. Okay. It's like set on a... Yeah, but if you get like something like that, you would deboost there. And at that point, like, either you could try to go for a cherry later if you had that amount of health, or you just say, oh, fuck it, dude, I'm just going to deboost. Which is mainly the strategy I go is fuck it, deboost, who gives a fuck. But like, you could say, oh, okay, I took the one hit, but I could still end up getting a cherry, so let me try. But at that point, like, I mean, you're trying to shuffle around all that shit. I'm gonna need to try to get that other RNG again. That's it right there. Okay. So that would be like, okay, I kept the column fire, and I got through all that, and I still have the column fire. Like, that is the first example I want to show off, is basically. Okay, so you start heading back, you get back into this room, the room with this shit going on, and then this time we're going to go up. So, I mean, because I'm... Nah, shit. Saved it. So you get the armor upgrade in that room. And you come out of it and you go around here. Now, let's see. Yeah, I have this. So, you come into this room. You could either go in the middle, the right, or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But, like, if those guys troll on your way out, which they do, they usually troll on the way out a little bit more on the way down. You can enter, like, over here. But if you killed a guy in that room, it will be the bottom right guy that's not there. So if you were in the room the first time and you killed the guy and then you come back into the room, that bottom right guy is not there, which is huge. So, like, it's not that bad to kill him on the first go, I guess. Because it's the one that's the most troll that's in the way. So we're gonna backtrack. Okay, and if he does that, okay, we're back to okay. Yeah, you just kind of want to try to get around it and then go up, right, and then when you get here, okay, I'm gonna save state here. You want to enter either on the left side or in the middle. You don't actually want to enter the right side. It's fine if you do. It's not the worst thing. But you want to, like, aim for the middle of this doorway when you're heading up. And you just want to hold up. Because if this ghost is going left and you're on the far right, you're going to take damage. Something like that. If he goes invisible, he's not going to hit you. But if... like that. See, if you're just holding straight up. Now if I'm in the middle and he goes left, I get past him without taking damage, and that's why I would say it's important to go through the center of that door. And then here you want to try to slide past this guy. If you gotta kill him, you gotta kill him. That guy. Yeah, this guy, and this is like one of the shitty RNGs too. Like, if that guy's in your way, he's in your way. There's nothing you can do about it. Let's see if I can get some different stuff here. I mean, you could deboost if you weren't worried about your health. If he goes up like that, you can squeeze by him. Like, the better thing that can happen is he does like that, and you can just walk right by him. Right, that's one of the better RNGs he can give it. That one's bad. You probably have to kill him. That one's fine, because he eventually gets out of your way. Let's see if I can mix it up some more. But yeah, enter the middle of the room. That way you're like set, and then if like you wanted to basically, you want his RNG to be to go up and around here, so that way you can like squeeze, because you can use the bridge to go over these gaps or whatever, or you can go up here. But if you're on a, if you're on a bridge, they'll never like get to you. By the way, I could. Well, I mean, they, like if their hitbox reaches, but they're not gonna. They don't walk on bridges. They don't like they're stuck on the land. So like if I'm over here, he's not gonna. Like he's not gonna come onto the bridge. So it's kind of like a safe point. Okay. So whatever happens, happens. If he does that, you can still squeeze by. And then you get to here, you want to... If you have the column flames, these guys are only 2 shots, which is nice. And then you need to push this left block right there. Okay. But rarely, like, rarely will you have the column flame here. It's definitely a rarity. To be this far in to have the column flame, but if you do have it, these guys are 2 shots, which helps a little bit, right? And you deal with them accordingly, and then you push that down, and then we're gonna head up. Okay. So I'm gonna light up the room and show you what it looks like. It's just a big X in the middle. Since you're on the left side of the door, we're gonna go left and up, and then hit the left side of this door here. So it's gonna look something like this. And if they get in your way, just hit them out of the way and do that, right? Because you're not gonna be lighting up the room. You just know that you can't go up the middle. So you go around and go up like that. And if you need, if you need to use your sword or use your flame to get those beetles out of your way, go for it. If you don't have the column fire and you don't give a shit about your health, feel free to damage boost. Like through this whole dungeon, it's actually a nice dungeon to deboost a lot. Which I'll show you a lot of the deboosting strats on the second turn through. But when you get into this room, my go-to strat is to go up and left and head straight over to that bottom left ghost. If he's doing this pattern, I can... Let's see. Save it here. Okay, so I go up, I go left, and kind of focus on that ghost. Throw some flame there. You cannot hit the ghosts with the flame. It bounces off of them. They're resistant to it. So you have to run up to the ghosts and hit them. So they're the problem in this room. And they can also disappear. And if you get a time stop and you stop the time, if you hit the time stop and the ghosts are disappeared, they'll stay disappeared. You cannot hit them until the time stop wears out. So be careful of that. It can actually could be really useful, or it can just completely screw you over. So yeah. So I go to the left side first, and then I head over to the right side, killing stuff along the way. And then you push that block, and then you head up. See if we can get some variety here. I can't. I wonder. Maybe if I kill an enemy, it'll change its RNG. Not really. Okay, that RNG, I do that. Okay, if he's already down here, I'm gonna go ahead and. Yeah, it's like really easy to take damage. Ideally, you would definitely want, like, if you have column fire and you make it all the way to here, that's great, because then you could just one-shot the slimes in this room. Like, that saves a shit ton of time. That's good. Like, that's great. The ghosts can be just atrocious, and they can like appear and disappear like right away, and that just sucks. But you basically you're looking to go left to right because this block is not the one, like you want to push the right block. So you want to like deal with the enemies over here on the left side, come over to the right side, deal with the rest of them, and then push the block. Yeah. Okay, he does that, he trolls. Okay, whatever. You do that. I'm trying to see if I can get a time stop. There we go. And if you get it, and they're all on screen, by all means use it, because then it helps. They're not going to disappear again, and you can just... Okay, it can be a big time save to get the time stop, but you need to make sure that all the ghosts are on screen when you grab it. Like otherwise, you're just sitting around waiting when they're invisible for them to show up again, and then you gotta wait. So like it's good if you use it properly and you don't get screwed. Okay, like here, like. Okay, see, like, I took a gamble, now I'm screwed. Because I have to sit around and wait. Like, I can't push this block. I have to wait for him to come back. Which, that's, like, pretty much, like, pace dead, run sucks. If you do that, but it's worth the risk because the time the reward of these guys not running around, and they've got like a really shitty hitbox too. Like they're a pain. So definitely going over that because you can lose a lot of time in this. Like you can this can be a huge factor in your run. This room right here. Depending on how it goes. Because these guys can just decide to, like, okay, here I am, like, and then, you know, dealing with this shit. Right, just losing all the time. Want to get, some different RNG. Okay. Let's see if I get something different. Okay, that's the same. There we go. Yeah, but the hitboxes on the ghosts is like the worst thing because they're floaty, so you can't hit, like, that's not gonna hit, that's not gonna hit. See how, like you can't just hit their shadow, you've got to go for them, they float around, and then, like, they disappear. Like, they're a pain, okay? And I just definitely wanted to go over the ghost screen in some high def. But we'll, continue here after one more, I guess. Yeah, because ideally this is how I know. Like, if he goes right, I'm doing that. And if he goes left, I'm doing that. And I'm dealing with... Okay, and then... Right, and that guy, like, you can wait on that guy, because he's always going to be there. He's not going to... He's not going to troll you like a ghost. Like, you want to deal with the ghosts, like, as soon as you can. And from left to right. So this guy, and then I deal with these guys. Alright, and I got the time stop, but it's fine because I killed the ghost there. So let's move on. you get to this screen. I'm gonna light it up first to show you what it looks like. It looks like this. So you can either go left or right. It's your choice. Depending on what the slimes are doing, that matters. And you could also, like, there's the two different strats. We'll go over the other one when because I'm gonna have to run the whole dungeon back without the column fire. Which basically would get deboost like that and deboost like that. And come up here. You're wanting to get up here to bomb that wall and go through. Now, let's see. Since I have column fire, I could just... Oh, God. I could just throw fires, one-shot these guys. They're not coming back on my way through the room. So as you get to this room, you can't go right, you have to go left. So you bomb that wall, you switch to bombs, bomb that wall, switch back to fire. You can two-shot these guys if you have the column fire by some miracle. This far into the dungeon, or the crypt, and you go right, because you can't go the right side because the bridge won't show up, and you can't go over the two gaps, but you have to go left. Right, and then you go back down, and then, like, all those slimes that I killed, they're not there. You want to go, on the right side coming back, because we're going to want to go through the right door, and we're going to want to push the block on the right here. So when you come back into this room, you want to go right. You want to go down. So there's a block right here. You can roll off of it. Because you don't want to go like all the way flush with the wall. You want to just kind of go down, like right around here, roll down, and then go left here, and down here. Right. So it's like that. So that's your movement. If you didn't have column fire, there's probably still going to be a bunch of slimes in here. Or if you didn't kill all the there's still going to be jumping around in here. But you'd switch over to fire rod, like deal with them accordingly, you know, and then hit the right side of this door going down, and then down. You hit this and go right, left, down like that, and you come back into this room, which has the X in it, right? Come in back into this room, and then you go right, down, right. There's probably going to be the beetles in this room, because you're probably not going to kill as many as I did, so you'll probably go down, right. There'll probably be a beetle here. You can flame him out of the way, go right. And that's what this room is usually dark, but I lit it up, so it looks like this. You kind of have to either go down or up. It's usually up because how you want to be over the enemies, so it's usually go right, up right, down right, like at some point. Let's bring it back. This, okay, cool. That's actually a good spot to... Yeah, so like if I only killed those three, for example. Yeah, if you have the column fire, you're using it on these green guys because they're there's 3 shots with the sword. Just kind of do that to get him out of the way. You go down, right, down. He's in my way, so I'm just gonna throw some flame. Push that and go down. This is the room with the X in it. Go down around the corners, around the wall, and then this room you can just basically you got to go up. You basically go up just a little bit from where the doorway is, and then go right here. And then you get into this room, and I'll kind of go over. You want to go up though, and come into this room. We'll bring it back because there's a couple rooms that we go over. Yeah, we'll switch back to the fire, especially if you have column fire, because it saves time. killing those guys. You'll need the fire rod out after the crypt anyway, so it's not a waste of a menu. This is where I'm going to make a save state. Okay, so this room, right? You try to get around them. Now let me light it up again real quick. There's these blocks right here, and that's kind of what the problem is, because like it's kind of boxing you in, like because you're trying to go right, and then there's these mushrooms hanging out all in here, and then all you can do is kind of go up here. You don't want to go like way out of the way up here, because then you have to come back down. But you can't just go straight right either when you go through this room, because the bridge won't come out. And if you pull the bridge like here, let's see, like if you go up too high, the bridge, even though it's there, you won't be able to make it all the way. Okay, you'll get like stuck. So you'll be like, oh man, like I'm stuck here, you know. So you kind of just want to like nudge up a little bit, so you're lined up with this, and then come all the way over here, and then kind of come back down in here. That's kind of how that room's working. So like you come in the room, you try to get over this guy. If you deboost at this point, like even if you had the column fire, like fuck it at this point. You don't like, now's the time to just say fuck it. It was really the slime room, and then you don't need it anymore. And then you get to this room with the ghosts, and they're 3 shots each. I wonder if the column fire is any good. If you're able to make it, let me try to bring it. Because what you could do, if you really want to just bring the column fire with you. See how what I was talking about earlier. Now it's in the dark, but the bridge is there, but I'm a little too high. That's what that means. Why I can't get through there. Okay, because you can column fire these guys, but it does less damage than the sword, or it's not as effective. Yeah, see, it takes like 4 column fire and only takes 3 sword hits. So these are like, it's not like the other ghosts where they're just not effective, like they just don't work at all. It's just they're weaker than the sword against these. Which is another reason why I say, you know, fuck it. Like, if you have the column fire, it's only good up until that last return in the slime room, and then at that point, just let it roll, have the damage boost happen. Like, you can deboost in this room. You know, like, whatever you like, you can like take as much damage as you want, whatever. This is the like pattern I was kind of hoping for. If he comes left and he doesn't disappear, you want to deboost off of the ghost, like through this thing. And your shield is just useless on this too. Let's see if he does it. See if I can get the pattern I'm looking for. Because like basically every pattern like this, you just go like that, and if he does that, you just slash him out of the way, right? If he goes down or if he goes right, he's just not in your way. But if he goes up, you just gotta slash him. If he goes left, like you might have to. If he disappears, then he's not. And he goes up or left, he's just not in your way either. See, if he did like there, you would just do the same thing. You would just go up. But I'm looking for the one where he goes like this, and then you just do that. Just do it at that point. Even if you have column fire, just fuck it. It don't matter. Take that deboost there. And then you get to this room. I kind of like, I try to go left to right. I have a clip in the Neutopia like Discord of like basically a perfect room here. So we'll just this mushroom room, like if you're really trying to not take damage, you could do that, but at this point, like, it's kind of like a screw it. Like, you could even just do that and just try to run through shit. It's not sexy, though, but... You know, or you could try to, like, manipulate the D-boost so that you... let's see. So if I knew he was doing that, like, I can do that. And try to go, like, just try to get through that room. Go through that. If the ghost is out of your way, you just run through like that, and you get here. Okay, and then this is you know, a tricky one. You want to slash them all 3 times each. So that's what I'm gonna say before that. We're good on this mushroom shit. There we go. See, and then you take that D-boost. Okay. Yeah, so that would be pretty unfortunate. They try to keep, but mainly I kind of just try to keep them all at the top of the screen. You can't really, like... I mean, if you can group them up like that, great, but, like, I mainly just try to push these 2 guys up, and then, like, you could do something like this. That's working out here, because that grouped them all up right into the, like, mainly trying to group them all up together, and you have 2 at the bottom that are down here that I try to push up, right, which... basically puts them all on the top of the screen, which is where I want to be at the top of the screen. I don't want to be down here, because then I gotta come back up. Alright, I mean, you can just kind of deal with this however. Like, if they do that, like, okay, I was trying to get him to go right so I could try to group them all again. Because the more, like, multi-hits you can get, the better, right? Just go fucking right, dude. Come on. There we go. So, like, something like that, and something like... See how I'm just, like, pushing them towards each other so I could... That's what you want to do. If you get a time stop in this room, that also could be good. Those guys are notorious for dropping wings, so, like, if you don't have a wing at this point, you might get it from them. There's other enemies that are coming up that are even more likely to drop it. So let's just wrap up this crypt here. I'll do that room again, because, like, you see the 2 guys that are down, right? So you try to move them up, and then, okay, now we're all at the top of the screen, which is good, because I'm trying to get up towards the door. That way I can just kind of progressively move up and... See, if I see that, okay, I'm gonna try for this. See how I'm trying to push him? That's good. Okay, one more. One more for the one time for the one time. Okay. Anyway, so here comes the boss of Crypt 4. He's definitely, like, the easiest. Easier than the first boss. Easier, like, even the dragon, like, has a setup, but like it's even easier than that. So save it. So you want to enter on the left side of the door, not the right side, not the middle. Line up with the left side of this door, and don't move left or right at all in the next room. Just move up. You try to get his tail with the first hit. I didn't get it, and then you want to space out these hits and count to 11, and then go down and right. Like you get 11 hits. So I'll count this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, I missed one. Okay, let's see if I can start this up right. So you want to go... You want to basically get a hit in like that. It might even be worth, like, taking a D-boost. Because that looks like it ensures it. But the only way to damage this boss, okay, and I'll... So this doesn't hurt it, that doesn't hurt it. The only way to damage the boss is to hit his tail. That piece right there at the end is what does damage. So that you have to hit that. Looks like what, 12 times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. And you can count them out if you want. 1, 2, 3. Because, like, sometimes it could be deceiving, like right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Because, like, even though I was, like, hitting the head, it wasn't hitting the tail, so, like, kind of gotta look at that. And that's why, okay, if you count it and then you just kind of, like, are all in on it, like, in... So, 1, that's what you want to do. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, my God. 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then start going. Right. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Not sure. So I'd probably just wait. You can, you can try to get a D-boost. Like that. At the end, that probably saves time, not gonna lie. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, face left, D-boost. You can go for that. Or you can, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Or you can just go down and right. It looks like the D-boost would save time. I'm liking it. I'm about it. 8, 9, 10, 11. D-boost. Like, I like it. And I mean, you have to refill your health, which takes time. After the dungeon, which I'll show right here, I guess. So you beat the boss, you go around this little windy thing, grab the chest. But it fills up so fast to where anytime you can save the D-boost, probably just worth it. Right, because when you do this, it waits till you fill up, and then you can press 1 and then press 2. But yeah, that boss, I mean, that's just it. Just don't go left, don't go right. Just don't enter, because if I enter into here, he's gonna start, you know, moving right a little bit, and I'm not lined up. You know, like once he starts doing all that, like, good luck. Like, it's basically the gist of it. Like you don't want to be like, whoa, you know, like moving around a lot, because then he's spread out. You want to keep his parts all together, which will always, like, he's never gonna spread out if you stay in this vertical line. Like it doesn't matter. Like, okay, he's still gonna be lined up right. Which is why I say just don't go left and don't go right in this. Like, because if you start doing shit like that, and then you're having one of these fights, I mean, you might as well just call it a dirty casual playthrough. Right? So you don't want any of that to happen. That's just the main thing. Just enter the door on the left side. Try to get this, like, that hit in like that. Because then you're hitting him right away. Because it's hard to get that hit, actually. Like, because most of the time it's something like that, and you get the first... It's not a big deal. But that gives you a hit right away if you can do that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then D-boost. Okay, we'll just leave it at that. I'm gonna, before we just move on or anything, we're gonna go back to the beginning of the dungeon real quick. If you took damage, and you don't have column fire, don't worry about it. Yeah, so usually, like, those guys get in the way. You can hit them, or you can deboost there. Here, what I would like to do if I don't have column fire is just get that deboost in, just like that. Okay, I'll maybe try to show it one more time. Okay. Like something like that, right? So I don't have to deal with them. I don't have to fuck with them. If you don't have a ring, you might want to farm them. You might want to try killing them for a ring. But if you already have your ring and you're not, you're a normal person, and you don't try to just go damageless this whole dungeon, this deboost is where it's at. You just go through all those. Okay. Oh god. Let's do it one more time. Oh god, that wouldn't have been. Yeah, see, you can do deboost there. Yeah, if you have to take an additional hit deboost there, it's not even the worst thing either. So you go in at. If I took one more hit, I would not have the boom. So you want the boomerang. Like now, I'd be screwed because these guys take like 5 hits. Okay, so that was kind of... Okay. Okay, something like that. Don't have to mess with them. Don't have to fuck with them. Come into here. This is actually, I would say, easier. Okay, I mean, I'll save it. I'll save it after this one. So you can do something like that. Okay. Okay, let's go over this room. So you get into this room, and you can go boom, 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 boom. With the boom, like I find this room to be easier with the boomerang. So that's, and you can get, you can always get your health back. That's why I'm about that deboost life. It's just preference, I guess, and it's not like I'm not sure which one times out to be faster. Alright, let's show that again. Okay, because you want to kind of keep an eyeball on who's doing what. Like he's. See, you can tell like I'm more used to not having column fire, dude. Fuck that. Save it here. So this room, yeah. something like that. Because you kind of just see where they're at. Deal with him. Try to stay on the right side if you can, because you gotta push this block. Or go kind of left. Like, that's why you see me, like, when I enter the room, and then I kind of go over this way to try to deal with the enemies on this side, and then come back over here. You see how I'm, like, kind of focusing left, and then boom, like, see, and I'm right next to the block. Okay. And in this room, you can just do what most normal people do and deboost it up. It doesn't matter. Okay, you can kind of like wait to see what that fireball does, and so you're not like running into it full speed and getting boosted backwards. Let's take a look. Yeah, this is more of a chaotic. It's good that I got like different RNG here. Show that off. Like, see if I can. Yeah, this is that. Like, both of them went down, which is not a good start. Both the blue guys. See, and that, like, this would be like the oh shit, like the green guys getting away from you scenario. See, and now I'm dealing with him on the right side next to the ball. Okay. Just take that deboost. Take that deboost. Okay. Like, would have took that deboost if it was there. Would have took it. You wanna be like kind of like right where my health range is at right now. By the way, like if I would have took that hit, I probably still would have had 4 health units. But if you lose it, it's not the end of the like I'll show both coming up. I'll save it. But yeah, you get through that room. Like if you have less than 4 health units, it's not great. You know, you don't love it, but because you have to deal with some stuff coming up. Okay, if that guy trolls, you can just kill him, or let's see, try to get around him. Like, the thing is, like, if you're spending that much time to try to get, like, if he's doing all that, like, you might as well just fucking kill him. Okay. Alright, you come up and you want to, like I said here, you want to enter in the middle, not the right. You got these ghosts. Let's see what pattern I get here. Yeah, see, that's the other one. He went up. If he goes down, he's still like you'd have to wait for him to go all the way down to even, and then he'll just come back up and probably hit you. And with this amount of, like I said, I mean, if you take a hit from the ghost, I might not have the boomerang, which I'll show you both here in this room. So if you have the boomerang here, they're three hits apiece, like that. If you don't, if I take, let's see. So if I'm at this health range, I would try to use the sword for like the guys that are closer. That guy usually on the right, you usually just have to suck it up and hit him 5 times with that. Let's see. Yeah, because it... Okay. just go over the not having it one more time. Because I mean, if you don't use a sword, like it's gonna look like this. Like you're gonna come in here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. I mean, it's not like, it's probably not even that much slower than, because like, okay, because you come in here, you try to do the sword thing, but you get trolled anyway, because close range is pretty rough in this game. Like here, I'm still kind of just chasing. Like at that point, maybe I should just suck it up. And the thing is, if you're down to this health range, you're kind of just screwed. I mean, you do want to get under 4 health, and that's why this is such a big, like, why I'm kind of saying you do want to take all these other deboosts, because you want to like eventually put yourself into that health range. Okay, you just, they were 2 shots with the column fire, which was nice, but it's not even that big of a perk. So you just do that, and then you get to this room. Okay, so I took a gamble and I lost. Okay, because now I gotta wait for the... I think it was 1 hit. Okay. So you want to like have the 3 fire here, but I'm not opposed to taking an intentional hit. Like that health drop was kind of bad because what you could do is take an intentional hit in this room. Use the sword for these guys. And try to go left to right. This is definitely a pretty big troll room. Because I had the bad fire. Okay. Because the thing about the bad, like, you actually kind of want it for this room. Because then I can just mark these guys and hit them like that. Right, and I can do that. Use the sword for these guys. Which is like not any slower than the fire rod. And then they're all like out of my way and I can just cruise through this room. So that's kind of like what I go for, because the fire rod doesn't do you shit really after this. So I kind of try to take all these deboosts and methodically like put myself into that damage range right there. I'm gonna keep the boomerang this time. Okay. Okay. Fucker. Okay. So this is what it looks like with the boom. Now, if you're trying to like take them out, they're just gonna split up, and it's not like it really doesn't matter that much. It's not a make or break thing. And then you could use the boomerang with these guys. But they can definitely like when you hit them and then up, you know, and then, but okay, let's get some more of this action. Can never get enough of this room, like showing this. So now I see, like there I deboosted, but it was in this room, which I'm totally fine with. Like taking that hit there, because now okay. If you get a stopwatch and then they won't break their shell too when you have the boomerang is another. Like I just happen to get 2 health drops there and a stopwatch, which is pretty bonkers. Like I'm almost already up. Like what are these health drops? I'm almost up to full health again. So yeah, I mean, there's that. I wanted to show one more thing in this room. Like another option that you can do. For the most part, it's worth killing them, but I don't want to leave anything out of this tutorial. This is like the everything about this game tutorial. So what you could do in this room is you could just run up here, take a hit there, go around these guys like that. See, and it's pretty consistent for the way over here. And I don't hate it. Okay. But see, now I'm like down at, like, the fire rod's not really doing me any good, but it will in the next room, though. So, like, going into that room, having the boomerang, taking the damage, losing it, and then being able to hit these guys, like that guy would be a great, like that would just work out real nice. Let's see. Yeah, because you can, you know, set up. Yeah, I mean, if you have to force it, so like if you have to go, oh, okay, they're not cooperating. Let me just do that. That works too. Alright, and then you can either fish out the deboost like that, or you can, I mean, at this point, it does get a little sketchy to be, like, low health. You got this room, that guy trolling him, and then you got this room, and you're beeping it up, and then you got this room, and you might have to deboost that ghost, but you make it in this room, you're pretty much fine. Because then you just come up here. You probably want to play it a little bit more safe with low health strat. You probably don't want to go for the early his much. It's not even really that big of a... And you may not want to deboost at the end or whatever. I'll show you, like, how slow it fills up. And we'll just do, like, one more quick roll through it. But that's like, the dungeon without the column fire, which is debatably probably just better in general because you're not worried about not taking damage. But some of the enemies die quicker to the column fire, and it can be nice. So yeah, I mean, even though I had like what, a heart and a half, like the fill up did not take that long. So it's like big deal on the deboost. One last roll. Yeah, because you take that, get around them. See, I mean, it leaves them all in there for the way back. Yeah, and if you just happen to just get a health drop, then great. Now I can't, like, if I needed to kill the slime guy, like, they're gonna break up and be all over, like, and that's when it becomes a problem in this room, is when they're running around like that. Yeah, you can do that. Like, yeah, I mean, you just kind of be careless, like, yeah, whatever. You can do that way too. Like, either way is about the same. So if you go down, go right, go down, push the block down, or you go down, right, push the block right, don't matter. Okay, so like if you have to go up and around, that's great. And then again, deboosting is the way to go at that point. Even with the column fire, you're deboosting. Like that deboost would be golden. Okay. Okay, and I don't love this Banshee room. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Deboost it up. Alright. That's enough of Crypt 4. Seen enough of that. Yeah, watch this refill. I mean, big deal. Like because I mean, if you have full health, that won't happen at all. And you can just go straight to. But like that, what was that like? Maybe half a second, and you easily save like more than that on a lot of those deboosts easily. All right, so we're done with that. We got our third crystal there. We're gonna go back into here, and this time. So for a save state real quick, we're going to go left. We're just going to hold straight left out of here. This screen can be shit. But it's not, again, it's not a big deal if you deboost. Let's see. Like, it is nice to have the column fire for the very last room in the next crypt, if you can make it there. But if you don't, it's not a big deal. I come down here, throw a double column, go there, do that. This is a bomb upgrade, which is a crucial bomb upgrade, because I only have 2 bombs, and I need to have a shit ton, like, at least, like, 7 bombs in the next crypt. So I throw that down. If it fails, I come back for him, but I throw those 2 down. If you get trolled on this screen, like let's say, okay, I'm going here, okay, deboost it up, deboost it up, deboost it up. You'll have the boomerang, and these guys are still just 2 hits, so you can just do that. Like it's not really the column fire in itself is really just not that big of an upgrade from the boomerang. I wish it was, but it's just not. Yeah, so I throw those 2 flames and see what happens. See if I can get that strat like properly, I guess. But yeah, you deal with this shit accordingly. Like these guys, there's 4 of these guys. They can kind of just do whatever. They can throw rocks in any time. They can kind of just start running in any direction. That screen just sucks. There's just no other way to put it. Just you can deboost it if you don't want to. If you don't care for column fire, because you're probably just gonna end up losing it anyway. Let me get to here. Let's save it here. So let's just... Yeah, see, because you got to go a little bit to the left. So you go down, right, left, to get that to work. I want to get that to work. And these guys are like super notorious for dropping wings. Like it's got to be like a ridiculously high percentage to drop. I mean, you're seeing it like wings all over. Like, so if you don't have wings at this point, this is like a great time to get it. Man, I just suck. Yeah, that's basically that's the strat I go for. I think I just need to go a little bit further right. Like, see, the one good thing about the column fire is it goes up pretty high and it has a nice hitbox because it like spreads out and then it grows up. So if they go up high, you can usually hit them. Okay, that's how I do that screen though. And then this is 2 text boxes, so 1, 2, and then you get your bomb upgrade. This is our first bomb upgrade. And the thing is, if you had 0 bombs, like I was saying, and you do that bomb upgrade, you're not going to have bombs in your menu, so you're kind of screwed. So be aware of that. Alright, so get your bomb upgrade, head out. We'll head straight up. Ideally, you just keep holding up and you're good. If he does that, that sucks. You can gamble, or you could do something to make sure he's not going to hit you. You can go up and you can throw a diagonal up left fire column at him, like that. If you don't have fire columns, let's see. Make sure I don't have it. Okay. You'll be coming up here, right? If you don't have it, he's a double. You can just either trust that the stun's going to be good enough, like, and just do 1. But ideally, like, you have the fire column and you can just hit him. And also, ideally, you just hold up and he doesn't hit you. But it looks like I got the RNG where he's just going to hit me every time. But you can gamble. When you get to this screen, you're going to want to go left and around this rock, because they're all enemies, as you just saw. So you want to go like left and around that. You want to try to like cut it tight, but just don't worry about cutting it like super tight. Like, you can do that and get by him, but if you're going to take damage, it's not worth. And then if you have the column fire, just do 1 column fire shot up there. So you can cut it like that tight. And, okay, but if you took a bunch of damage, right? You want to like basically line up with this stalactite here going up on the screen, and you'll be like lined up here. You can line it up on this screen if you want, but if the pigs are kind of like trolling you, you can go to the right here and then just readjust on this screen. When you get here, you got to throw 2. You got to throw 2 boomerangs. Let's see if I can. Because if you don't, it's gonna look like this. and you can't squeeze by him. You get hit. But ideally, you just have the column fire, and you throw one up, and it kills him. And then when you get to this screen, you want to throw up a diagonal at that guy, and then stutter here, and then you're in the crypt. Let's do that with the boomerang here. So you're coming up here, you 1, 2, you come up here, you hug the right wall, you throw a diagonal up left, and you stutter here, and you enter crypt 3, which is our 4th crypt. And that's all I have to say about this section. Basically, there's no way in hell that you don't have the like you've taken that much damage where you have less than the, from here. I mean, if you do, then I don't know. I mean, try speed running a different game. Like, it just straight up, dude. Like, if you take so much damage in the overworld going into Crypt 3 that you have less than Boomerang amount, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's bad. That's bad. But yeah, you wait here, you stutter, and then you enter Crypt 3. Here it is. You hold up on that screen. You switch to bombs here. Want to see where those beetles are at and see if they're going to hit you or not. Bomb the top wall. So you just keep heading straight up. Yeah, like you probably menu. So like if he was about to hit me or whatever, so I menu see if okay, and then he decided to go left. Like most of the time they're not going to get in your way, but if they do, you can slash them. Or if you haven't, if you still have the fire rod out, right, and you don't do the buffer strat, you can throw up a couple fires and then switch to bomb, and then you want to keep bomb out for this screen, and you can slash those guys out of the way like that. I'm gonna talk about that little hallway here. Right, because I usually just do a little buffer to see what's going on, and then okay, we'll save it here. So you can do that. You can walk up, you can turn around, or you can just kind of like try to squeak in here. Like if they're doing this, let's see. You can slash them. You can try to get them out of the way. You can deboost like that, which is a lot of times what I do. Just do not deal with it. Or you could switch back over to Fire Rod. If you still had the column fire, you can just one-shot those guys and switch back to bombs again. If you want to just maintain... Like, if your goal is to just maintain column fire for the entirety of this dungeon, it's not a bad idea to just go ahead and... like, take them out. But a lot of times, I just... like take the deboost and then try to keep them away, and then you want to be on the right side of the door because you've got to talk to this NPC. You can't cancel with 2 because there's an item, so you need to close out those 3 text boxes and go grab this. But if you enter on the left side, he's got to go to the right to go talk to him, so it's extra movement. So while you're waiting for the bomb to explode, you want to try to be on the right side. Now, I mean, if these guys are trolling you and they're covering the right side or something, then it would be acceptable to go up the left side, just to not take the damage. But while you're waiting for the bomb, ideally you want to be on the right side because you got to walk up and talk to this NPC, and then you pick up the shield. So let's say let's say you're trying to do the fire column strats, right? And you go, okay, I don't want to mess around. I want to maintain my health. You do that. Okay. You get the shield. You keep the bombs out. And we're gonna go right. Okay. Now this one, you can try to sneak a bomb in there, and a lot of times they'll just go right. Sometimes they'll come back around left. Like his orange, or that guy will come. Like you try to get the bomb drop, you try to get it down, and then you can fend them off. They also drop rings, by the way, if you don't have one. This might be worth farming it. But ideally, you kind of just want to go up there, run up there, get the bomb down, and then stay on the left side, not the right. You want to stay on the, so hit the bomb and then stay here and go up, and stay left and go here. And then this guy, if you're trying to maintain health, you can kill him. You can do that. I want to get a different RNG here, but I'll probably have to. And you can close them out with a. It's never gonna happen that you're gonna re-enter this room, but you can close it out with the second button. Let's see if I can get a different pattern. That's the same one. Because a lot of times he'll come back left, and he'll do so. So you might want to like slash first, then drop the bomb. If you're trying to maintain health, if you don't care about your health, then you can just like run up, drop the bomb, like take the hit or whatever, and then go in. Like you go up, boom, and then okay, like he hit me, big deal or whatever. Like, but you got the bomb off and like that. Like he'll do that. Like if you don't care about your health, you can just do that. That's what I was trying. That's what I was going for. But if he just goes right, he goes right. And then there's this room. So if he goes, you can deboost there and take that. And then there's this room, which I will be lighting that one up. Also, light this one up. It looks like that, by the way. But that doesn't matter because all you're doing is hugging the wall, coming up here, and then bombing the top here. It's not like you have to kill the enemies in that room. When you get to this room, it looks like this. Okay, but you're just hugging the bottom wall and going for this. And then this room, it looks like this, which is quite. This is why I definitely want to light this one up. The other two didn't really matter, just hugging the wall. This one, you can squeak by this. You can squeak by this by going here, then holding up, like that. Okay, it's really subtle. So, like, yeah, this is here, but you can do this, and what this does that's good is that a lot of times this guy on the top is hanging out up here, so if I were to try to come here, this guy's gonna be a problem. But if I go this way, I can get around him without an issue, and then I can come over here, and I'm trying to get to the left side and bomb this wall, basically. Okay. Save it. So, and then this guy will give you a different. He'll give you that pattern. If he gives you that pattern, you probably gotta start juggling him around with your sword. And again, if you're looking to not take damage, you can just kill him. But what I like to do in this room is try to sneak by that. So we'll try to show that off here. So it looks like this. Right? And then you can go underneath that guy, bomb here. And go like that. Commonly what I'll do is, a lot of times I don't care about my health, so I'll just deboost the top guy. Or like and just deboost up there, and then I'll come over here. And then you get to this bloody room, and I'll talk about that room. But yeah, I like to, like, you can squeeze by there. If he's doing that, you could probably, if you're really concerned about your health and want to keep that column flame, squeak by that. You can, like, fuck. You can do that, and then you can. Oh my god! I mean, if he's doing that, you're gonna want to try to get up underneath there. I was gonna say, I mean, you deal with that guy. You know, like, however, and like stun him, hit him, kill him if you need to, just so you don't take if that's your goal. And you get to this this point right here, and then this room, I'll light it up. That's a spawn point. It just infinitely just spawns these guys. The longer you hang out in this room, the more enemies are just going to pop up. I think it has a cap, which is how many enemies there are now. If you kill these guys, they just spawn more out of that middle. They'll start coming back out again. Like, they'll calm down for a minute, but then they'll just. I'm pretty sure they come back out. Yeah, see, if you kill them all, they come back out again. So what you want to do is just try to, you know, cut this corner tight up here and try to get through there. Hopefully you get good luck and they don't spawn up, and basically they do what they're doing now. That's good. You just try to sneak by. You could try to, like, throw a sword in there, you know. Do whatever you gotta do. And then there's this room. It looks like this. You're basically just, you're holding up. You're just holding up, and if that guy gets in your way and you don't like it, you can throw some fire at him. If you made it this far with the column fire, congratulations to you. Congratulations. Okay, so that's what I kind of, they go up, and if they go up, you can kind of go with them. Okay. Congratulations to you. These guys are 2 shots, and you can get those guys at the bottom. They always do the same thing. The room itself looks like this. Okay, it's just a bunch of blocks scattered. You need to push this block right here to open the door after you kill the enemies. So you come in here, you can throw fire, throw the double, kill the guys on the bottom, go for the guy on the top, and then finish off the guy on the left, close to the block. And basically, this is where the entrance is. If you go 1 tile left and then just push up, you can push the block, or you can run up and then push the block left. Or if you're up here for some reason, you can push it to the right or down. But that's the idea of this room. Oh shoot! So you come equipped with the fire. You see, boom, 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 double, boom, 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 boom. Okay, they're fucking trolling. Usually they see you and they like run after you, but yeah, you can, like, you can line yourself up with the entrance, and then you can just push to the left, and then after you push to the left, you can go up and right, and up and right like that. Yeah, you can, like, with the column fire, they're 2 shots. You just make it happen. Come over here. If you don't have column fire, they're 3 shots. Looks something like this. You kind of prioritize the guys on the right and then make your way over to the left where the block is so you can push it. And then come over. But it's nice to have the column fire for that double on the bottom. And plus it kind of like lingers. Like you can kind of do some pretty sweet stuff with the column fire because you can like let one roll and then just say, okay, that one's probably going to hit the enemy, and then go to where you would need to go. Which you can't really do that with the boomerang. So like there, like I'm like, oh yeah, that one's going to kill him. So I just go over the block. But sometimes you can get like really trolled. Like having the column fire may not be such a great thing because the boomerang, like it's easier to land the hits. It's just that the column fire does more damage, so it's just better to have. This room, I'll light it up. It's got the block and the chest. Now with the rainbow, you can just cut across like this. So when you enter the room, you don't want to go like all the way down to the bottom wall. You want to like go down and right. And if you have to like, kind of like like roll off of this, go for it. But kind of just go down and right, and then up to the chest. You'll be able to see the chest in the dark. It's pretty clear where it's at. So you kind of just go down, grab the chest. And then you need to push this block. So after you like, don't just go back towards the door because it's locked. Grab the key, and then push that block. And then so you push the block to the right, and then you kind of go down and right or left and under here. So. But I'm going to try to keep the column fire for the last room just to show why it's good in there. It's very nice to have there. That was nice because right next to where the block was. Yeah, you go like this, you grab the chest, and then you go straight right from the chest, and then you go across the bridge and straight left. You have to go, like when you enter this room, coming back, you want to go down a little bit so that you don't get caught on this. Because if you go straight left, you get caught on this this block. So you need to go down and left, and then down and left to push that block to open the bottom door. And then you just hold down in this room. If this guy or either of those guys get in your way, you can throw flame at them. Yeah, if that happens, you can also throw some flame. You try to just squeak by, and then you get to this room. So let me save state it before that room. Okay, so the reason why, if you have column fire, there's 3 of these jelly guys, and you need to kill all the enemies, so you can just get rid of them like right away. Like that is a huge time. That's very nice to have column fire for this room. If you get a stopwatch in this room, it could be a complete nightmare. Which I've had it happen. But yeah, you can just one-shot those jellies, which is Yeah, if you get a stop, I mean, you can utilize it, and it's nice when done right. But if you grab the stopwatch and the ghost has disappeared, you're screwed. You lose like 15 seconds. Okay, but you get the idea here. Okay. And yeah, I've used 5 bombs already, and I'm going to use another 3 bombs for this boss fight. So that's why getting the bomb upgrade is huge. Like, you probably would even consider it in any percent because of how many bombs you use, and it's done. I mean, unless you had like a full 8 bombs coming out of Crypt 3, which is like really rare because you use a bunch on the dragon. So let's go back and show you this. I'm trying to do this dungeon in one go. Let's show you if you don't have that column fire. You've got to deal with these guys. See, and they can just go all over the place. And then it bounces off of the ghost. So if you're trying to kill one of the slimes and the ghost is in your way, like, you can't, like, it just gets sucked up. But that's why you want, like, you ideally would want to try to carry the column fire just so you can just one and done those guys. So when you get, so this is the boss. This is probably like the more difficult one so far, but once you get it, you get it. You want to line up in the middle of the door for this boss. You don't want to be on the left. You don't want to be on the right. It completely fucks this up. You want to be in the middle. Period. End of story. Okay. So you enter the door. I'll make sure I save it. So you enter the door. You want to let them get to about there. So you let them go from stone and then fly up into the upper corners right before they start coming back in, and then that's when I pull up the pause menu and I switch over to bombs, and it gives me that like buffer, and then I know, okay, I need to walk up and drop this bomb, like here, here, and here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and that's it. That's the fight. Okay. So if I go in on the left side of the door, right, and then I say, oh shit, I need to be in the middle. Watch what happens. I guess it still works. Okay. So maybe it's not as critical, but if you're there and then you readjust, that's when it gets like fucked up, and then they're all over the place, and then you're doing this, which is not good. That's why I just say just do it right, and just center it up to begin with. That way you don't have to, like, you can just keep an eye on them and then swap over to bombs. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4. If you take that damage, it's fine. If you don't take it, it actually could be a little bit sketchier, and I'll show you if I can. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Because you can block it with your shield, but then they start spreading out. And you ideally would want to at least get one sword hit in and then block it with your shield, and then let's see if I can. So 1, 2, 3, and it's pretty lenient where you can drop the bomb. So like, it may look sketchy at first, but once you like just do it, like, this is like it's one of those things that probably looks harder than it is. Because you literally just go in here, you wait. You pause it right when they get up in the corner like that. You swap over to bombs, and then you walk up, and you go 1, 2, 3. You space them out pretty good. 2, 3, 4, 5. Because if you don't get the spacing is very important. I'll show you what happens if you fuck that up. It'd be like... See, I missed the last hit because I didn't space it out right. And then, I mean, even then, like, you got the first 2 hits in, and it only takes like 7 hits instead of 5 or something. Like, it's not really a big deal. Like, that's why you just go for the strat, period, end of story. Unless you don't have bombs and you're doing any percent. And then it's a different story. But you see, that was like pretty much perfect because I got the 1 hit in, blocked with the shield, 1, 2, 3, 4, had him up against the wall. And the thing is, another thing is that's so good is that if you're lined up in the middle and you're going up, you can get to the chest without even readjusting. That just makes it even sweeter. 1, 2, 3, like decently spaced. So there I fucked up, and then up here we go. Here having a party with the gargoyles. Easy, like 12-second time loss party. Just indulge. But you want to go 1, 2, 3. And if you take that hit up there, big fucking deal, man. You still got a pretty solid quick kill. And it's juicy, and it's sweet, and it's on point. Okay. So just practice that, get in rhythm with that. Like, you'd be surprised, like, you can... How big the window is. Like, I can probably go 1, 2, 3... Okay, and just kill him going down or whatever. Like, I mean, if you go like way down there and you, like, that still works. Like, it all works as long as you don't move initially and you wait for him. If you get out of that starting position, that's like, even then I missed a bomb shot, but okay, I can still kill them before they split up. But it's when you start doing this shit, and then, okay, now they're fucking, like, you know, like, that's when your run's a pile of fucking steaming shit, dude. Like, yeah, just 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 5. Done. And you can even, like, go right, if you don't think that you're gonna get the chest, like, you can even, like, walk right. 1, 2, 3, and that'll still work. It all just works. Yeah, you kill him, and boom. Just, it's therapeutic, like, how good this strat is. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then you just hold up, and then you just get the chest. I mean, it, like, is so good. Because if you're not using bomb strat, if you're doing like any percent and you're scraping in on bombs and you skip the bomb, upgrade, it's gotta look something like that. Like, you've gotta, like, I don't know, like. You gotta do that. That's a pretty good bomb in the strat. Let's say you're doing any percent, right? Just do that. And that would be if you're doing any percent and you're going hard and you're skipping the bomb. Probably faster than getting the bomb upgrade. Okay, they split up, but that's another alternative. And if you In 100%, you are not trying to save on. We're going to be getting a bomb upgrade right after this, so there's no point in that nonsense. You just... You just get it done. Okay. I'll do the other strat again, because it... Yeah, like, I don't know, there's holes in this one. But that's a really good, like, alternative if you don't want to use bombs, and that's strictly for any, like, that's going into overtime and showing you shit that's not even 100%. But yeah, I just do that. Split there. Now we're done with our second sphere. 4 crypts deep. Press 1, press 2, wait for the staircase, and then you can go in. This is where the game, like, dips in like so far, like, you probably had, like, no need for a medicine, period. Casually, what have you, like, you probably no problem. Right now, this is where if you decided to grab that extra medicine drop, like, no hate on it, because, like, this is section, because we're gonna be doing crypt 6, which is the harder crypt, and it's definitely like a spike in difficulty from. So this is when it turns up a notch. We get whiz robes, and they are something else. So we'll talk about them in great detail, because I'm trying to help explain. So here we go. We're gonna go right. We're gonna go up and stay to the left of here. And then here you have 2 options. It depends on what he does and what you're feeling. You can stay on the bottom and go left. We're just trying to get to here and pull the fire rod and go up there's a staircase there. So overworld movement, you go right. Stay to the left, go up. You can, like, if he's going up and you just say, I don't want to deal with the worm, just stay down, go up. Swap the fire rod. Or if you didn't want to do the bomb strat, you'd already have the fire rod still out. Should be a perk, I guess. And you go up. Okay. Okay, so let's say you just want to go up. You can go here, and you can actually just block his shot with your shield. And go up in there. This guy only has 2 text boxes, which is kind of rare for the health upgrade. Then you get here. So we're gonna exit left and fire rod. If it doesn't hit, it doesn't hit. You can hit him with three sword slashes, or you can go for the 2 fire rods over there. I usually just opt for the fire rod because he's a 2-shot with the fire rod. If you want to go and just use sword, you can go like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. He's gonna give me the same pattern, so I'm gonna see maybe if I can go back in. Because a lot of times what I'll do is I'll come out and I'll just fire rod to the left. And if he's going right, it's gonna hit. Let's see. Yeah, he's giving me the... Yeah, there's a staircase there. It's right above the end of this pillar if you need to good visual on it. Like that kill, okay. Like that, like that's what'll happen a lot of times, and why I fire rod out of there. But he's giving me the that'd be better. So you hit this corner and you go up. Don't, you know, hang around there, just, or else they'll start coming towards you. You just want to go left and then up. And then there's this screen. Ideally, you want to just do that, curl around. But if they give you like that pattern, you're gonna have to double fire him. If they give you, let's see if I can get the other pattern. I mean, that one you could curl around him, so that, like, that would be the ideal pattern. You just go straight in there. There's one where he kind of like that guy comes over, and you can just, you can just hit him with one fire. Yeah, I'm gonna look for that RNG again. Where the top guy goes right. And you just throw an up left at him one time and get through. That's pretty much all the RNGs there. Like, that's great. You could just know how to do it. This screen, I always do the same thing, and I go right down, like, far enough to where his hitbox wouldn't hit me. Or if I see him go up, I mean, if I see him go up, like he's doing here, and you don't have to go all the way down. Like, you can, but if he, let's see if I can get, yeah, if he does that, you can see what else he's got. Yeah. Okay. He's being pretty nice. Yeah, I usually try to come up underneath this and then throw fire up. You can gamble, but this guy is like always there. It's like if you try to go here, I mean, you can go for it. It's not a huge time save, but the chances of him doing this aren't, yeah, because a lot of times if you try to go in the center, he's going to do that. Okay, that's, which is why, okay, I do that, and I, like, you definitely want to try your best not to take damage on this section. Now, you can take, what, like 3 units of health and still have the column fire. It's not like that's not even what's important. The important thing is, like, if you're in my situation, you skip the medicine. You need to have a certain amount of health for the next boss for damage boost strat. So, like, and it like, this crypt is relentless. Like, it will eat you alive on your first playthrough. So, like, the less damage you can take in the overworld, the better. That's why, like, I kind of just honestly just play it to just not get hit. Like, so I'll go out of the way to, I mean, yeah, you can just cut through. So you get to this guy, he gives you another or second bomb upgrade. So again, like, no reason not to just let loose on the gargoyle, because you're getting a full bomb upgrade here. And then we're gonna save it, because coming out of here, you don't want to just hold left, and I'll show you why. Because if you hold left coming out of here, you get hit by that guy. Okay, plain and simple, you just get hit. So you want to hold down and then go left and go around him. Okay. And it's not like, unless you're like, oh, I'm gonna do the D boost here, and, you know, I mean, that's fine. I mean, if you want to roll deep and just do the D boost there, you go right ahead. But again, like, the more damage you can get away with not taking for this section, like a lot of the section is coming, like basically except for the Crypt 7, like it basically just like don't get hit. But if you hold down and left, and like you just have to hold down for a little bit just to clear him, like that, and you're good. But if you come out of here and you're just holding left, boom, you're taking one. But and if you're gonna do that, just do that and do your D boost and fine. That works just fine. It's a little bit faster, but have fun with the crypt. Okay, and then you come up in here. Now that screen, let's see what we can get here. So yeah, you just try to slide. You're just trying to get to the staircase, okay? Like, however you want to get it done. If he goes up the staircase, the guy in the middle, because he can go up like that. You're just gonna want to double fire him real quick. You can do what I'm doing there if that guy goes up. And that's situational, because if I wasn't standing in the middle, if I was on the like bottom like here and he's going up, man, he does not want to go up. Plus, if that guy goes right, the guy down the top. Like, okay. It still works. I mean, you can do that. It's fine. It don't matter. If you get that RNG, I mean, God bless. I mean, you're rolling, like, great, dude. You just sneak right in there, but you can do that to get by him, or if you're not comfortable with that, you can throw a double. Just get him out of the way, whatever. And then you want to go right on that screen. You just want to go up the stairs and to the right. That guy won't bug you. You get here, and then these guys. If he's, just keep an eye on that one worm, because he can, like, I think go up here or something. Yeah, that guy, like, no matter what, he's not. But you get to this screen, and you want to just get to this staircase. Now, yeah, if you have to shuffle around and whatever, do it. If you need to slash. There's one, like, RNG would you probably just need to do it, and that's where he, like, is going to end up, like, this guy goes left or something, so you're coming up towards it, and then up you slash him out of the way, like that, pretty much. It hasn't come up yet, but you get the idea. Just come through here, get to the staircase, wrap around, go left. That's all you do on that screen. Keep holding left, cross this waterfall, get to this screen, and then I'm gonna talk about this screen. So go up the stairs, go left twice. These guys will not bug you. So you get to this screen. Now, here you're on this screen, right? So there's this guy. Now, if you kill this guy, what I was talking about earlier, and then you leave the screen and you come back, the guy, that guy will come back, and the guy in the water won't be there. So if it gets ugly and the guy submerges again, like a second time, you can opt for that, like, because you can just kill that guy, and then if he's trolling you, you can just leave and come back. But ideally, you want to throw a triple fire, so 1, 2, 3, and then just throw fire that, like if he comes over to the right like that, that's perfect. And you want to just take these two guys out. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Like, of course, I get like the God RNG. So 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. Can't go wrong with 4. But yeah, he's static, so you already know like that guy's done. But if this guy goes up towards the left, he can be trolly. And if he like here's a scenario. So if I can't get him and he submerges again, I just say, okay, I'm not gonna wait for him. Then you can come back and just kill him again and go back in, because then you don't have to wait for him to come back up again. But ideally, you get this RNG and you just get rid of him. And you go in here, you hold up, go through the fireplace. 4 text boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we get the best item in the game. We get the boots. Okay, and this like probably doubles our movement speed. So we have faster movement speed. This speeds things up. This is indefinitely why we do the Crypt 6 first to get the boots as soon as possible. And it's required for 100%, and you get it for any percent, obviously, because it makes things quite a bit faster. So, so now we're moving much faster. You know, you can play around and get used to the movement speed. It's nice. So we go left, and we go down. If you died or something in Crypt 6, this is all just one big circle. So if you had to like return here, you could just go, like you can come from here, go up, and instead of going like right, you can go left here, and it takes you right here where we were, and go that way. Once you get the boots, you go left and down. And then keep an eye on these guys. You can get behind. You want to like stay in this area. You don't want to go down like really far. You want to be like here or here. Going into the next screen. Like that's fine, because you need to wrap around this, and then I like to be on the left side if I can, but depends on what these guys are doing. Because I'll go up if I have to here, because if you hang around the screen too long, that guy starts throwing shade at you. Save it. Okay. Okay. So if you enter the top, you're going to be lined up with that guy up here. Let's just be like, because he can go down. See, so. Maybe. I mean... he can go down. It's just I'm locked into this. But you can just do that if you enter the top. So it doesn't matter, like... You could even go down this far. I mean, this is, you just don't want to go like all the way down, but like you can go about here. You can go left. That guy. The thing is, like, I kind of like going from the top because it gives me more time to kind of look at it, what's going on the screen. And you got to go down anyway after you're on the other screen. So like, and you go down, and you can block his shots with your shield. So if he happens to spawn like right dead center like that, and you're moving left, just keep moving left, and you can like run right into his well. I'm not really getting that much of a variety here on the screen, but I typically I like to end the screen on this side and then just squeak past this guy real quick. But if it's getting ugly and you need to go up here, you can just kind of do that. Like, the only issue is it gives him more time to, okay, it gives him more time to wake up and start moving around. And, he's got several different patterns. The worst one is where he goes left. But if you're on the right side of the screen, I mean, you can just go around him and go up. Because, like, a lot of times, like, I like I said, I like to enter this, and I like to just go for it regardless. Because there's only that one, and even if he goes left, if you're fast enough, he shouldn't get you. Over on this side. Yeah, I'm just like struggling to get like a variety of RNGs. Like, I want to show them, but yeah, see, because if you're on the right side and he's going like down or right, it kind of, yeah. See, if you like, even if he goes left, like if you're fast enough, he won't get you. So that's why, like, I aim to try to go to the left here and then go here. And then this guy, he can throw javelins, but you can block them with your shield. Alright, so the worst RNG for this guy is if he goes down. Let's see if I can pull that one out. Like, left can be bad because you can go left and then down, I think. Yeah, that's the worst one, because then you can't really just sneak past him. You need to, kind of, like, hit him out of the way if you want to not take damage. But if you're, yeah, you want to stay at the bottom here, and then do that or do that. Like, go from either side there. That one doesn't really matter as much, where you're at, because if he's doing that, like, the squid over here, like, you can make that adjustment that you need to. You have more time to kind of look at the screen if you enter on the right side and see what's going on. If like, the only issue is if the squid goes right, like that, and then you can, but even then, like that, all three of these, like, all these screens, like, aren't really a problem. Like, you can make it damageless, up to, like, 3 screens before the crypt, like, pretty consistently. Like, that's what I'm trying to point out, like, because this crypt is going to be brutal, so, like, the more, like the better you can do in the overworld to this crypt, like, without taking damage. I mean, you can damage boost in some areas just to try to go faster, and, like, if you want. I mean, but at this point, like, with the boots, like, the deboosting isn't even, like, it isn't even, like, justified to save you time after you get the boots. So I like to be on the left side here. And then I like to try to sneak past this crap. Now, he can do that. That's what I was trying to point out. He can do that. Okay, it's rare, but he can do, like, if you're fast enough, it still don't matter. Yeah, if he does that and like you're seeing it, you can go, oh, okay. You can just change your course. Like, oh, like, you can go like, oh no, he's, you know. A lot of times I just commit to it and then I end up just getting fucked. If he does this RNG, because if you, like, see it and you say, oh, okay, like, I'm gonna bail out of it. Because most of the time, he's
like he doesn't even like move until, or he's just like jumping around, or he's like, you know, like he's doing something like that. So, but if you're going for this and then you see that, you can do that, or you have the fire rod out, you can hit him with that. And then this screen, nothing going on, just doing this and doing this immediately. So like those two screens, like you're just wrapping around. For this is where like that iframe thing and like trying to walk through enemies while they're stunned and they don't have a hitbox is a thing. Because this screen can be tricky. What I like to try to do is roll off of this wall, and it allows me to like sneak by a lot of times. And another thing is if you're a beginner, you can go into this cave and there's a save point. You can hit this and you can save it and refill your health. And by going to the title screen and hitting continue, but that's not anything you should be concerned with. You should be going hard because you know all the strats because I showed you. Yeah, you want to try to get through this screen. Like I want to show some different RNGs with it. This screen is tough, especially like when you're first learning the game. You know, and you could just take the hit, or you could like, you just opt to like basically deboost here. It's not the worst trade out because this screen can get like if you just say fuck it, you know, I just want to get there and do that. Let's try to mix it up. But I like to ride that wall like that. If I see an opening and that other guy, like he looks sketchy, looks like he's gonna get you, but if you roll on that wall, by the time he gets alerted, he's not gonna mess with you. Plus, that does another thing that sets up the next screen. Being on that far right side, so you can kind of. Because when you walk up like this, he tries to kind of go after you, so he goes to the right. Okay, and that's crucial. Like that's critical. The guy, this guy up here. See, and I tried to walk through him while his. Okay. Because you can do this, okay, to get by that guy. If you're on the far right, it like forces him. I think these guys take let's see, 1, 2. Yeah, they take what, 5 hits. So that's why you want to try to like sneak by them. Okay, and if you get hit here, that's not the worst thing. Because it's really like the only like major threat in the overworld. Okay, you can do something like that, and you can do this, and get by him. If for some reason like this guy doesn't give you like the good RNG here, and mainly because you're coming up the center and he's just jumping and he's in your way, right? Because if you're on the right side, he's gonna go over. But if he's like that, you can throw a flame up there if your timing is a little bit bad, you can throw an upward diagonal like flame to try to get past that guy. Yeah, but I'm not like I need to get some more variety on that screen, but it's not like the biggest deal. Mainly just know that like you want to like roll up that wall and then do that. And try to mix up the RNG some more. Another thing you do is roll up the left wall. And a lot of times that's fine too. Like if you decide, okay, I don't like what I'm seeing on the right side, I'm just gonna roll up the left side. A lot of times he'll get out of your way just the same. But the issue is when you try to go up the middle here, and you're just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go straight in the middle. Well, he just starts doing that. Like that's what he's programmed to do, is just like block that bridge. So I definitely want to point that out. And at that point, I don't know, you're kind of screwed. You gotta kill him or just take a hit. Yeah, if I see that RNG, even though it looks sketchy, I'll do what I just did there. Right, and I'll do something like that, and then I'll do something like that. So like, I know like when you first start playing the game, you're like, oh man, like these two screens are brutal, but like, there's a way to manipulate the fuzzy on this screen, and then those other guys, like, yeah, there's 4 of them, and they're all like right at the entrance, but they're moving, and if like there's only like a couple of RNGs that are like super, and that's the one where they're like all going up. Like that one might have been rough. That one right there. And even then, like, okay, but I took the hit. Like, I'm trying to find, like, that one again. Where, like... Oh, my goodness. Where they're all, like going up. Like, this guy, okay, if he does that, easy. Okay. Again, easy. Too easy. And sometimes I just say, like, you know, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. And I just say, fuck it, dude. I mean, you're still going to have column fire. Like, unless you lose, like, what is it? 4 hearts of 4 health units. Like, you're still gonna, like, at some point, like, I'll just go, you know, screw it. But a lot of times I can, you know, find a way to not take damage through here. So anyway, that's, just wanted to go into detail with those 2 screens. Because now we're getting into it. This is Crypt 6. It is by far the hardest crypt, like, in the game, probably, period. Like, harder than the other 3. So, when you first start playing, this will probably be a big hurdle. But, let's just go through it as we have been, room by room. So, you go into this room. Most of the time, these guys don't fuck with you. You just go up and go. You want to stay on the right side of this doorway. Okay. There's a chance that, okay, maybe this guy goes up or something.
Small chance, very small chance. Like 90% of the time, this is just a hold up and hold left. Like even though it looks like he's even maybe gonna go up there, he just doesn't. Like this is just a hit the top wall and go left. Like if he's up here, if he is trolling you or something, just throw a fire or whatever. Right? Just figure something out. Here's our first Wizrobe in the game, and basically every time you get either vertically or horizontally in front of him, he's gonna throw a spell at you. He's not gonna do. He's just gonna keep spinning around and rotating around until he gets lined up with you, and then he's just gonna start chucking these, and they do like they hurt. Okay. So what you can do is you can kind of manip him to throw one of those and stay in place, so you can go like, oh, and then come up and get him. It's not so bad when there's just one of them. It's not. And what you really want to do is this right here to that guy right there. And I'll have to light up the room to kind of help out here, because it's a really funky like block pattern in this room. But you kind of want to like get him to throw and then just be just to the left or just to the right of him, and then you're able to throw fire columns or boomerang up like directly at him, and he'll just kind of keep going up and down, because he like it's just like the other enemies where like once they're on that level with you, they stay on that level, but his beam is out of range, and so first of all he's not throwing it, and second of all like he doesn't know what to do, because he's like pretty much lined up with your vertical or your horizontal, but he's just going up and down. So let's get in this. So you do something like that, and sometimes like you'll get that where you can just literally just walk up and throw 3 flames. Right, and then you start heading towards this left, or you want to head left in this category. Okay, but that would be like the pro. So again, just know that this is what this section looks like when you're coming in from the right. You can go all the way up, and you can avoid to the left, right? And you can throw those flames up. But that's what that's the basics of the Wizrobe. A lot of times diagonals are really, really good, and this particular room, you just want to get him, because he's like already like right above you. You want to get him to either just kind of stay going up and down where he's at, and then you come up from the right side and you throw 3 flames up, or if he goes right and starts throwing down, you want to go left and then throw 3 flames up. If he starts to like, if he is not cooperating and he just starts going like left, right, left, right, left, right, and then he goes either here or he goes over here, you're gonna have to like kind of chase after him, and then force him to like throw a shot down, and while he's doing that, you kind of creep up on him and throw some diagonals at him. And that's if it starts to get out of hand. So like here, right? You just kind of do that. Like, it's funny that I was just talking about it and it happens, because that's the ideal scenario in that room. He just keeps going up and down, and starts like where he starts and where his spawn point is, like you're in range if you're on that right side to just throw 3 up and kill him. But he'll a lot of times he'll go over right and he'll throw down, and then his beam like goes right through your fire, and it stops your fire. Like, you can't shoot through his beam. So like that's the main problem here. But yeah, I mean, if he goes right and you just go left and throw up like that, I mean,
most of the time he'll kind of stay in the center, and you can do that, but there's that chance that he kind of just like starts, well, he starts like going left and right, and so if he goes right, like you're gonna want to do that, and just trigger him to do that, and then throw some diagonals upright. But yeah, you can tell I've kind of mapped out. Like, I've done a lot of practice with this dungeon in particular. So, you do that. You go left. For this room, you're just going to keep walking left into these bullets, and then up and left and around. So, like, you do that. If that guy's trolling you, you can either, like, deboost from this. It actually doesn't do that much damage, so you can actually just kind of, like... you can't really deboost because unless you slash your sword, because your shield's gonna block it. But yeah, if he's doing that, you can run back and then like block his shot. A lot of these so if you don't have a ring at this point, like your last resort and your last chance to kind of get it is these slugs. And you can farm the ones in this room. Like you can go around, and I'll show you what the layout looks like. So you're able to like go around the corners of this room just fine, but ideally you want to like just walk straight up to these guys and around them and through like that. So it looks like this, and I'm getting the RNG where that guy just goes down all the time. And see if I can mix it up. Yeah, because that time I got the 2 slugs. I have the 2 slugs to deal with here, so like mostly I just try to get them out of the way. If I don't have a ring, then I'm trying to kill like those 2 slugs. And I'm still not like, I'm at the point where like I'm not doing this where I like go in the room and let me just farm them all up. I just go for it, and I'll go like this, and then I'll like farm, and if I don't get a ring, I don't get a ring. I'll just come back. But that's this room here. You just run through. See if I can mix it up a little bit. Okay, so there I got the one on the bottom to deal with. Big deal. Okay, this room, there's a couple things you can do. I probably should have changed it up, but what I really like to do is try to get this guy to the left. Okay, and then take this guy out. And then here I've got him like grouped up. Like that. Another thing you do is just go right to left. And at some point you're going to want to equip bombs and throw it up there. Now you can also do some stuff where you drop a bomb on these guys, and bombs damage them and swords damage them. You cannot damage these guys with the fire. It is not effective. It doesn't do anything. So you have to use the sword or you have to bomb them. Okay, so at some point, like basically when you're in this room, you want to go over to the bombs. You like, depending on how comfortable you are, you could do some crazy stuff with bombs. I mean, you can like but the problem is you're gonna need bombs. Like the bomb drops at this point, like we're not gonna get another bomb upgrade until the end of the game, like the last crypt in the last section. So the 16 bombs that you have right now are pretty much the 16, like unless you get extra bomb drops, like that's pretty much what you're rolling with. But now is not a bad time to try to, like this is not a bad room to try to throw some out there, like some extra ones out there, because like there's plenty of opportunities to get bomb drops, and we just got like fully stocked at 16. So like, you know, if you get a bomb drop, it's not going to do any good because you're at max. So like, you might as well burn a couple. So, you know, it's not a bad idea to try to, like, because the bomb does 2 damage. Like, it does, like, so if it takes 4 sword hits, you could do 2 sword hits in a bomb. That's close enough radius to kill those guys, right? Or you could do, like, what is it? How many bomb? You can double bomb them, right? So that's just something to keep in mind, because you do need to switch over to bombs, because we need to bomb this. And let me light up the room. There's only those 2 blocks. This is what the room looks like. So we need to bomb the top wall, so the bombs need to come out, and the bombs can do more damage than the sword. So you can kind of like mix and match. You know, your sword and your bomb here. It's just, like I said, be aware that we're not going to be getting a bomb upgrade for a while. So use them sparingly. Like don't just like use all your bombs in this room, basically. Like, don't just like, oh yeah, let me just use all bombs, you know, like. But it's what I'm saying is it's fine to use up to about probably like 5 of them. Like, you could probably let off. So yeah, you can switch bombs. Boom, boom. You know, miss him. And these guys are notorious for dropping wings. So if you still didn't have your wing drop, like, you're probably gonna get it in this room. So that's why it's like not even a, like, don't go out of your way for it, because you're probably gonna get it in this room. Period. Like. Yeah, and you can utilize the blocks in this room to kind of like hit them up against the blocks. If you have a like good idea where they are, so you can pretty much pin them up against walls and pin them up against the blocks. It's pretty helpful. Yeah, it's pretty good rundown of this area. Yeah, if I knew that like their patterns, like they could totally like, cause since it's like a set RNG, like I pretty much know what they're gonna do. And you can choose to kill them now or kill them later. Okay, like when you first come in here, you could come straight up here and just ignore them for now. Okay. That's also an option. Or you could kill, like, the ones on the right side or something. Or, like, if there's, because if there's, like, one, like, way down there and you're like, I don't want to go out there. And, okay, so you kill those 2, right, and you go up here. You can come back to it, and the ones that you killed will still be dead. This room, we definitely need to talk about. These guys, they only have diagonal movements, so you know, they're if you get one of those, that's heavenly in this room, because and then you push that block and you get the big key. So you need to come here and get the big key. And then you leave, and then the guys that you didn't kill will be there, or did kill. I usually just deal with them right away. Okay, and then coming to this room, my go-to in this room is to like go for the guy in the middle first, and then if if the diagonal guys are going towards the center, they're going to run into the flame. Like, that's actually like a really good pattern. It kind of screwed it up, but it's a good pattern because there's two of them that were grouped up. Yeah, you just throw a bunch of fire around, and you kind of want to like everything else, you kind of want to like end up here towards the end and then push down. Like, just like how I was, like I kind of went around the room in a circle, and then I ended here, and he just happened to kind of fall into my lap there, which is good. Okay, and I like typically I go right up the middle here, and if they go up the middle like that, that's usually really good start because I get a couple hits in on. It's mainly just trying to get these guys, and see, like, there's a bomb drop. So if I used, you know, all those bombs in that room, I got a bomb drop there. Like, that's why it's like, okay, it's not a bad thing to just throw like 5 bombs down in that previous room or something like that and just get another bomb drop at some point. If you don't get another bomb drop, you're still okay. Like, you're fine, but you're gonna have to use bombs and in crypts, like, mandatory to get through them, like the one that we threw down here to get up here. So, like, just do so at your own risk, I guess. But in that scenario, with like the double bomb drop there, like, I could have just dropped like 8 bombs in the last room and then just got them all back. So that's pretty much that room. I'll do it like one more time. We'll see what happens. Yeah, you switch over to fire run. Hopefully you still have fire, column fire at that point. If you don't, this room is not particularly that bad with the boomerang. Oh god. They take 4 hits instead of 3. And then, like, another main thing, I guess, is how to, like, navigate where this thing. You can either push it to the right or push it down, and I like to push the block down. And it's right, like, so this is where the doorway is, so that's the left, that's the right, and there's just one tile to the left of the door. So you want to be like one tile to the left of the door, pushed down when you're up here. And I like to push it down because then I can just go right, grab the chest, and then just hold straight left, and then go down and around. Because if you push it to the right, you've got to go down right, grab chest, left, up, left. So it's kind of like it's just more nonsense, like left, up, left, down, right, down, instead of just holding left, down, right, down. It's just a preference, I guess. Like, to do that and then grab the chest, go down and around. Okay. Ooh, see, that's why I like to just open up with the center. If they give me that pattern, I'm just salivating over it. Like, that was a really good, just popped off in that room, if I don't say so myself. And then I'll save it here because I want to light it up one more time in here. You need to push the block on the left after killing all the Dodongos. So whether you decide to kill them before or after, you need to kill them all and then push this block. And it's perfectly lined up with the door is where you want to be. You may or may not be able to see it in the dark, but basically, like, you'll be coming straight down, and then right when you get, like, mid-screen, you hold left. And you can't, like, you don't want to go too far down, because then it won't... Let me see if I can... You don't want to go too far down, because then it won't, like, you don't want to be down here, because it won't push. Like, you'll be doing this in the dark, and you'll be like, God fucking damn it, man, just push the block. If that makes sense. So you want to, like, just line up with the door there, just like this. And then after you push the block, I go up and right, because if you don't do that, if you just push the block and you go right, you're gonna get stuck on this block. So I push the block, I hear the diddly-doo, and then I go up and right, and then right in there. So it looks like this. Right, and then you're back into this room again. You want to do the same thing in this room. If you don't have a ring, you can farm it up. That's your second to last chance to get a ring. And then we're in this room. I'm trying to, like, kind of help visually, because I know I could just do it in the dark, no problem, but, like, that's why I'm trying to light these up. So here you're just going to stay around the edge, and you're going to want to enter on the right side. And it's just like what I was talking about earlier. There's an NPC in here, and if you enter in on the left side, he slowly walks over to him, whereas, like, you have the fast boot speed, so it definitely loses time here. So you want to be on the right side, so there's less, like, forced movement. So you hit the right side of this door in the dark and do that. So it looks like this. So you get through this room, you go up around, and you hit the right side like that. And then you close the text box with 2. Swap over to bombs. You know, if you're comfortable with doing it from back here, do it from here. You can do it all the way up to the door or whatever. It doesn't. But try to, like, because this room's even lit up and everything, so you can see it. But, like, you bomb right there. And we'll go over this room. So this is the final room that you have a chance to get a ring drop if you don't have it. So it has those 2. This is what the room looks like. You've got the 2 snails shooting at you. You've got these 2 slugs that can drop a ring. And you've got these 2 guys just chilling up here. So ideally, you just want to come into the room with your your bombs out. You run either straight right and up usually, because usually this guy's, like, fidgeting around up here, like the blue guy. I'll show you. He's fidgeting around up on top, and you can try to sneak by him like that. You can also, like, go this way. Especially like if you're farming it up for a ring, you would definitely want to go, you know, pull the fire. And if you don't get the ring, you're gonna need the fire wand out anyway. So you come over there, try to, you know, last chance, get your ring, and then come up here, and then if you don't have it, you got to deal with this room with no ring. And this is definitely, like, the worst room in the game. Period. Like, I'm already down to, like, no. If you get one of these, that could be a lifesaver for your run if you didn't have a ring. But if you have a ring, it's gonna look like this. You're gonna go in here, you're gonna equip your ring. You're gonna use the ring in this room like right away, as soon as possible, and it turns the Wizrobes into slugs, and the slugs can also drop rings again. So there's a good chance that you'll get your ring right back, just like that. So it's like, not only does it just make this room easier, it's definitely faster to not have to deal with those Wizrobes and just two-shot those slugs. Like, even with the menu included and everything, it's well worth it. And you have a pretty high chance of just getting your ring right back, because they have a pretty high drop rate on that ring. So that's highly recommended. I do it still. If I have a ring, I'm using it here. This is, like, I find this room harder than the shield room, which is coming up with 4 Wizrobes. I'll show you how to deal with that room, but if you have a ring, just do that. I'll do that again real quick, and then I'll do it without the ring for all you, like, hardcore. Because there's going to be, like, times in a room where you just don't have a ring, and you've got to just ball out. But you got, like, I pretty much just follow this guy, the diagonal guy, and then the slugs are slow movement, so they're not going to get anywhere fast, and you know, so because that diagonal guy can just troll you, so I try to get him out of the way first, and then here in this scenario I didn't get a ring back, so I would just have to eat the fact. There's more opportunities to get rings leading up to the next Wizroad room after that, so let's try what you can do without the ring in this room. So you want to, like, trigger these guys to shoot, and just do your best and if you that would be like a savior. Right. I don't know if I lit the room up yet. Yeah, the room looks like that. It's got the 4 blocks. Yeah. It's pretty easy to lose a lot of health in this room, and that's really bad. It's manageable from here on out with the amount of health I have, but if you're losing like 2 more segments of health, you're fucked. Like, it's already like sketchy as it is if you had to continue with this amount of health. But yeah, I mean, from full health like to like half health, like. But you kind of just, like, you just got to do it, man. You just got to go for it. This is a lot of open space to be dealing with Wizrobes. It's not ideal. There's not a lot of places that they can get stuck. They have a lot of free roam, and they're just throwing magic all over the place. So. Let's try it again. So, yep, and yep, that's just juicy. and just like that, I'm... Oh my, yeah. Again, this is potentially manageable to not lose your run, but that is rough, man. That is rough, so... I'll do it like 2 more times without the ring. I haven't really even honestly got a good one though, except for the one that I got a cop out with the one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, at this point you're throwing your controller up against a wall. You've got the bitch flame and you're fighting Wizrobes. Yeah, your run is fucked, dude. So at this point, if you had the medicine, you'd be using the fuck out of that. Okay. Oh my gosh. I mean, this is where your like sixth sense has to come into play, because you've got to be looking at all kinds of shit. You've got to be looking at that guy going all over the diagonals, and these guys got you horizontally and vertically fucked. At least they're giving me a good pattern in the room prior. It's quite common that you'll go from column flame to boomerang, and that wouldn't even be that bad. Like, I could manage for sure with that, and I just keep it rolling. Okay, so that's enough of that. I mean, you're gonna have to like pray that things go well, and you're just gonna have to just do it. Like, that wasn't too bad. That would be exceptional, but I still lose the column flame in the process. You know, you're keeping your eye out for a ring drop. Yeah, go out of your way to get it. Okay, but we'll move on from that. So that's the worst screen in the game. We got, you know, we're gonna move on. This screen, it's basically all these snakes are boxed in. If you really needed bombs, or what? No, and that's not even bombs. That's the like map. Like, and the map is not required for 100%, by the way, which is what that basically is. Is the if it was, the run would be quite different. Like, that would be a different potential category, like max chest percent or something, or because it basically shows you the empty rooms and the dungeon layout. But that's what's in this room, and all these snakes are just chilling in that pit. So that's what it looks like. But you're basically just gonna want to go left and around. So if you like finished off the last enemy on the left side and you're on the left side, you can go left side like that. It's faster to go right side for a couple reasons. It's less blocks on the, like, for the most part you're just wanting to go right and up like that, and you want to cut it like as close as you can. So like, you want to come up the right side, go like that, and up like that. Like, that's the move that you want to do, basically in the dark though, so it looks like that. Right, and then you get to the screen. So this screen looks like this. You can sneak by the top of these guys if they're on the bottom, and you can sneak by the top of these guys if they're on the bottom here too. So like, if I saw that, I would just clear those guys. Try to get to the right of him real quick. And he's not... They have to be, like, pretty much flush with the bottom, on the top part at least. There's more room in the middle section. And you can hit them down. If they're over here and they're in your way, you can hit them down. Something like that or whatever. But you're going to be dealing with this room in the dark, so if they do that, that's great. If he's in your way, then you can, like, you can gamble, you can be risky. I'm usually risky, so I find myself taking damage in this room a lot, because I just go for it. But yeah, you want to Sneak by. You know, kill him if you have to, if you don't want to take damage. Again, these guys are vulnerable to bombs as well, so if you don't, you could always throw, you know, throw some bombs down, but let's get some. Yeah, so if he does that, I can like try to push him to the right and get around him, or left. And then, like, if they're shuffling up and down, I'll just like kill him. Yeah. Like that one, he was in the middle, just high enough to where I couldn't squeeze by him. The best case scenario is you run up, you run left, you run up, you run right. Like, he's not in the way. See if I can get that. Like, that RNG, you'd have to... Yeah, that'd be rough, dude. Kill all Helmer Rock %, or whatever it is. Yeah. Like, that's my biggest, like, the thing they just have. I just say, I'm just gonna go for it. Like, and I end up losing health, and then I end up, like, dying to the boss, which I worked on earlier before I started this. This is the hardest boss on top of the hardest dungeon. Like, they don't short you here in Crypt 6. But yeah, I'm just trying to give some examples here in this room, like. It's not that much slower. You just go ahead and kill him. I haven't gotten the God RNG where you can just like clear like that. Except for I still had to slash one on the bottom, but you get the idea. Like, I'm basically able to just crop the top there and squeeze by. This stream, all you're doing is holding left. Oof. Yeah, this corner right here, this spot right here is a hot spot where it's really hard because you can't really. When they get cluttered like that, it's really difficult to deal with. That'd be okay, and then of course he just decides to walk up like right when that's a typical room for me, like average. You can just go ahead and do that. Yeah, if he's shuffling up and like I said, I just like to just kill him. We'll continue here. If there might be a pattern where you have to stutter, but I think this is just a hold left screen period. Like, don't go right, because then you'll get. So if you're holding right through the staircase and you keep holding right and you go left, you're gonna hit the staircase and go back up. So make sure, like, when you get here, to stop holding right and then go left. I think that might have been the RNG I was looking for, and I wasn't holding left, where you had to stutter. But it's basically just a hold left screen. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just a hold left screen. Like, we can't touch it. This screen looks like this. You can get these guys to go up. You'll have the you will not have that equipped. You'll have this equipped. So you can throw fire up and try to get them up and out of your way. You can go over the top of these guys, but they can jump randomly at any time. So okay, let's see what we get here. So we go right. I can slash him up. What I like to do is just go for it. like that. You have to get about right here before you start going up. See if I can get some interesting stuff here. So here, they're jumping all over the place. I tried to sneak by like a... But usually, like, I don't know, I just go for it. If I get hit, I get hit. Big deal. I just keep going. That's what I like to do, because I don't like to waste a lot of time. Okay. If you're new and you're like, oh man, like I'm really just struggling with this, or like you took a bunch of damage in to the Wizrobes, you can play this a lot safer. You can like do that to get those guys out of the way. You can just throw flame down like that. But if that's the case and you take a lot of damage, you're gonna have the boomerang. Like that. Okay, so you're probably gonna have this. If you're in a situation where you're sketched out about health, you're probably gonna be down to here. So then it's gonna look a lot more like that. Okay. Yeah, this is... Okay. So it's gonna look, because you're gonna be like maybe in this health range, and you're gonna be like, oh man, I just can't risk it. I can't, I'm gonna lose, even though I risk it anyway. It's gonna look something like that. And you can try, like, you can just basically just either use your sword on him or hit him with the... You just try a sword. You can go like that. You can go like that. You can go like that. The problem with the sword is that they can just still jump on you. I mean, but I would take a one hit in this room. Or like, no, I would not have a problem with that. Like I would be. This would be what I would do. I would just go for it. Right. And then when you're done with this room, line up with the center of this door. Don't go on the left. Don't go on the right. And I'll show you why. Because you have these two like stretchy guys, plus these blue guys can move. They can move in towards the middle. But if you're in the center, chances are they're not gonna like get to the middle. It can happen though. You can really just get screwed. Like, you can just get screwed this whole dungeon. But if you're in the middle and you're just holding up, chances are all you have to do is hold up and you make it to the next screen. There's no problems. But if you're on the left side, like for example, the right side would have been the one that would have got me. Like that, and then you get hit by that. You get hit by this. And you don't want to be taking damage. Right, you get hit by that. This guy's in the middle, so just line up with the center, and just head straight up the middle, and you're good. Okay. If it comes down to it, and they start to like do what they just did, you can bail out of it. But then you're still, like, you're pretty much just, you're gonna have to just take the hit if he does that. I'm not sure, like, how we got that RNG all of a sudden. Like, you're probably just gonna have to deal with it and take the hit, but I just go for it. Straight up the middle. This room... If you have the column flames, good, because it's a kill all these fuckers room. Go left to right, so if they start trying to, like, if they're trying to go to the left, do the same thing I was talking about, like, with pretty much everything else, is just try to force them to the right, because you want to push this block. Okay, so you know, fire up the room, boom, boom. This is actually like really good patterns. It's all just kind of going right. Yeah, if you see a time stop, definitely go for that. But it's not that bad of a room if you've happen to maintain your column fire. You're in a good spot. If you get wrecked, you're gonna have to use the boomerang, and it takes 4 hits. And the problem is if you do these like vertical ones, you can go underneath them just like this. Like that, like it just goes right underneath them. Okay, and again, I kind of went from left to right to finish on a block, but run's not over. You're fine if you have the boomerang fire. Just kind of do the same thing, go left to right. You can have 2 on screen at a time, so it's 4 hits per enemy there. It'll look like that, right? So just try to keep the column flame, because it's like it's got a little bit more of a hitbox to it, even though it's slow and kind of hard to it's hard to guess where these guys are at or where they're going. If you get a health drop in this dungeon, that's always like a lot of times I'll go out of the way for it, because this dungeon is rough. So you kill them all, push the right block, we'll continue. You get to this room, what I like to do is just go ahead and go on the right. Like, I like to push the block, I'm on the right side, so enter the door on the right side. Go slash those guys and walk up like that, okay? If you're a little, like, I go a little bit further to the right just to get... Okay, and then there's also a chance to get a ring here, like that. If you're really wanting to get a ring, you can go around like this, like get the ring, or, you know, farm for it. I wouldn't chase after the bottom left guy. I would just farm this guy, and then farm the top left guy if you have to. But even if I don't have a ring, I do not farm in this room. I just... I do that, and I continue. Looks like... Yeah. That's the problem, is like their beam can be... Like there, it was fine for me to just cut straight over. But I like to do that, okay? And then if I see some of these guys grouping up, I kind of go for the groups first. Try to get that double hit in like I did. And you want to kill... So this room has the 2 blocks in the middle. You want to kill the guy kind of from left to right, because you want to go right here. Yeah. It's fine, I'll save it here. So, you know, kind of see where they're at. I go to the center, and then I kind of go to the left to try to deal with the guys on the left, and then work my way over to the right, where the door, like, get myself lined up with this door. If you're low on health, you got the boomerang for this room. It's not Like, pretty much the same thing. Might even be a little easier to get hits in. Right, and then you go to the right side of the door. If you get a time stop, go, like, by all means, pick that up. I like to throw 2 diagonals down in that room. Let me... And these guys are, like, it's easy to get hit by them, even though, like, it's not like, they hit you, and they hit you harder than you expect, and you start losing health, like, especially if you've already just been wrecked in the whole dungeon. Like, they're surprisingly, like, the ones that creep up on you, and you'll just think you're good, and then they'll just hit you, and then all of a sudden you're like, you look at your health, and you're just like, oh my god, dude, like, this is sketchy. What I like to do in this room is two down. You can get a ring drop there. Bomb. And we need to go down for Hundo. And this is another room with 4 Wizrobes and a lot going on here. You need to kill them all. Another thing you can do in this room is try to go down and around that guy. Like, if you already have your ring and you're... Like, if you have enough, like, as much health as I do and you already have your ring, what you can do is just go down and... kind of try to sneak in there and just get to the door and bomb it like that. Like, that's probably the optimal strat, but a lot of times what I'll do is I'll just come in the room and I'll just take him out, and then I'll, like, get down there and bomb it. It's not too much slower, and it's definitely like you saw there. I just got a ring drop, so if you didn't have a ring, like, that's a great way to get one. Yeah, optimally. Yeah, because, like, the problem is if you go for that and then he starts doing that, like, that's where it becomes, like, the issue. It's like, okay, I'm going for this, but he's trolling. But for the most part, if you just kind of, like, stay up top, he'll kind of come up after you. So you kind of got to delay up there for a minute. I'm going to go ahead and save state there. So if you have a ring, feel free to use it. Also, if you have a ring, you might want to save it. Like, if you had as much health as I have right now, plus, like, this room, like, it looks a lot sketchier than it actually is. Okay. So, what you could do is, if they're going right and left, you can do that. Just stay in the top for a minute, and then once you get it down to, like, the 2 Wizrobes or whatever, like, this room I find a lot more manageable than the other. I mean, yeah, it's a confined space, but it actually kind of works out in your favor because they can only, like, do so much. They can't all just, like, crowd the middle and just start shooting at you. It takes them, like, they have to, like, be here on the bottom to shoot up at you. And even if they do that, you can move left to right. The worst case scenario is there's, like, 2 of them down here shooting up on you, and they're shooting from, like, here and here up at you. But and then the other worst thing that can happen is they don't end up coming left and right up on top, and they just keep going down, and, like, all of them are down on the bottom. That's, like, but if they do that, so you can, and then you can trigger him to shoot, right? and I only took like 1 damage, and I didn't have to like use a ring. So you really don't need a ring for this part. Like if you're low on health, then I kind of like I get it, but at the same time, like I don't know, like it. I don't know. I kind of try to see what they're doing. If they give me a pattern like that, I'm eating it up all day, and I'm not even using them. But if they, let's see, yeah, see, that's like worst case scenario. You got those 2 guys shoot, but even then, like, okay, and then you end up in a situation like I'm not even gonna take the time stop because I'm trying to like kind of just show you what you can do. So, like, I had a bunch of health. It got kind of ugly, but I saved myself from using the ring, and it wasn't like too much slower. So alternatively, obviously you have the ring, you use the ring, you go to this, and then you see if they drop a ring, which they did, which is pretty common. So it's not like I guess ideally, like, your luck is just great and you just get all these ring drops and, you know, everything's good. But the thing is, like, you can do that, you can use the ring, and then you don't get another one. And that's where the problem, like, it kind of comes up. And it's really, like, it's not that big of a deal to use a ring here if you know what you're doing. I think it also matters, like, probably where you enter the. Okay. So that happened. Okay, I took 1 hit. And I chased him. And then also, when you defeat all the enemies, there's 2 ways to get in here. You can push that block, or you can push that block, and you can push it either way. So if you kill the last Wizrobe on the left, you want to push that block and go in here. The chest is actually closer on the right side, so ideally, like, if everything just kind of goes your way, you know you're hitting those Wizrobes up, and then the other one they both kind of come down here, and then you push this to the left and you come up and grab the armor. If you don't have column fire and you go in here, it's possibly even easier. But I usually camp the top until they start trolling like that. See, and then so either way, like, there's ways to deal with this without having the ring. Okay, and then you can, if I kill him on the left, I grab it like that. Let's do it with the column fire again, and that's call it. Yeah, but if they're giving me that pattern, I mean, that's juicy. Like, especially if they do that, that's fine. I mean, if they give me a stopwatch, I'm using it. And I guess, like, as a visual cue, it's 2 tiles left of the door on each side. So when you're in here in the dark, When you go like 2 from the bottom, like, or like, so you go up here, hold left, and push the block, grab the chest, and then you go over a couple, like 1, 2 tiles over pretty much, and you come up and around here. Like, ideally, you finish them off in this corner, and then you push block left and grab that, and you go around here. But if you finish them off down here, you're gonna push that, come over here and grab it like that. It doesn't really matter which way you come up out of here. The slugs are 3 shots with the boomerang, which not really much else to say about that. You're just coming up here, and if you use the ring in that room and then you didn't get a ring drop, you can kind of like farm. You can farm these guys for another one. Like hit there, I would have got it, and but I don't like. I don't need it. There's a pretty high drop rate. Like basically, like those 4 Wizrobes that turn into slugs got a pretty high chance for giving you back a ring, and then if that fails, like those guys are pretty likely to get a ring. But it happens where you just don't get it and you get screwed. All right, let's whatever. This room, if these guys get in the way, I like to just go ahead and deboost off of a arrow. It doesn't do that much damage. If they are out of the, like one thing I really like to do with this room is just go ahead and deboost off that. And just like if I have as much health as I have now, I'm saying who cares, dude? I'm just deboosting off of that. Like get it and go. Like that's gonna happen. Like this is gonna be the most consistent thing. Now, if you're standing on the wrong tile, like I think it's like there, you'll like block that, or you'll stand. You can stand right in between these arrows and not get the deboost. I've had like that. I just kind of found out. Like there's a like money pixel where you just don't get hit, and you can also like pretty much just deflect all these arrows with a shield. So you're not really worried about these. I know it looks like threatening with all these arrows flying, and they don't even damage you that much. So like the arrows like don't worry about as much as these guys. If you take a direct hit from these guys, you take a good chunk of damage, and a lot of times they just kind of hang out on the top. But best case scenario, they both go down and out of your way. See if I can get that RNG. Like that. Well, and then of course it fucking goes up. Yeah. I mean, you'll enter the room, right? And these guys will be out of your way, and you can just walk through like that, right? But like I said, like even if I'm low health, I'll still probably do this because this is gonna guarantee that you just get through there and get through there quick, and that's what we're trying to do. Is just go fast. So I recommend that. And then when you get to this room, I recommend just doing that and deboosting through there. Yeah. So I got on a pixel that wouldn't deboost me there. Yeah, just go ahead and do that. And do that. And move on. Like it does not, like you can see, like I didn't even lose like anything for my health because it just does so little damage. And that deboost is well worth, like even if you're low health, it's worth. But yeah, I like to stand like right on the bridge there. I'll try to break that screen down a little bit more. We're good on this screen. So when you get to this screen, I mean, you can block these, and you know, the thing is, like, you're probably like when you go to swing at these guys, like, you're probably gonna take damage from the beam anyway. I mean, you could kill them and get them out of the way. I mean, first of all, it's slow. Okay, that's the first main issue here. To just like do that, that's slow. Second of all, like, just why? Like, when you can just do that, just do that. Period. But I like to just kind of like stand on the bridge. Because if you're here and you take damage, like, you can still make it, but you get that juicy, like, deboost through the enemy like that, right? Or you could just go all the way over here, but the thing is, like, you're getting more distant, you're getting more value for your deboost there, because it's just putting you like right on to where you need to be. So I do that, right? Okay. Let's go ahead and like save state before this stupid room. So this room, you've got like blocks all up in the middle like this. You've got 4 of these assholes. If you have column flames, it's ideal. You 3-shot these guys, but the boomerang works like just as good, but you just have to hit them 4 times. You kill them all, and then you push this block here. So it's like really easy to kind of line up with that, because you can. Let's see if I can explain it. So like, I mean, because you'll a lot of times roll off of this, right where you need to be to push this to the right. You can push it up from here. It's a little bit harder to find, and then you can push it like to the left from here, but you don't have anything to really line up with. Whereas like here, you can just like basically like you can do your business, kill them, like line up with that. So I use this a lot to push this over. Just kind of throw it in the dark mode. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the fire columns are good and great and all, but it's a lot harder to get hits in on these guys sometimes, especially when they're like running away from you. So like what I'll do is I'll kind of like see how you can see how I'm sliding off that, and I can just hold right and know that I'm like right there. And this is where you want to be if you're gonna do that. If you're gonna push it up, it's like right about there. I already pushed it to the right. So there's that. I don't even know. Try to take some damage here. If you have the boomerang, it's gonna look like this. You're just gonna go in there with. Which a lot of times this is what I have in here, because I take a lot of damage in the dungeon. So a lot of times you'll be at this level of health, and then you're you lined up, you push the block. That spawns a staircase in the top right. That's going to lead to the final room of the dungeon, or the crypt. If you have less than like 4.5 units of health, you're not going to be able to do the quick kill on the boss. So what you could do is you could bomb this right wall, and you can go straight right here and bomb this. And then you just, it's really similar to another like kind of layout, but like the one with the mushrooms. It's a dark room, so you go like up and right, and you can grab this chest, and then you can go like right underneath the chest, go left, or you can from the chest you can go left, and that'll give you a medicine. And so, like, that's another reason why it's like, like you could get that medicine at the beginning of the game, but the thing is, like, if you really need health and you're in a race or something, like, or if you're doing a no reset run, you just grab this medicine here, and that'll fill you up to full health. And what, like, typically if you're really that low on health, what you could do is bomb that door. Let's see. Like, if you're just, like, getting absolutely just destroyed in this crypt, and you have, like, this much health, and you're, like, beeping it up, you know. Like, you don't want to fight these guys with that flame, so what you could do is just go straight right. You head straight over here. You know, and then get your medicine, heal up. And then fight these guys with a better flame, which is definitely better than using that, like, diminished shit flame. And if you're that low on health that you have that diminished flame, then you don't have enough health for the quick kill. And, like, you do if you have, like, the 3.5 health units, but you can't take damage in the next room, and you have to have, like, a perfect fight. So it's, but you want to roll deep, and you don't want to go to that disgraceful medicine room. You want to just have enough health at this point. Yeah, and have a nice little party there, but I like to line up just like that, boom, boom, and then you can go up against the right wall, you push that, you go up here, you go here, press up, hit the staircase. This is just a hallway. Save it. I'll just show it. It's got staircase in the top right, staircase in the top bottom left, so you kind of see what this guy's doing. I think he can hit you, and then if you end up going back into the staircase, it forces you to push the block again to spawn it. So you can go, like, straight down, but then I'd have to stutter. So a lot of times I kind of just see what he's doing. I go left and down. A lot of times I think it just open up with left and down, but you can. I don't think there's really a pattern that he can hit you with if you go left down, and you'll hit the staircase, and here you are, boom, and then there's this room. So with this room, you have a couple options. If you have a ring, you can use it. It turns these two Wizrobes into slugs. This is a Wizrobe room that has fireballs coming at you. And you know, if you use a ring, there's a good chance you can get another ring from the slug again. So, and there's plenty of opportunities to get another ring after this, but yeah, if you use a ring and just kill those guys, that I find this room worth it more than the armor room. Like, that's what I would definitely recommend. If you have it, just go ahead and use it. And then when you like, this is what the room looks like. You don't want to go back down the staircase. You've got these constantly flying at you, but you want to hit the door. It really doesn't matter if you hit, like, if you start in the middle or the left, but I usually go from the right side going into this boss. Before we jump all into that, so if you don't use the ring, you kind of want to just shuffle Like here, I wouldn't really need to use it with the amount of health I have. I think it's more of a like how much health do I have type of thing, and this is still plenty. But you're basically juggling these guys while keeping an eye on the fireball. So like, I technically like I base it off of my health. Like I said, if I have low health, I'm not really that comfortable with this room without a ring, because I know that okay, I need to use like a D boost on the boss coming up. But if I have as much health as I have plenty of health. Okay, I mean, not the greatest. That could definitely do better. Like you can go damageless. I'd like to show off one damageless scenario here. Yeah. Ooh. Oh! Just like that, baby. It's a lot of, like, trying to get around fireballs, which is why I kind of, like, I prefer the ring if I can, because it just makes that room a lot easier, and it's definitely a lot faster to just kill the slugs. And you don't have to worry about the fire. The only thing you really have to worry about is the fireballs at that point when you use the ring. But that's an example of that. Let's go ahead and if you had boomerang fire, that's not too bad either. Because there are like scenarios where you would not have a ring here, and you just have to take this. Okay, that's just cheating, dude. If you get the stopwatch, because then the fireball stop. Nothing like trying to take damage and you just literally can't. Okay. So... okay, just make it happen. This health would be fine. This health would be fine. This health would be fine. Once you get to here, it gets sketchy. This is the minimum requirement for health. If you have this much health, you're fucked. Runs over. Okay, good enough. Save it. So I like to go in on the right side. This is, what is it? Poverty Trinex or Turtle. This is the hardest boss in the game. I'm gonna show you my strat. Because he's got these 3 heads. You have to hit the head, they'll start to come off. You can force them to come off. You can throw fire at them to get them off. You can do all that. Okay. So I like to enter in the right side. I like to deboost, hit that. Deboost, hit that. That will work, but I took more damage than needed. Hit that. Come over here. Oh god. So I took a shit ton of damage that was unnecessary there. And you want to have like probably about a unit and a half minimum, because there's this room after you kill him. So you got to get through this. Like after the hardest boss, they give you one more. Like this dungeon is just loaded with. Like they're not messing around anymore when you get to this dungeon. Like you hardest dungeon, hardest boss, and after you beat the hardest boss, the hardest like trial to get to the chest. Like, they throw a couple slugs at you. Which, after you beat that boss, you're probably low on health and don't have the fire rod to just hit him. You probably don't have call and fire for, like, indefinitely. Alright, so what you want to do, so we'll just take it like one thing. So first thing you want to do is go right, and then go up, and then boost into him, and then while you're boosting into him, like, slash your sword. So like that. Okay, and then while you have the iframes, you're going in there, you're taking the second hit, and then you can... This one's actually a lot cleaner. Okay. That one was substantially better. I took less damage. So, 1, 2, and then just kind of wait there. Like after you hit the two heads in the middle, you just kind of like wait here. Okay, and if that happens, you're gonna have to take another hit. Okay. Like, it'll still work, but if you didn't have the health for it, you can't take that hit, and you're screwed. Your run's dead. Yeah, and if that happens, you're also just kind of screwed. At that point, just good luck. You gotta... Like, if you have the health for it, sure, you can just kind of put yourself in there and... Yeah, I mean, if you don't get the quick kill, like, it turns into something like that, and your run's, like, you've lost a bunch of time, and your PB pace is fucked. So you want to definitely practice the shit out of this. Okay, and the thing is, like, where you are is where the turtle's going to go. So if you enter in on the left side, the turtle's actually going to go, like... He's going to go straight down. So if you enter in on the right side, he's going to kind of like start by going down and right a little bit. So this all matters, okay? Okay, but any of the three, like, you can enter in the middle. Okay. See what I'm trying to... You can enter anywhere and still get this. The main thing is you want to be, like, in the middle, like right underneath him, or to the right and underneath him a little bit. You don't want to be to the left at all. You don't want him to come left, because you want to take those two heads to the... And it actually gives you a little bit more room on the right side if you're actually to the right a little bit. During... Let's see. As you do that, you do that. Okay, so this part right here, you hit one, and then... Like, if you go there to the left, this is what the problem is. He's gonna be on that left side, so that's not good. So I know, like, you see the heads and, like, you want to, like, go... But you have to delay there and wait. And you can... If you have the health to burn, you could get away with sloppiness, but if you don't have the health to deboost... You would not be able to do, like, what I just did. gosh. It was going well. The problem with that is now he's too far to the right, so I'm going to have to do something like that. Like, that wasn't, like, the worst case. Like, mainly, like, the most important thing is getting these two heads. See, if you go... That was me going too far left. But what you want to do is go boom. Well, that is a dead run. Like, you kind of want to stay patient there before he starts coming down. You can kind of just sneak by the top, like right where his shell is. Okay. And that was a little bit sloppy where I ended up taking damage at the end because it wasn't... Like, if I didn't have the health to spare, I'd be fucked. But if you do have health to spare, you can kind of do it the way I just did it as well, where you take that extra hit. And that's like 2 extra hits there. That's like... The thing is, like, a lot of times you'll be on a run where you don't have the health to be doing that. And this is just kind of flexing with the amount of health I have, which you would set, like, rarely would you have this much health towards the end. Okay. Okay, I went too far left too soon. But it may be salvageable. See? But he's probably gonna reach me on this end. I mean, again, that's if you have the luxury of having that much health. And I think there is a way to... Okay, there's a way... to not... So if you're really low on health... that one's mandatory, that one's mandatory. You can, like, just so happen to squeak by the bottom there and not take that third hit. So you can actually just get away with, I think, getting hit twice. I'd like to see if I can show that off. Yeah, this is the most difficult boss, so... See, like, if you do that in a run, you're screwed. You just lost 40 seconds at least. And that's if you survive. I know there's a way to do it. And I might have to enter in on the left Yeah, I don't like the left side. Try the middle. I know. I just want to do it like one time. That might have been what it was, is that I was able to, like, hit the, like that. Ooh! Oh! I had it! I had it. one damage. Okay. That's if you're, like, really scraping on health. Ah. See if I, like, let me see if I can recreate that, because that was... So this is the on a budget with your health strat. You nick the top there, you hit that. You're able to squeak by underneath there. Like, that was a 2-hit example, but you can get, like, this is. I don't recommend it. But it's an option. There I almost got the 1 hit. It was a 2-hit. So you can do that. Do that. Ah. Like that. Well, I still took damage from earlier. Ah. Come on, dude. Like, one time I want to do a 1 damage fight. Oh well. It was close. Ah! Okay, that's fine. It's worthy just to know, because like if you let's say, okay, because this is why I'm like stressing this. So if you had like 1.5 health or 2.5 health, like if you came into the fight looking like this. This is why I'm like trying to stress it. So like if it came down to it, and you were on the run of your life, but you just were taking that, you were just deboosting all over the place. and you came in the fight looking like this. Okay, you'd also have to get through that. That's the reason why you'd want like another health, but you can get past that part. Plus, there's a way to do it with 1 damage. But it's kind of like like if you have the health, there's no reason like not to. Because it's just risky. I mean, because ideally you just go ahead and do this. You go, no. See, now I don't need, like I'm getting so mixed up. You just. And it's just, like, way out. Like, there's no way. There's just no way you get screwed with that much room. But that is, like, it... Right, I mean that's the normal strat, but this is the try hard, take no damage, take 1 damage strat. Ah. Ah, come on, dude. I just want to get the 1 damage 1 time, man. That was close. Right, and you do that. You get that easy dub. I actually, like, I had it started, and I like messed up on an easy part of it. It's just hard to like get yourself in there and then out of there, like. That's it, baby. 1 damage, baby. Yeah. And then, I would recommend deboosting there. And just taking that. I had to get it in one time. I had to just keep going for it until I at least displayed it, like showcased it. Just, like, had to do it. Well, we can continue now. That's taking 1 damage, and then if it really came, like if you had 1.5 unit of health, you could get through that fight, and then like I've gotten through that room with the slug, which I lit it up right. I hope I explained the slug room like properly. Because I do have another extra save, like, here, I think. Where are we at? Like 15? Yeah, 15. So this room looks like this, right? You got these 2 fireballs just coming at you. What I like to do is try to get the deboost like that and then just come straight up. That's like my go-to in that room, but if you're like, if you don't get that RNG, you kind of got the one that I had a minute ago. Like this, you might need to like take 2 hearts of damage, or if you can't afford that, stand here, wait on the bridge where you can't get hit by the slug, and just take 1 from the you take 1 hit like this and sneak past. Like that'll ensure that okay, you only get hit for 1 damage. But if you have half a heart and you need to make, or half a health, and you need to like basically do that, you can sneak by. And not, you have to get lucky, because you have to get a good pattern with the slug, and you have to not be assaulted by fireballs to be able to get through that. So you'd have to do that. Like if you had 1.5 health and you got through Turtle with the quick kill and you made it through that room, dude, all of my respect would go to you, because that would be insane. Like I just basically laid it out that you can get through the Turtle with only 1 deboost and get the quick kill and make it through the slug room. But if you did all that in 1 run, man, like, whew, and it was world record, like, whoa, oh yeah, rolling, dude. All right, so let's keep it moving here. Only 3 more crypts, so easy. So now we're gonna head this way and go down and left. And before I get too far into it, now that we just beat Turtle Rock, we just got another unit of health, and when we have this amount of health, we have what's called the Good Fire, and this goes like a lot faster than the other one, and when it reaches its destination, it kind of explodes at the end there. It does a tremendous amount of damage. It goes through items and enemy attacks. It just goes through everything, and it's like stacks, so you can do like 3 in a row, and it like that. So if you take any bit of damage at all, period, in this section, you lose the Good Fire. So this section of the game, the overworld and the crypt, you have to go entirely the whole way through without taking any damage at all whatsoever. And that's So, like, not only did you have to just complete, like, the hardest crypt in the game and the hardest boss and then, like, squeeze past that. Now, we can't take damage at all, period, or we lose the good fire. Like, you can still keep going. You could finish the run without the good fire, but, like, it's not good, so. On our way to Crypt 5, which is the 6th crypt that we're going to be doing. We go around this corner here, and then we get these 2 crabs right here. This screen is, like, notorious. Like, okay, you just do all that, and then you get to this screen, and then you get hit on this screen. Because if I were to go straight left, I would have got hit there. So you just go right, you go down, you go left. Right. What you want to do is just go straight left like that, right? That's what you want to do. But chances are he could jump up, and you kind of got to be ready for it. Like, and if you're going for it and you're committed, like, you could just take that hit. So what you could do is you could go for it, you can get it. You can go for it, you can not get it, and your run's dead. You're losing over 40 seconds on this segment. Or you could throw some fire at him. You could kind of line up here. You could throw down, so that kind of no matter what he does, he's gonna get out of your way. To be safe. I want to get one where he, like, either jumps up or just kind of stays up. Like that, and you'll be able to squeak by with that RNG. The one where he jumps down is, like, the best RNG. If he goes left, that's fine. If he just stops randomly and then jumps up if he's going left, that could be a problem. See and you can wait for it, and that would be safer. I mean, if you drop the fire and you go immediately, you might have to, like, just do that. What I usually do is I just go for it, because I'm crazy like that. But if there's a sign that, okay, like, he's gonna. Like, he's gonna get ready to jump soon. Like, what you could do is stutter there. Which means, like, okay, wait and see what he does, and then keep going. And if he's gonna go up, like, you go here, you stutter here, and you keep going. Like, when he'll give like a sign where he's about to move, I guess. Stutter, like, right here. I want to see the pattern where he goes up. Right, and then you just go down and left if he does. That's what you do. And that stutter kind of allows you to see what he does, and you go from there. That's that screen. Like I said, you could just go for it. Be crazy like I am. You could just go, oh, yep, I just did that dungeon. I don't give a shit. I'm going for it. And then you come up here. This screen, it's got those guys on a static pattern. You can just go up. You can go left and up here, and you can just go for that. You can go up from the right side. You can kind of get a visual of what's going on, and then go up around. I'm looking for one where they're a little less cooperative, like that, and then you can go. You can, you can use that good fire at any time. It just bully the enemies. At this point. And you want to keep that as, you know, that's like essential. Okay. So you can, like, kind of go about the screen and say, oh, well, he's doing that, so I'm going to do this, and he's doing that, so I'm just going to go underneath him. You just got to eyeball this one. I think my strategy and what I just kind of go by is I go up here and I just go for it, and if that guy goes down, okay, then runs over. But I just kind of go for it like that. Yeah, and you could do some stuttering. You can just throw some fire out, like you can just say, you know, screw you guys. You know, I'm throwing flames. Or you just go for, okay, you know, I don't value my short life, and I'm just gonna go for it and do what I do and just get hit by him. You can kind of do that and also stutter before you hit the corner, like okay, see, and make an adjustment, or an appropriate adjustment. That's the smart thing to do. And just go, oh, okay, what's going on? Okay, he's doing that. Okay, you guys get screwed. You can try that right side. Oh, he's doing that. Okay, fine. Like, honestly, that's not, like, that right side seems pretty good. Because you have a minute to just see it, and then if he's going to do that, you can just throw the fire up. I'd definitely say this right side is safer. Gives you time to see it. But even if you get hit by an arrow, you lose your good fire. So we get to this screen. Okay, we're on this screen. You can just hold straight left and just go for it. Like that. You can make an adjustment to whatever he does. There's usually enough time to see what's going on by the time he gets the crab. You could throw some fire down just to make sure he doesn't, like, start walking up randomly or something. But yeah, if he does that, okay, I'm just gonna go around, and then this screen, as long as you brush up, like you roll on the corner, you're fine. So you roll. Like, you could stutter here, but you don't. It's not necessary because you can just do that every time. You just have to be far enough left, but not too far. If you go too far left, you're gonna hit him. So you want to just roll, go into it. This screen, you just want to get ideally to the left here and go down. Because there's a lot, like they can do a lot of that nonsense, and you just throw a fire at them. Yeah, if they're giving me something like that, I'm gonna have something to say about that. Throw some fire. Okay. So you just react to what they're doing. If he goes, like, up, like he's kind of going up there, but you just kind of go left and around. Pretty much you're seeing what may be the worst of it, which is, like, everybody just go towards where I'm trying to go. And then just throw a fire. that's a pretty bad one. And that's, see, run over. You could just go for it. There's really like no room to go for it. And when you get to this screen, you want to throw flame down the middle like that, and just kind of go like that. Man, yeah, that's. You could, there's another thing that you can do, and now that we have the good fire, you can utilize the iframes of enemies to try to run through them. So, like, if this guy is, like, right here, I could throw the fire. It's hard to keep the good fire and then try to show, like, get him down in there. Like, if this, for example, if this guy is blocking the exit, maybe. Go down. I know you want to. Maybe it's just not in his course, but you can basically throw a fire and then walk through him like that. And you can do that with pretty much any enemy right now. But you can't just like willy-nilly it. It's kind of tight and it's sketchy, especially right now when if one hit and you're done. It's more so for the next segment, but yeah, I mean. Anyway, just go down. If you lose the good fire, go watch Vonnie's tutorial. And even then, I think he just keeps it, so just don't lose the good fire. If you lose a good fire, reset your run. You can throw down here. This screen, I've got a lot to say about. Because you've got some options with that screen. This screen, basically just get through it. Seen enough of it. There you kind of want to line up with the middle, like I said, and if he goes over, you can throw diagonally down. Just kind of go after him, and that's why I was kind of trying to explain that, because what you could do is you could try to sneak past him like that. That's sketchy as fuck. But you can try to like walk through his hitbox like that. It's do it at your own risk. If you get hit just once, it's like rip. But that is a possibility. You could go for that. And it's a little bit faster than like waiting for him to die. She got like here I'm just waiting, right? But optimally, I mean, you'd just be walking through. Kind of like that. Like, you would just go for it. This screen, like, you could ignore this guy, go straight down, kill him, kill him, kill him. You want to kill as many enemies as possible on this screen, because when you come back, they're going to be there, and the certain ones are going to be there. If you kill 3 like I just did there... Okay, like that's the standard for that. Okay, let me... Say here. So like, okay, let's say I just go down here. I kill him. I try to ignore this guy somehow. Right. When I come back to the screen and those 3 there was 3 enemies left alive. 3 enemies spawn. So then he's on the screen, he's on the screen, and he's on the screen. So it's worth it on this screen in particular. Just go ahead and like try to pick off all the enemies. If anything, you can skip 1. You can ignore the guy on the fish guy. You know, you can leave him alive. When you get to here, swap the bombs. Bomb the front here. 1, 2, go up. Grab the fire shield, which is an optional, like it's 100% exclusive item. You don't see these screens in the other categories. Okay. And then when you're coming out of here, you're holding left. Because I didn't kill the fish guy, I mean, I'm going to switch over to fire rod. There's this guy right here, which is not the worst of it, because he's always right there, and you can just hit him with the single or double. Kill him, and then you've got a free exit out. Now, alternatively, you throw the fire there, throw the fire there, throw the fire there, kill literally everything on that screen. I might as well save it. So here, let me just go over this again. You equip the bombs. You want to be at the top of the screen. Go right, drop bomb. 1, 2. Like, delay your hit. Sometimes, like, you could just get away with 1. Like, drop bomb, 1, up. You could go for that. Or you could go for the 3, like, initiate it. Make sure that he's not going to mess with you. Another thing is sometimes his AI is just going to come straight left, like that. Then a double is like necessary. You're not going to be able to single that one. You just want to be aware of like him, because he can give you that pattern. You get the fire shield, you come out, you hold left, and because we killed all the enemies on the screen, you can just go straight down here, and that guy's not spawned. Okay, so that's another option. When we get to here, we'll switch over to the fire rod, throw up, and you probably do a couple up. So you come up here, swap the fire rod to see what's going on. Probably throw a couple up, maybe a third one. You usually get him if you throw straight up, and you're also hitting him with one if you are to the right of here and you throw up a fire rod shot. Yeah, I'm used to having like fire rod equipped. Sometimes he goes right, and then you can just ignore him if he's like far enough right like that. If it doesn't kill him, or if he's just bugging you and you just can't cope, you can throw a fire rod shot up right. And do something like that. Let's go to the next screen. Usually you'll be entering from the left here, like this. Maybe this guy's shuffling around and you had to like throw a fire rod up and go to the right. There's a guy's up here or something. Usually you're coming right up here. You can throw a flame and you can block that arrow. He's like 9 times out of 10 he's going to be chucking arrows at you. You can not flame at all and just kind of go with it. I like to throw one up. You could risk it and see if I can get and just run up and hope that the shield like blocks, because when he's throwing, like you're able to block it if you do it right by not pressing right into it. Like that. The problem is if you lose that gamble, and you get hit, you don't have your good fire. So it's a calculated risk, you know. Come on, throw it. Okay. Like I'm winning those gambles. But most of the time, like I'll take the extra, like time to kind of turn right into the or turn into the arrow. All right, so you get to here now. Both of the you can flame both of these pillars here. I usually go for the left one, so 3 to the right. So I go up here, and you know, so if everything like goes like just really well, like you can just walk straight up. And you're like right in line, and you can just flame that up, and then you want to go left. But the way this is set up, like I'm kind of like, you can either readjust, you could just go for the 4th pillar. I mean, that flame's gonna get him out of the way regardless. Yeah, you can do something like that, whatever, just come through here. And then you can stutter there and just hold a straight left. That's a possibility. Depending on what they do. If he's coming straight right or straight left, if he's doing that, that's not happening. It's just not happening. So what I would normally do is like throw a flame down, and then if he's just bogarting the exit there, you can double flame him. Probably like you probably have to do it if he's doing that. Like I'm just gonna do that. Another thing you can do instead of doing double flame, if you feel confident and he's doing that, do what I said earlier, and you can throw a flame down. You can walk through his hitbox. Yes, it's sketchy in a way, but at the same time, if you know what you're doing and they're right next to the exit, you can usually do that pretty like cleanly without too much of a hassle. Now, the problem with this guy in particular is he throws arrows, so like you can go for that and you can go through him, but he's throwing an arrow like while you're trying to go through. It's happening. Like you're doing that, and you see all that arrow, and that arrow just happens to hit you. You're screwed. So that's the risk there. Like like I wouldn't be too scared to do that. If it wasn't for the arrow, because you can pretty cleanly get that fire and hit him, you know, accordingly, and then walk through his hitbox. But yeah, it can be sketchy. I mean, ideally they just do what they're doing there, you know, and you can just like hold left after like a little like see that he's going down, block his arrow, just hold left, like cool, awesome. But yeah, you do want to like wrap right around this corner and then just see what's going on. Now if you get too close, then boom, and then I lose my good. See, I don't have my good fire. Just one little arrow. And then here you want to drop a couple flames down. Maybe a third one. You don't want to go on this stair. There's a staircase that spawns here if you use the fire, and you don't want to like cut it so close where you get in here. I don't know what this guy does. Oh, he gives you 1,000 gold. Okay. Yeah, you can do something like that there. So, depending on what happens on this screen, we'll try to mix it up again. Okay, so you can just get around him. You can go for that. You can not go for that. Your choice. And you can throw as many flames down as you want. You definitely want to throw flame on that screen. Okay, and you may be able to get away with one, like that or something. You're just saying, oh, okay, or maybe do a second one. Same thing applies where they're like you could try to sneak by their hitboxes, or play a little risky with it, but it's really difficult to pull it off there. Okay, so you get in there. Let's see if I can get some other RNG. Yeah, like I'm comfortable with doing that. I mean, if you are doing your run, you're like, oh man, I really just don't want to get hit. You can just like throw fire like that, make sure that they're dead. But I kind of try to cut it close and follow behind the fire and do something like that. That's pretty much that screen. I haven't really gotten like RNG where they're just like totally trolly, but if they are, you can pretty much just do what I should. You just throw the triple fire down. You're good. So when you get to here, these guys, if I get that pattern, I'm throwing fire down like that. Okay. Where the squid goes right. If I get this pattern, I'll try to sneak by like that. And that's pretty much like the only, maybe I'll throw a sword in there if it looks sketchy. That pattern is free. But yeah, if normally I'll just go for that, right? If I get this pattern here where they're going right, I come up, I throw the fire down, I get to here. Okay, and if you made it this far with your fire, good job, congratulations to you. This is a spot where it's pretty easy to lose your fire on this next screen. Like for the most part, you should be able to make it up this part, but the part where the bridge gets sketchy and the guys throwing arrows get sketchy. But if you made it this far, good job, good stuff. What I like to do is just 1, 2, 3, full bomb, 1, 2, like keep him at bay and then go in. Okay, it's nice and safe, it's good. What you could do is just say screw all that, I'm gonna go for it. See what they're doing and then drop the bomb and then just go straight in. That's a little bit faster. And I go for that from time to time too. I go for it. Which another thing, I mean, you could just try to ball all out and like see what other, and just like go straight in for it and go for it. But it's sketchy. Do it at your own risk. Like you can kind of just react and then just go straight to bomb and just go for something. The safest thing that I kind of came up with is you just come from the right side. You go 1, 2, 3, pull bomb. And you can just get in there and you can get in there clean. But again, you kind of want to like come up here, see what they're doing, and you like you could get away with that on that RNG. See if I can maybe get some different RNG like that one. That one is the one you need to watch out for, is when they go down a little bit and then they go right, because then you can't hit them with your sword. You could throw the flame down if you get it in time. Yeah, because that one, like, okay, you could always just kind of throw flames and do a little combination there. But again, I kind of like the 1, 2, 3, and like if my pace is insane, I don't want to be messing around there and losing my run. So just go for something like that. But then again, like, I don't know, like, it just depends. It depends on how I feel. If I'm feeling ballsy, I'll just go straight to the bombs and go for it. Right, because you do have those frames where you can get in there and they have their iframes going. Let's see if stay open. Okay, so you go in here. You're gonna swap back to the fire rod. You're gonna throw one up left. Try to get that Wizrobe and this guy. Oh god. Or you can just throw one straight left. Kind of get. Just start throwing flames all over the place. Just bottom line. But I like a nice solid up left there, because that killed that guy and it killed the Wizrobe. You just come in here, boom, boom, and maybe if he's fucking around, boom, and clean up. But my initial strat is just, throw it up there, throw it up there. Go for that. If he gets away from me, then clean up. But let's see what I get here. Okay, so he's going up that time, so maybe I'll go after the Wizrobe, do something like that. Just adjust to the enemy and what they're doing. That time he went up. If this guy goes right, I'm going up. I'm throwing up left, because the Wizrobe's gonna follow suit. He's just gonna come after you. So, and if he went, what was it, up that time, I decided, okay, I'm just gonna go left, throw the flame, get the Wizrobe, come around here, get these guys, and that guy just happened to be going right. If he's going left or he's going down, if he goes down and you're going left and you throw that flame, it's a good chance you hit that other guy and the Wizrobe, and then you come up after that guy. If he goes up, you're gonna throw left. He's gonna be up here somewhere, and you can throw the fire over. Let's see if I can get like one more. Yeah, here I'm throwing up left. Okay, the Wizrobe's kind of doing that, but he went straight into my fire. That almost killed this guy. So I was almost right on my read, but I needed to maybe stand back a little bit or go down a little more. Or throw a second flame. Yeah, like with this pattern. Boom, up left every time. Do that. Like if you're getting that pattern, it's juicy, and I love it. I'm eating it up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 text boxes. The 7th one like comes really quick. It's like 6, 7. Like it's like boom, boom, like 6, 7. So you want to hit and close it out, because if you're mashing like I do a lot of times, you'll throw a slash in there. You come over here, you push that block, come back down. That guy opens up the dungeon for you. He's essential. You have to come see this guy before the dungeon gets open. Okay, and then you come back out. Now out of here, hold down. You'll get out clean every time. See what this guy's doing on this screen. If he goes right, you can just keep going down and but you hold down, react to this guy, because he can go left, and if he goes left, you go right. If he's going right, you just keep going down. You know, maybe a little left action in there, but just react to that guy. Now, the worst case scenario, I think, is that they both go right, I think. It's like that, but you can just go around. I think the worst case scenario is one goes left, one goes right. Like the top one goes left. That one's fine because you can just go right and down. Okay, like that, because then you kind of gotta like shuffle, and that's kind of like the meh. That guy you can always squeeze past if you do it fast enough. Okay, so if you're lined up with this wall, you can always get past this guy, even if he's going right or left, doesn't matter. If he goes left, he's way out of your way. If he goes right, you can squeeze past him. That guy's not gonna reach you up here, so you're good on the screen. That's just that screen. And then you get to this screen, you'll be at the top most likely because you're just kind of trying to squeeze. If you go down here, you're messing with this guy, and you don't want any of that. So you go to the top, you go down, you go right down, left down. That's my strat there. You could just go right down, and then on this screen just go left. Doesn't matter. Either one. Pick your poison. But you want to go right there so you get around this guy, because he's going to be... You're going to run right into him if you just hold down. Okay. So go here. Down, right, down, left, down. Okay, get to here. If you're over there, you'll always be out of the way. If you're over here and if you're going straight down from here, and you might find yourself in some trouble here, but as long as you like the first thing you do, like if you're just gonna go to here, the first thing you do is go left. You're always should be getting out of their way. You're gonna get to this screen. You can do that if you want. To make it this far with the good fire and then go for that and fail it, that is horrible. Which is basically just going through their iframes and just going for it. Like, you can do it, you can get through it. Or you can get screwed like that. Another thing you can do is just go, okay, that guy's down there. Okay, just start throwing your good fire and make sure you get that's like the most common thing people will do. And it takes a few, like these guys have HP, like it takes a while to kill these guys, is the only problem. So if you're just sitting here waiting, you gotta throw some flame. It's not a bad strat. Usually I just try to push them to the left like that. Up out of the way. Like, I don't wait for them necessarily to die, I just kind of push them over. So, like... Yeah, if he goes up into the stairway, you're kind of... You've either got to A, go for it, or B, just wait till... You just kill him. So, like... So he goes up, so you can either just whoop, go for it, just do it. You know, balls in. See, that one still worked. Or like that worked. Like, you can do it. You can go for it. It's faster. It looks sketchy, and it definitely is a little bit sketchy, but there's enough time for you to make it through there. Alternatively, you would do something like that and wait till he's dead and then go for it. Worst case scenario, like a bunch of them go up like that. And again, you could squeeze through both of them if you felt like comfortable. There's way too much hesitation there. See, and that's the problem if you try to go straight in. Like if I'm trying to do that strat, and I go down here, he comes down and he sees me. He starts running after me. That's why you have to do the diagonal on it. So you have to go like that to get it if you're gonna go for it. Yeah, that one I'm just pushing him to the left. Let's see what else I can get here. That one, just push him to the left. I went a little early to try to squeeze through him. That's like easy money. Okay, this one. Yeah, you can go for it. You can go ahead and get screwed. Or you just get it. I think that's enough of that. I'm just trying to find like a really rough one to deal with, but because I mean, if anything, you can just kind of stand back, play safe. They do drop rings, so that's a plus. But ideally, you just want to do something like that. Just go for it. That's the optimal shit. The thing, I don't know, I was going for like, okay, if they both go up, you could still get it. I was trying to maybe pull that one off. Like, I'm just kind of going for some hardcore shit. Like, we'll just keep it going. So this is Crypt 5. You want to stay full health all the way up until the sword upgrade, if not all the way to the boss. But at least to the sword upgrade, because you'll save a lot of time and a lot of rooms with the good fire. You come in here, you've got these guys. I like to throw fire, especially if they're running around. Ideally, you wouldn't have to throw fire. You could just, like, he would just stay down, right? And then he would just, like, you just do that, right? That's the optimal strat there, but it's kind of risky. He could have went left at any point, anytime. So, like, if I get a pattern like that, I'm throwing the fire, and I'm throwing the fire there, just making sure I don't take the damage, okay? This room looks like this. You can pretty much see these blocks, like, really clearly in the dark. But what you're gonna do in this room is just go straight up, straight left, wait here, go. Like that. It's pretty straightforward room. If that guy is up in the top, like coming at you, you could throw fire, and that's pretty much the only, like, while you just throw fire. Okay, get him out of the way. Okay, like he didn't even come, but if he like has a direct path towards you, just throw some fire, get him out. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, and in this room, if you don't have a ring, you could throw fire. And there's your ring right there. Like, try to get a ring out of these guys. If you do have a ring, you could just, you know, You can go either way. Get to this room. I like to be on the left side for that next room, so I like to go left. But you could definitely go right. And then do that. Throw your fire at him, throw your fire at him. You want to end it on the right side, or left side, I mean. Push the block. Let's see. Okay, so come up here. If I'm going left, I'm doing that. Save it. Alright. Because I like to kind of just go left here, and if I'm here and I throw a fire like up, it's gonna hit him. He's gonna come up empty, shoot me because I'm gonna dodge out of the way, and then I just kind of do all that. You can go from either side, because you could come on the right side, throw diagonal, do something like that. Here's the left side again. Either or. Ultimately, it might actually be faster just to go right side the whole time, because then you can start on the right side, come to the left, take that out. Go like this, and throw up left. Okay, block down. Pretty straightforward. Push the block, come into here. This room, I'm gonna light it up. It's basically, it's got this spot where you can cross with the bridge. You want to just basically head straight up through this room. So you already have the fire rod out. So what you can do is just 1, 2, kind of make sure that they don't fuck with you. Plus, if you don't have a ring, that's a really good room to get a ring as well. So you throw it up, and when you get to this room, you want to go right, just like that, bomb here. It looks like that, okay. You want to definitely not go up and over like that. You don't want to do that. And you don't want to get hit by any arrows, but you want to go like straight through like that. Now, if you're coming into contact with the arrow, be careful, okay? Because if you cut it close enough to the bottom like this, you're not even gonna be under fire. There's no risk. You want to do that, okay? If you can. Now, if like if you go up, let's see if I can. You can block it with your shield. So if you do end up coming up like, let's see, like on this path here. So if you're coming through, boom. That's the risk you take, because you're going up against it. Sometimes you block it, sometimes you don't. But what you really want to do is just go sneak past the bottom there. Like kind of cut right sooner, so you have no, like, there's no risk here. And plus, I mean, if you go up, like if you wanted to block it, but yeah, you want to get to this left wall, bomb it like sooner than that, because you go in here, you can buffer it, boom, 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 like, okay. Press 2 sooner than that. Like, you have bombs out. from this room. Bomb right. Get into this room. This room. What you can do is you can try to go under him. That is sketchy, and that would be a dead run. You can try to sneak underneath him like that. If he's going up like that, if he's... Let's see. Yeah. Try to get... Because you kind of got to delay it, and you got to make sure he's up in the corner if you're doing that. I want another RNG, man. He's just doing the same thing. If he does that, you can slash him right. Do that. That's a good one. Like that one's a lot less stressful to deal with because he's going up and net, but when you just hit him in the right, go up. That one I like. But yeah, if he's doing this shit, you gotta try to sneak past and hit him on the. And I usually start by going right, because this room has, like, this room you want to fire rod everything in this room. The other room you want to fire rod and use the sword. So like if you're gonna lose your fire, it's better to do it like on the left side, I guess, because you need the sword anyway. But ideally, you made it this far with the good fire. And you have the fire rod out. And oh my god. You can throw fire. Oh my god. Oh my god. And you're not going to lose it. You're not going to take damage, right? And you'll kill all the enemies. Now, there's 4 blocks in the room. So that's what the room layout is. So, you know, you're going to go around it. And then you got to push this block in the bottom right. So it's like 2 tiles from the door. And you can, like, when you're coming down, like, to get it, you can kind of like line yourself up with this, because you gotta push it down on the way back. So it's gonna look like this. You can get your ring drop from one of those slugs as well if you still haven't gotten it. Yeah, now that guy can be like the biggest issue, I guess. Him and the bouncy ghost. Alright. Alright, and you do something like that, right? You did. Okay. That was a good room. A good display. Okay, so you get to this room. It's a dark room. It has this block pattern. What you want to do is just go from the right, go to the right side of the door into the room. Just immediately fire rod one time. Usually that it's a one and done. Okay, and you push the blocks to the left. You go down. You go right. You grab the key and you come out like that. Okay. Usually that's how it goes down. Like you come in here. Boom, I'll even light it up to show you, like, okay, you do that. Okay, if it fails, you can throw a second one. Or another thing you can do is you can fire rod, That's like there's no way they're surviving that. Okay, that's a good safety strat, right? And then you come up around, push this block. Grab the key, come up around, and leave out the right side. Yeah, usually this is good. Good enough. If it's not, and you go for that strat, I mean, usually it's good. But if it's not, and the guy's jiggling around, what you can do is go, oh shit, and you can fire him up that way. You can throw some diagonals in there that way to follow up. It sucks if that doesn't work for you, but like optimally, it's kind of what I go for. I just kind of come in here, throw the flame down, get the key, go down here, and then I'm in here. Like I said, go for the right side of this door. You're gonna want to kind of do this movement to push the block and go straight left like that. Again, the room looks like this, and you're doing that in the room, but you're just doing it in the dark, right? So if you line, that's another thing. If you line up, if you get this block, you know, okay, it's the other block's right there. And that's another thing you can do to like line it up, is kind of like aim for this block, and you'll know kind of like, oh, I went above it, oh, I rolled underneath it. Or you can just straight up go for it like that. I like to go under on that screen like that. You can go over. It can be sketchy because you got like the problem I have with going over is that you got this guy doing all that kind of shit over here, and he just kind of gives me anxiety. So I like to go under, but he can still come up underneath. Either way, this room can be sketchy. Like if he just kept going down. Right, I mean, you can throw fire at those guys if, yeah. But personally, I kind of like to do this around the wall type movement here. Come into here. I'm gonna save state it. Okay, and you enter this room. You want to throw 1, 2, start. And then there I just lost a good fire. So we go 1, 2, start these guys up. Throw some more. Okay, now it's just kind of unfortunate. Another thing you can do is just do a triple. Follow up with what's left. If you get a stopwatch, like boom boom would have worked, but I lost my good fire. Okay, just do something to get towards the top of the screen. The room is completely empty. There's nothing to watch out for in this room. Just kill the enemies. These guys, like the Dodongos or whatever they're called, that's the only like major problem in this room. If they're doing what they're doing here and just kind of like giving themselves to me on the right side, like that's pretty good, because it's good to get them out of the way because they can't die to the fire. So you got to use your sword. So there he's like, you got one going left. Right. Right, and I'm just kind of shuffling between fire rods and trying to get those two guys with the sword. I don't, like, in this case, I don't like to switch to bombs and deal with it. Plus, the bombs are going to come, like, you're going to need them for the boss, so I'm not trying to waste all my bombs. You get to here. What I like to do if I'm trying to keep the fire rod alive is enter from the left side of this door and then fire rod up like immediately, like, and then just kind of follow the fire while it's killing that guy, and then go straight down like that. If I want to keep the fire rod, which a lot of times if I made it that far with the fire rod, I'll go for that because it's good to have for the crab. Because there's a potential fire rod strat for him, and then there's a you can kill the enemy after the crab with the fire rod equipped, which saves a bit of time. So I try to keep it alive if I can. So I go for that strat where I come up on the left side, drop the fire, get that double, and you can block these with your shield. Is another thing. If you like kill the last enemy and you're close to the right side and you're also feeling like, okay, I'm just gonna go for it, what you can do is just do that. Just go up and go for it. And go down. Sometimes you don't take damage. And another thing you can do is if you see that, okay, he's like, oh, okay, and then just take the damage boost, grab him, take the damage boost back on the way down. And at this point, you don't necessarily need the fire wand, but it is good to have for the crab and after the crab rune. So I kind of go for this strat. Yeah, if you're fucking around there, you'll get hit. So, and you can block those pretty easily. Go around. This room is probably the only one I really need to cover. Now that you have the sword upgrade, it's there are 3 hits instead of 4. Yeah, like this purple sword, swag sword. You can try to not kill him, and it looks. I mean, if he's doing that, like, I mean, either like you took damage before, at that point, just go ahead and deboost some more. If you took damage in that chest room, or if you don't have the good fire period, like, just go ahead and like just say screw it and like deboost there. But if you're trying to keep the good fire, you can kill him. He's always going to be like there. You can try to go around him. You can use the bridge here. He's not going to get you. Let's see. You can try to like sneak past him like that. See what else he's got. Sneak past him like that. Yeah, I'm trying to see, like, if he goes left, that's the one I want. Like that, you can kind of do something like that. That's kind of all I just wanted to show off in that room. Just come in here, press the number 2 button. Get back into the arrow room. You're going to want to go like this. If you take damage, you lose your fire rod there. You could be a little bit safe, you know, and wait. You could go down further. What else can you do? You can go up. That seems to work okay. You just kind of go like this. that works. Because you'll block that arrow if you do this movement every time. And then you get close enough to the wall and you bomb it like that. And then this is the room before the boss. It just has the fire balls from the bottom shooting you. They won't get to you if you just hold left and go up. I like to enter the door from the right side because it's the fastest way to get into the boss room. And you're basically waiting on the crab to come down as soon as you enter the fight. So you just want to trigger the fight as soon as possible, essentially. So yeah, so I like this. This is good. And you maintain your... So that was too far from the wall. Yeah, you're switching over to bombs, and then you're leaving the bombs out, going into the fight. So let's... So you trigger the crab fight, go left, go up, stand right around here. Okay. And then wait for him to get to the top, like... That's the top, so you wait till he gets there. Now he's either going to go left or right. So if he goes left, you wait 5 steps, and then you do the bomb strat. So if he goes left, like if you have the fire rod, it doesn't matter, like the good fire, because you're just going to use the bomb strat on him. So that's why it's kind of like, I mean, if you lose the good fire after the last enemy room, it's not like the end of the world, because you need him to go right for the fire rod strat anyway. And I think the bomb strat's faster just in general, but then you have to, the next room's gonna be slower because you don't have the good fire. So you see if he goes left or right. If he goes left, wait 5 steps. If he goes right, wait 3 to 4 steps for the fire rod strat. And if you don't have the fire rod strat and he goes right, you wait 3 steps and then you bump into him and then you go for the bomb strat. And I'll show all of it. But he's gonna do this, and then he's gonna go left. So I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3 with the fire rod, and I failed it, of course. I was trying to explain. 1, 2, 3. So you don't want to be too. You don't want to. You want to be a little. You want to have that tile between your head and the top wall, or else he's just gonna. You're gonna screw it up, and he's gonna rush toward you, and then you're in trouble. Maybe I think I'm too far right. Yeah. So so instead of here, you want to be about here. So there's this line on the wall right here. And so you wait for him to go 1, 2, 3, or 4, and you stand here and you go 1, 2, 3, just in that motion, and you'll get it. And then you're trying to keep the good fire, which you probably are if you're doing that strat. That didn't work. You're gonna go down and around his bubbles and go up, and then you fire rod that guy and you're able to push this block. Is a little shortcut to get to the chest. So that's the fire rod strat. Now, if you didn't have full health, and he does that, or if he goes, we're gonna do the bomb strat now. You do that. You do a triple bomb strat like that, and you wait about 3 steps and start going towards him, and then try to get the bombs as close to him as possible, but don't go in the middle of him or he starts rushing you and you screw it all up. Okay. We've only got the right pattern so far. If he goes left... So you go kind of like that, and you can. At that point, you might as well just damage boost from the bubbles and just like hold down and then get boosted up. And then you can still do the fire strat here with, you know, if you've got like column fire. If you have like boomerang fire, it's questionable, especially if you have like diminished fire. It's just pointless. So I gotta try to get that left pattern to happen. And I'll also show you what you can do to kind of recover. So you can do that. I'd like to see him just go left. But if you screw up, like I say, okay, you do this. You know, oh shit, I only got 1 bomb in or something. You just kind of keep doing it. You just keep going with the bombs. It's usually about like 3 to 5 steps, and so basically like you want to like wait a couple steps and then start coming after them. And so I got to do something to trigger him to go left. 'Cause I can't just not show the left strat. And then I'll show a couple of like big uh-ohs, like what not to do. See, that's when you get too close to the center of his head before he opens up his hitbox. And that's why you don't go too far right. And so now, okay, I've wasted 3 bombs. He's doing this. And then he's gonna... See, and now I'm like... Yep. So now it's like, okay, I got 1 bomb, and I need that 1 bomb. So I can't use it. So at that point, you just gotta go with the sword. And just like it's bad. It gets really bad if that happens. It's kind of a good thing that I showed that, because that's what you don't want. That's one thing you don't want to do. Okay, that's the left strat. So you want to be far enough right, but you don't want to be in the middle of him, because then he's gonna do what he did and he's just gonna rush down. At any point you're touching the wall, you're behind him, he's gonna come after you side to side, and then if you get in front of him, he's gonna come down. So like if I do this, and then at any point like I step out in front of him, like that, he's just going to come down after me, and I have to wait for him to come all the way down,
and go all the way back up. Okay. Now I can like do that, but then it like you're just playing with, you know, with fire at that point, and your run's pretty fucked. See, and then I got too far in front of him again, just like I did a minute ago, and he's doing this. See, I did it again. Yeah, when he goes left, you simply do this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and you can deboost off of his bubble to the right. Kill that guy. Go around. If that guy is just completely trolling you, and you know you're sitting here, and you can just go around the long way, but yeah. But yeah, if he goes left, bottom line, you're gonna have to do the bomb strat. Okay. And just space your bombs out. The last one, like, don't worry about it. Just, I know it looks like really far to the left, but don't worry about it. Like, you do the 1, 2, like, right on top of them, and then the third bomb, like, pretty far to the left of them, but it still works. Again, see if I can get him to go right side one more time. So you're standing like somewhere around here. He goes 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I missed one, but if I do that, I'm just gonna... Ow. This is like if I had taken damage, I need to use the bombs. Because this is why it's good to have spare bombs. I mean, ideally, it's going to take 3 and 3 period, or you're going to get the right pattern where he... That's the problem with facing, like, away from him and trying to, like, run away, and he does that. It's garbage. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And then go in. Definitely practice that one, and then obviously if you use the bomb strat, you don't have the good fire on that guy, so he's a little tricky. Okay, so one last thing. That's if you go. I don't think I showed it, but if you go to the top. So if I'm standing up here up against the wall, he's gonna run towards me like that. So that's why you don't want to do that. You can try to salvage it if you have the good fire and you just keep the good fire, you can always just throw that at him. But yeah, if I'm like here and then I you'll see he's going to slow, and then if I go up here, he's just gonna start rushing after me. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I like the left pattern for the bomb better.
The right one's a little trickier to get. But if he goes right, and I have the good fire, I'm usually throwing that at him. And then I just keep it and use it on him. Alright, so that is Crypt 5, and we're 6 in. Now we're going to go straight for Crypt 8, which is technically supposed to be the final Crypt, but we're going to do that one and then Crypt 7. So here's what I have to say about this. So if you had a party with the crab, okay, then I would go get the bomb upgrade now. If you have at least one bomb, if you have like no bombs and the run's like dead, you don't end up with 0. But if you have 1 bomb, just keep that 1 bomb. If you have 7 bombs, you'd be all right, like I do. I think you only need like 3 or something. But if you had like 1 bomb, I would go out of the way to go get the bomb upgrade now. So I go right. Then I go over here. This guy, yeah. Don't worry, like, try not to get hit. Don't worry about. I'm just gonna reload the save. I'm just gonna show you that this is where the final bomb upgrade is. If you had like a party with the crab and you need to get some bombs, do that now and then leave. Use the wing. Warp back to the. And if you took damage, you could you could save and quit there. So you could fill up. But if you have enough bombs like I do and you're fine, we'll find out what that exact number is here. Just go left. Just go, take this route. Okay, and you can take up to 1 unit of health of damage, but that's all you can take all the way up to Dearth, like Dearth's Illusion. So you have to make it from here all the way up to the boss and defeat the boss without taking more than 1 unit of health. There's a backup potion. I recommend getting it if you're new. But if you're going for that top time and you're going for that world record, baby, you're going to have to get through all these screens without taking any damage. And you can take 1 unit of health in it. Like, you could go for a deboost intentionally, but then you can not take any damage, period. Or you could just try not to take any damage, period. If you take 1 unit of damage, you're fine, but you can't take any more than that. So just heads up on that. So you're going to go up, go left, go down. If that guy hits you, you're fucked. So if he's going to do, like, if you're not sure what he's going to do, you can throw that fire down. That's a 2-shot on these, like, jump. These guys are, like, the worst. Okay. And here, because we have that extra unit of health, I tend to get a little bit confident, and I try to do a lot of those, like, walking through enemies while they're hit thing, and then if I take damage, then I kind of stop doing that as much. But, like, I basically use that extra unit of health to just go for it. And if I take the damage, then I start to play a little safer. And if I take another damage, I have to, like, pray for a cherry drop or the run's dead. So, yeah, you'll get some different patterns with these guys. It's a double on them. 2 fire rod. Yeah, I'm locked into this pattern. Let's see what else I can get. You can just try to squeeze by him any way you want. that screen is like, okay, no big deal. Just go up and left. Here, yeah, there's not enough room if he jumps right. So I would just recommend throwing a fire at him, period. If you get lucky, you know, maybe you just... Maybe he goes left and he stays, but he keeps jumping the loop. Here I like to throw one down left. Here, if you're lucky, he moves left and you just go straight down. Okay, that would be ideal. That's what I was looking for. You can try to squeeze by without a fire rod there, and you can try to either go left or right here. You want to ideally just stay along this wall. And just head straight down like that if he jumps like that. And you could always just start chucking fire. So here, this is the first time I try to just go for it on like that, and I try to walk through his hitbox. And here, you can do the same. This guy, I try to just go for it all until I get hit, pretty much, and then I start playing defensive with the fire rod. You can just kill him off like that as well. Let's see what we got in here. He's a double with the fire. He's a triple up there, but if you hit him with the big fire like I did, that'll like... So you can do that to be safe. That's the general strat. Another thing you can do is just do what I was doing earlier, just kind of not use the fire rod until you get around there and try to squeeze by his hitbox. Like that, or if he's over on the right side and you haven't hit him at all, you can get a fire rod shot in about here and then walk through him. Let's see, like that. If you're not feeling the not get hit thing, what you could do is just, well, if he does that, you can squeak by like that, actually. But yeah, you can see where it gets sketchy. I mean, you can't even get hit more than one time. Like, you could take that hit and you'd be okay. It's just you can never get hit again. So this is the standard, like, kind of strategy. Throw that fire to the right. Maybe you have to deal with him and throw fire at him. Just take them out. Or you go with, like, or he just stays out of your way like that and just... See, like that. We'll continue. So with this screen, usually you're about right here. You can do that. You can do that. That guy, I'd like to just take care of him if he's fucking doing that, but yeah, like this would be the go-to, like, kind of just walk through them. These guys take like four, they take 4 like fire hits, so they're more like, it's more so worth it to do it for these guys. But you can get, and they do half a unit of health. You can do that. If he's going, like, you can go like that. You can get past the first one, kill the second one. You can really just get risky with it, but I mean, do what you feel comfortable with. If you don't feel comfortable with any of that, you can just go like this and go 1. You know, you can just make sure you don't get. You know, but I like to just kind of go for some risky shit. This pattern, I think this is the way to go. Like that. Let's see if I can get a different. Yeah, that one you can actually, without the fire rod, just walk by. That's a pretty, like, it's a pretty common pattern. That one. Or if you see this pattern, you can go up like that. That's, I like that pattern. I'm a fan of that pattern that they give. You can do that. If he's, for whatever reason, on the far right side, camping out. Let's see if I can get that like this. If he's like over there, you can walk through him like that. I like this pattern. I'm becoming a fan of that one. But yeah, I mean, I would say go for it if you have that extra unit of health. But if you take a hit, just don't just start playing more like this, where you know you're just making sure they're dead and clearly out of your way if you're going through it. But if you're going for world record, you're doing shit like this. So let's continue. These guys are fucking headache. You can walk through that one. You can maybe try to squeeze in below, or just get screwed. See, you can play it safe and like make sure they're dead, and then continue. See what else. We'll see what else they can give me. Yeah, these guys. Do that. See what else they got. If you come from the top of this screen, so you need a delay here before you go. Ideally, what you're doing is like killing. You're coming from like down here, and then when you move up and you move right, you can. It's like perfect amount of time. So that's like definitely what you definitely want to come straight right, up right, and maybe stutter at the end if necessary. But you want to basically do that, because if you're dealing with shit up here and he's down there or whatever, and then you end up here, like I did, you gotta wait for those guys to get out of your way. You can try to do some fancy stuff there if you want, because you do need to get down eventually. So you try to like squeeze in the middle or something like that. But ideally, like I just kind of do the same thing. I come from down here, go up, right, clear it, go down, right, down. You're not going to get in trouble with these guys. And you get to this screen, you want to go right for now. So you want to get over here, and then this screen depends on what they do and how you can, what you can manage. Ah, shit. Okay. I have a backup save. I think this is it. Yeah. Different file hype. Let's see what I get this time. Okay, so there I saw he was coming. I ducked out of the way. There, if I see a pattern like that, I'm going left side. You can always throw the fire there to be like, that's pretty standard. See what we get. Oh, my favorite pattern. You can walk through them. Down. Okay, gonna go over this screen. This guy is your biggest problem on that screen. I have this file. I have 12 bombs, by the way. I had 7 bombs on the other file, so just keep in mind that, like, I'll keep track of the bombs, because I don't think you don't need like more than like 4 bombs. I don't think. So if he goes down, cool. You can just go straight right. You gotta clear the statue, obviously. Here you can go right. If he's doing some shit, you can throw fire. Okay, you get to that screen. So they are pretty sporadic, so you can kind of like go for it. The problem is they do a full unit of health. So right there, like, if I took a half unit of health anywhere else, and then I took that, I'm screwed. I have to get the backup potion. Because there's still time to get the backup potion and like complete the run technically. Still, but yeah, I mean, if I take that damage, I cannot take any other damage, period. So, like, it's... yeah. That screen I definitely have something to say about. Because I got pretty lucky with, like, one of the patterns, like the first pattern. So ideally, like, you'd be lined up straight right, and there's nothing in your way. You go down, you go right. You'd be right here. Right, you should go straight right. Yeah. And then you could, jeez. I say try to play on the safe side here with the screen. Try to take those guys out. And continue. Or you could go to the top of the screen up here. Hope that they kind of just get out of your way, which they didn't. Of course, they spawn the most annoying enemy. Yeah, that is just a rough screen, man. And that's a rough pattern. You gotta, like, basically put him at bay. Yeah. Sketchy screen. Sketchy screen. See if I can get some other stuff here. I mean, you can try to walk through their hitbox when applicable like that, but... I don't know. You want to ideally be like just running straight right, and then you'd be able to like they go out of your way and you run like in a perfect world, you just hold right, and everybody just gets out of your way. You can do a little shuffle action there too with no fire. Because sometimes, like, when you use the fire, especially, like, towards the right, you're pushing them, like, where you're trying to go, so it... You know, like, that might be better than coming over here and then just saying, oh my god, he's coming after me. Either or. Okay, and that would have been risky because he could have came down at any point. Let's see what else I can get. Yeah, I don't like that pattern. Not a fan of that one. And, I mean, you could always just play it more safe than anything and just try not to take damage. Or, you know, the other option is you just deboost all the way up until you get to the potion. Which I might have to just demonstrate that as well. Okay, you can take those guys out. Or... Oh my god, dude. Yeah, well, that screen just sucks. Just... I don't know what else. Like, you can try to get through their other invincibility frames and try to walk through them and all that, but it's rough, man. Here, the best case scenario is that, pretty much. That they gave it to me. Where you're trying to go above that guy and through these guys, and like either he just goes complete. Let's see what else we can get here. That would work. And the thing is, like, at any point, the slime can just decide to go up if you go for that. So, like, if you have, like, no health and you go, oh, god, like, just do something like this. You know? But ideally, like, this is the... You know? You know, you're doing something like that. Yeah, and then if he goes... I'm trying to see what I can do about that. Yeah, that's green. So you can throw flame, you mix it up, you do a little bit of everything. That's just too good. And that's green. Yep, they just keep coming. So you can like kill him off. If he, let's see what he's doing. If he does that, just do an easy. That's a good pattern. That's good. Yeah, shoutouts to Rambling and Tinu as well. I see you guys. I'm just trying to get this under 12 hours. We're at the last two crypts, the last two dungeons. Pretty close. Keep the tutorial under 12. What I'll probably do is a more condensed one as well. But this is really good. Like, I'm not just like going over every screen and every possibility. Yeah, if he does that, you want to throw a couple fire rods there. You could do that. Let's see. If he's doing that, you could throw a diagonal up left, or you could throw up and go through him. Okay, I got hit by the fireball there. Okay. Yeah, that's a good pattern. I like that one. Okay, and that one. Okay. I think I'm pretty much good on this screen. That's my favorite patterns. Really good. There's another one where he's like to the right. I was looking for a couple other ones. There's one where he's like right of the staircase. Like he's hanging out over here, and you can just hit the staircase. There's another one where you can just kind of like not use the fire rod at all, and just like he kind of comes over this way, and you can go underneath him. You can go up here. When you hit this staircase, make sure you go down immediately and then fire rod right, like that. The problem if you don't like, if you go and you try to fire rod to the right or whatever, and you're hanging out here, and he hits you, you get knocked into the staircase and you go back, and you have to go back and forth through that transition. So that's really bad. So to avoid that, the first thing you want to do, like always on this screen, is go down. You can like maybe try to like do some other stuff other than the fire rod, but if I'm getting that pattern, I'm definitely gonna fire rod right. And you can try to go underneath these guys. You can do all that stuff. When you get here, you can try to squeeze through him without killing him, but it's really difficult. Another thing you do is just kind of like do the double and make sure those guys are dead. Okay, and you can do something like that. That's good. You can try to go right and do a diagonal. If he comes out swinging though, you're kind of screwed. Like you can try that. It's pretty good. But yeah, see if you run right and then run into him, you're eating them. So you'd have to, like, if you're gonna do that, it has to be specific. Like, see, and then like luckily I would get a cherry drop there to salvage it. But if you're doing that trap, he has to go left for it to be good, and then it's really good because then you can just get right by him. But typically you go like this, you throw the right, and then you try to go right and up. And do something like that. I am kind of starting to like this, like, going right strat and see what he does. Because if he goes right, then you're fine with that. If he goes up, you're still fine. And you can also do that if he goes left. Fire on him. But yeah, that's like the optimal, like just slide right past him. That's pretty much that screen. We'll keep it going. Here you get to this screen. Usually I kind of duck out. These guys are like, these grasshoppers are no joke. and then that guy, like, the combination, it's a bad combination. So I try to do something like that. Okay, depending, like, let's see if we can get some other stuff from them. See, because when they jump, I mean, they hit you, and it sucks. So usually I just kind of let them all die, and then if you make it this far, okay, and if at any point you lost more than 1 unit of health, you want to bomb this wall right here. If you're low on bomb, if you had like 1 bomb as well, and you want to just do this instead of getting the other bombs, this chest has the double medicine, and this chest it gives you full bombs. So if you took damage at any point, you go in there, you get this medicine, and then at that point, if you've already taken damage, I'm just gonna go through the rest. You would deboost all the way to the crypt. So I'm gonna go ahead and just do that. You go right on this screen, you go down, you deboost there, you wait here, you know, whatever. Like, at that point, if you grab the potion, it doesn't matter, because you're gonna potion the first thing before the crypt and just deboost everything. So you go left, you go down here. You deboost through this. You come up here, and then when you get to here, you would potion, equip fire rod, enter the crypt. Okay, let's see. So if you were doing I made it all the way up to the potion like that without taking damage. If you don't like that, you can, I mean, first of all, like I said, you could go over here and you could go ahead and get the bombs now. And you could just say, okay, screw it. Like, take that deboost, come in here, bomb this, equip the wing, get the bomb upgrade now. That would be your other option. So you have your 20 bombs, and then you use the wings as soon as you exit. Close that out, come back into here, and then, let's see. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna get that crypt because I'm just gonna go off of the other one. But if you're not liking that, what you would do is you just go over here. You would have your wing, so you'd have nothing. Your items would be empty right now. And you would just deboost like off everything. You would just not give a shit. Deboost there, like that. Deboost there, like that. Okay, if that guy trolls you, he trolls you. Try to get around there without taking damage. Get through there. Use that strat, or like the sword strat, because you're not going to equip the fire rod. Like, okay, and then you would deboost there. Deboost there. Hit that, and then bomb this. Get the potion, and then do what I just basically did for the second half, going into the crypt, and then you have an extra potion for the end of it, so you can actually potion right before the boss as well to make sure you have the good flame. But we're not doing any of that. I'm just gonna burn that potion. So, what was I on this screen? And those guys drop rings as well. So coming back from here, you would, you know, get past those two guys. Usually I kill them. I straight up kill them because those guys are just jumping all over the place. I kill them. If the other one's like over here bouncing around, maybe I'll try to deboost through them. Like that's basically the only thing you missed on this screen. Here you could throw a diagonal down right, but if he's doing that, what I'd probably do is try to do that with that RNG. Yeah. Let's try something else. Okay. Okay. Ah. Yeah, that's a rough one. So you could, see what we can do here. So if he's going down, what you could do is just, boom, you know, take care of him. Trying to mix it up some more. Okay, if he's doing that, and then the slime guy, what you could do with the slime guy is try to deboost through him like that. That's kind of what I'm trying to show here. That's like, if I get this pattern that's locked onto this, say I'm doing that. Let's see what else we got. That's good. If I see him like going down and I'm like kind of sketched about it, I can throw a diagonal down right and try to stay out of the way of him like that. Could try to go without the fire rod there. Yeah, if that guy is doing that, I mean, obviously the deboost strat for the other way, which is where you just face up. Do that. He's not even. But if he gives me that pattern, I'm just gonna basically come on that screen, fire rod like that, because I don't want to take any damage. So I'm coming down. And then here, if I can squeeze by, that's great, but... yeah, and that guy, you just kind of do what... because sometimes you don't need to fire on. Or you can just do something like that. Let's try to see if he goes down. You can just do that if he goes down. Yeah, this guy. Okay. That guy I definitely like to try to squeeze through his hitbox. That's a beautiful pattern if he gives you that one. Completely out of the way and not an issue. Definitely like throw a fire rod shot if it looks sketch. Let's see what this does. Okay, if he does that, I can walk through him like that. That's what I was kind of talking about. Like, I'll go for that. These guys, if he's doing that, I'm doing that. If he's all the way up there, I'm going underneath him like that. That would be a good pattern. If he's doing that, I'm going to try to squeeze underneath him and then try to walk. If he goes left like that, I'm trying to walk through him while he's taking damage. Yeah, this is this pattern. Yeah, I'm doing that. If he does that. Like, you could do a sword and then a... That's what I was trying to say. You could wait for him to go right if he's doing that. Yeah. That's an issue with going for that, is that he could just cut down at any point. Let's see what else we get. Like, I'm definitely going for that if I see that. This is an interesting one. You saw there, like, I tried to do an up left fire rod to get him to go up, so that way I can come up underneath him, because he's coming to the right. I can't really... If I fire rod him to the left, he's going to push him to the left where I'm trying to go. So that's why I went down, and then like you can, when they're down there like that on that bottom, you can kind of push them up, which gets them out of your way, and you can go through them. That's definitely something I wanted to show. And like there, if you're not like safe about, like, you don't feel good about just going underneath them, you can always just throw a fire rod up left. Like, up, you know, and you're good. I think we're pretty good on this screen. Could also try to keep him down and try to go over him. Like that, and stay up top. The thing is, like, you still gotta wait on this screen, so it doesn't matter if you're, you know, let's see. It doesn't matter. Okay, it's an interesting one. It's an easy one, you just do that. So it doesn't matter if you're on the bottom, so you can actually stay at the bottom if you're on the bottom there, because you need to wait for that guy on that screen and just do that on that screen. Because if you enter the top, like, you've got to go underneath and do all that. It doesn't matter. Neither one is faster or slower. So if you're already at the bottom, then you're at the bottom. But if you're at the top, just do that. The screen, push these guys up to the top or up right. Let's see what else we can get. Because if he's doing that, I'm pushing him upright. If he's doing that, I'm going to do that. Another upright pattern. Again, that's what I would do there. If he does that, you can always do it down left to keep him out of the way. Pretty easy screen when you look at that, and then I would do that if I'm hitting the left side. If I happen to have the luxury of hitting the left here, I'll go all the way to the left here, and then I can just curl around that corner. Because if you enter on the right side, he can go down, left. It's the left pattern. Like, if he goes down, you can still just cut over left. But if he goes left... If he goes left, you're going to want a fire rod. If he ever does. Like that. And basically all those other patterns work. The curl around, like, is always good. Like, nothing he can do is going to stop you from... I do want to see a... Yeah, see, because you could, if even he goes left, you'll curl right around the corner and you're fine. This guy, I usually, like, I'm always in the bottom, so what you could do is do that. Yeah, you need to do the left. Like, you need to really cut that corner tight if he's going left. If you don't feel comfortable with that, you can always just throw a fire rod up there and you'll... Yeah. You can do a fire rod up left to keep him out of your way. If he does that. You can come over here and do a fire rod down left. Yeah, like, if you're not, you can always do that. You can do that if he does that. Okay, that's a left pattern. If he does that, just stay down. You could probably just walk right past him, honestly, or you could do a fire rod if you're not, like, comfortable with it. You can always just kill that guy like that. Yeah, you can probably just stay left. If he turns and you know it's coming, you can do that up left. You don't want to do an up left if he goes down like that. You want to go like that. That's pretty much that screen. If he goes right, you might have to do that, or do an up left and go underneath him. That's that screen. I'll move on. You can curl around this screen, you're good. That's literally all it is. Just do that every time. I'm pretty sure if he goes right, you're good. Yeah, I mean, you're good. On this screen, I like to throw a couple fire rods at those guys. I like to actually be on the right side going down here, and I'll explain why. Yeah, you could try to just get by. Like that. Or however, with the sword. But yeah, you get to here. Let's go ahead and... So I like to be on the right side because I like to throw a fire rod down. Like, come here, throw the fire rod down, see what he's doing, go around him. Try to walk through his hitbox. Like, kill off this guy regardless with the fire rod down. Like, come here, boom, kill him off with that. Throw another one, try to walk through him like that. Okay. If there's anything else. Yeah, if that guy's trolling, I mean, then you could deal with him, but I try to go around him. See, if he's like just being a dick, you know, you can take it a bit easier there. But mainly, yeah, I like to stay on that right side and throw that fire rod down. And you can walk through that guy. That's good enough for that screen. Here, you'll be able to just slide right through unless he goes left. Like, no matter what he does, you should be able to walk straight up. And I actually showed what to do if he goes left earlier. Yeah, you can just walk. Pretty simple. If he goes left, you just go to the right of him like that. Pretty straightforward. Then we get here. If you grab the potion, use the potion, go back to fire rod. You've got that extra potion. If you didn't grab the potion, you'll have to continue to not get hit the whole dungeon. Okay. So here's Crypt 8, the final crypt of the game. Go left, go up, go left. If you go up in this room, there's a spike trap here and here. So you need to go left, up left to get to here. Okay. When you get here, throw a fire rod down left. And get to this door. So, come in here, get close to this guy, fire rod. Do the down left fire rod to get the other guy. And then go. It's basically the two that you're looking out for. The room looks like that. And you're just killing that guy. And if that guy goes down, then you have to... But most likely, if he goes down, he's getting hit by that other fire rod anyway. But it looks like this. You're basically going left, down, up. Yeah. So if he does that... You could try to walk through him. I wouldn't recommend it. Just kill him off and come here. Pretty safe. This one I like to walk forward, do a 1, 2 to get him. And then you need to push this block that's right here. So you can push it from the top. These aren't going to reach you from the top. Or you could push it, if you're not comfortable with that, you could push it from the left like that, but yeah, you give him the 1, 2, usually gets him, and then if you go too far down or something, you can always push it from the bottom too. You don't want to get hit by that. Alright, you can push it from the top like that. Let's see if... Like, he can start by going, like, right. Then you want to go down and try to get him. Or, like, go after... Like, go... If he goes right and up or whatever, you want to chase him up. If he goes down, you want to chase him up. But primarily, this is what I do. I go down a little bit, and I throw a couple rod shots. If he survives that for some reason, then I throw more rods over here. If he does that, then you throw one. Yeah, you try to get him. You don't want to go back to the right side of the screen. You want to make sure you clear this. Now, there is these blocks up here, I guess. So when it like gets to this point, and if they get this far out, I mean, you can, like, whatever side you're on and whatever that, like, you can go underneath if they get up there, or you could if you're down here, you can just go up and around. The underneath one's not too bad of an option, because you need to get to this block anyway. The problem is you can't get underneath at the beginning, because this guy is like you want to throw the rod shots at him, and then that, like, that's what happens if I try. I get hit by this if I try to go down. So I just come down to throw the fire rod shots, and then I come up above and do that, because I don't want to take damage. Right. Then you got this room. Looks like that. You're gonna come in here, kind of come somewhere around here, and get a fire rod shot in. So if he starts coming towards you, then you're gonna do it a little earlier. Basically, get to the end here where you can't go left anymore, and then you go down, and you can't go down anymore, and you go left, down, left, up. And the problem is, if you go all the way up, this bridge kind of comes up, so if you're in the dark and you go all the way up and then up, and then you get stuck up here, just go back down, go right, and up. So, let's see what else he's got. Alright, and you kind of cut it early and then go up. See if he wants to give me something else. Because that was aggressive pattern. So you kind of got to back up a little bit. Okay. It's good enough for that screen. I like to enter from the left side of here. This will be a dark room. I like to throw 3 diagonal uprights, kind of like this. Okay, and if he's doing that, okay, and then you can push these blocks. That block, it doesn't really do anything. But the staircase appears there. You won't be able to see it in the dark. It'll look like this. If I see them all going like right, then I kind of follow suit. But you're just trying to kill all the enemies to spawn that staircase as soon as possible, and I like to do a nice, like, make sure, like, I guess the devil is probably your priority, because he is throwing beams all over the place, so you want to, like, kind of prioritize killing him, and then go after the mummies, which you mainly want to just, like, try to not have them go up. Like that, like, this is a really good pattern that they keep giving me. Because they keep, like, they're going all towards the staircase. That's really good. But if they go up and, like if they end up being up there or something, if you take damage, you're fine, but not twice. You can't take 2 hits. See, like, if you just want to stay on top of the enemies on that room, and it'll be good. One more time. Let's see if I can mix it up. It's like this one, I have to go over here and chase this guy, which is really bad. Good enough. Get into here, save it. You're going to want to go up a little bit, throw a couple shots to the left. Follow up with them, make sure that they connect. If you get really lucky in here, you can just kind of like stay on the left side. In those fire rod shots, they kill. But if you wait around too long, those guys are all over the place. So you basically like, you want to stay on the right side if you can, but it's more important to make sure you get these kills. So like, if I had to go in there to go serve him up, I'll go do it. See if I can get some variety here. Yeah. Yeah, like there, I knew that one was going to end up killing, so I went straight to the end of the door. I'll light that room up, because I don't think I did. It looks like that. Okay. You want to go right. This room looks like this. It's just got a big fucking hole in the middle. You want to go down and bomb the bottom wall. If you stay along the wall, you should be okay. It spawns a shit ton of these guys, but if you... Oh my gosh. Okay, so you want to get into here, like, buffer over the bombs, drop it there, go on the right side, and then go right. Oh, that's an interesting pattern. But you want to try to get by like that, get the bell, and then ring it. And that's one of the big reasons why we come here first, is to get that bell. Good on that screen. So yeah, you enter the screen, buffer the bombs, drop it at the bottom, blow it open. You keep bombs equipped, but a lot of times all you do is go like this. That was a rarity that other guy went right, but if he does, just try not to get hit, and then you can, you know, hit those guys out of your way. You want to head up the left side. Now we have the bell. You want to equip it right away. Now, there's one kind of glitch or mechanic with the bell that you want to look out for. And if you're, like, running up against a wall or a block or something, you have a chance that it's not going to ring the bell. Like that. Like, that's... It has, like, a kind of like a animation. It rings the bell. Now, sometimes the door will just open when you press the button, and that usually happens when you're walking up against something and you hit it at the right time. It's kind of hard to explain, but hopefully we'll get one and I'll be able to. But basically, instead of killing all the enemies in here and pushing the block or doing anything that requires opening a door, the bell will just open it automatically. So that's huge, and it's majorly helpful for Crypt 7, which is why we go to Crypt 8 first to get this. But it basically just opens any door without meeting the requirements. It just opens the door. And when we get into this screen, I just hold left, brush up against the block, and then hold down to line yourself up for the staircase, because you're doing it in the dark. So it'd be like that. So you'll just hold left, go down, keep the bell equipped, and then you've got a good chance to not have the bell ring if you go up to the door and ring it. Like that one I get a good amount of times. Here we want to switch over to Fire Rod. We're back in this room again. If we kill all the enemies, it opens the door and they're like always in the way. Like I'll show you. That guy's always, that slime guy always is right there, like in the way. So while you're killing him and you're getting the fire rod out, you might as well just kill the rest of them and not have to ring the bell in there. And then you keep the fire rod out. For this screen, you can try to get him, but a lot of times what I do, let's see if I can darken it. Well, this is what the room looks like. Well, sometimes I'll just try to squeeze by without dealing with that guy and just walk through. You don't need to kill him to go to open the door, but you could drop a fire rod shot down the middle, try to get rid of him. But like that would be like worst case scenario, because a lot of times he'll just do that and you get around him. Another thing he can do that's annoying is he goes right. Or just go straight up after you. So I mean, since you have the fire rod out, you can deal with him. And another thing, he goes right, and he'll just hang out around here, and that's when you pretty much forces your hand to fire rod him. But I'm not gonna fish out that RNG. I'm just gonna kind of explain it. And then I like to do one fire rod shot there and one fire rod shot down, like where that guy's at. So I come in here, fire rod, fire rod. You can fire rod one upright if you want. So 1, 2. Another thing you can do is just fire rod one right. Try to squeeze by that guy's hitbox. To brighten it up, it looks like that. So if I go here, like I can sneak by him like that. Do something like that. That's a pretty straightforward screen. And we get here, you want to go up and around this time, because if you go down and around, you hit the staircase, and you have to go around like that, right? So you go up and around here, and then equip the bell to open that up, and then I haven't got any insta door opens yet, which is kind of unfortunate. To keep the bell out, you can either go down like this and then ring it here, or you can go up like this. I'm not a big fan of the up one because these two guys can have a better chance of messing with you. The room looks like this, so there's really, I mean, it's basically just go along the walls. I like to go down and do that. Now you can get some pretty rough stuff from these guys. Like he can go left. That other guy, that beetle guy, can come down, and then you're dealing with that. So most part, I just kind of try to go down. If he goes left right away, then I slash down and get him. I try to kill those two guys, get that guy out of the way. Right, and you get to here. And then close this out with the number 2 button. Equip the bombs. Blow that up. Get to this screen. You want to do that in this room. Alright, so you put bombs. Blow that up. This room looks like this. And you're basically beating... You want to get to here fast enough and then run up by... And you don't want to go too far to the right. Like that's perfect right there. And you don't want to wait too long on your slash. You don't want to do your slash too early. Like you don't want to do like that because then you only hit one of them. You want to slash right at the right time and don't want to go too far right, and you'll be fine. You get straight up there, straight right and up there, like this. And that's just that room, period. And then you go into this room. It's got this skeleton guy. You have 2 options. You can ring the bell and spawn the staircase, and then just ignore him. But a lot of times he just gets in your way anyway. Or you could kill this guy, and that spawns the staircase, and it's right there on the. You want to go to the one on the left. The one on the right leads to another health unit that isn't used in the run. So it's the 4th one that we don't get because we already have full health without it. So yeah, we try to take him out, spawn the staircase, and then this keeps the bombs out, which you hold left. You go here and you bomb this bottom wall, so you don't have to equip the bomb. You don't have to equip the bell and then go back to the bombs. But if he's totally trolling you and he's like hanging out down there, then the bell you probably want to use. Alright, we take that out. And then just to show you like where the staircase is, you can kind of come over here. And you'll miss it if you're just a little too far to the right. So you want to like kind of know where this is. You know, and get right in the staircase in the dark. It's kind of alright, it's right there. Watch out for this guy going down on the screen. That can happen. Like that, and then you get hit. So you might want to stutter and wait. So that especially if you're one hit away from not having enough health, you want to be careful with this one. Right, and then you open that up. When you get to this screen, just go ahead and pull the fire rod out and go 1, 2, maybe you know. And use the fire rod to get through there without taking damage. Now, if you have the medicine, right, because you went and got the medicine, just feel for that changes everything in that room. Just go down and like deboost, get the key, and then deboost out of there, and keep the bombs out. So go. You know, a lot of times they'll hit you. Just do that. I cannot do that or else my run would be dead. So I can't do the quick kill on the boss. So I'm just gonna do fire rod, one more. Oh, you see I still got hit. We'll do a triple. It's a tough room. Yeah, you just try to squeeze by. And then when I get to this room, I like to do an upright fire. I've already got it out, so I do an upright fire. Bomb there, pull the bomb. And you got that. Because you're going to need to bomb the bottom wall here. Stay on the right side, pull the bell. If you face right onto that wall, sometimes you can get the quick bell, which is good. And then wait for them to kind of clear out and go down. And you also want to be flushed up with that wall is another thing, because when you go down, you'll hit the staircase immediately. Like you won't fumble for this. You don't want to be not sure where the staircase is in that room, which I'll have to light those up. And so you get through this room, be careful, and then upright, upright, up if you have to. Like, make sure you don't get screwed in that room. Shit, do I save it? Okay, so that's what the room looks like. You're just trying to get down here to bomb this wall. And this room looks like this. It's just basically a bunch of enemies, and you... See, that was a quick bell right there, and it didn't ring. And that's good so that's why I do that up against that wall right there, is because it kind of just happens randomly, and it doesn't play the bell, and you skip the enemy. It saves a good couple few seconds every time you get it, and it just kind of you just kind of go for it, and it by rubbing up against walls, it increases your chances like dramatically to get it. So, but you want a bell in this room and head straight to the staircase. Get here and hit that guy 3 times with a sword and go there. And then we're one room before the boss. Yeah, use the fire rod to get those guys up out of your way. Pull out that bell. Either you get the quick bell or not. Wait for a solid opening so you don't take damage. Get to here. Hit that guy 3 times, and then I will save state here because this next screen is... We'll light it up and take a look. So it looks like this. There's a staircase there, so don't go back in there. And then you have spikes. Yeah, spikes that come out of this block, so don't be messing around down here. What you want to do is equip the ring, which you should have one. Use it immediately, switch back to fire rod, and do some fire rod shots to these guys. And then be careful not to take damage, and make sure you still have the good fire going in here. So if you were doing the other route, and you had the other medicine, you could take as much damage as you want going up to here, and then you have to use the medicine before you enter here. And this is the Durst illusion. But if you don't have a ring, you're gonna have to make a miracle happen. Because you can't fire rod these skeleton guys, you're gonna have to fire rod everybody else. And then, yeah, just kind of make it happen. And then the quick kill, you're going to want to stand on this tile, wait for him to get there, and then start walking up, and then wait till he gets right there, like right where that cross is, and then start throwing fire rod shots. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then go left, 1, 2, 3, and that avoids the beam, and then just keep the keep the flame coming. And that's that. If you don't get that quick kill, GG, your run is dead. I'll show you why. But yeah, use the ring in this room. I'm glad I got to show off like not using the ring and still getting through that. It's possible. It's a lot more of a head. And if you take damage, like this is why it's always good to just kind of just not take damage at all. Period, because you're still good. You can still use the fire. But if you get hit by him, you'll lose your good fire, and then you lose the rhythm, and then you're screwed. You cannot do that quickly. So yeah, just do that. Try to keep them all like towards the top, so you can, you know, if you don't want to chase any of them towards the bottom. And plus, there's, like I showed you earlier, there's a spikes down here, so you don't want to be hanging out around there. So if you screw this up, you know, you take damage, you don't have the good fire, you're in a like shit battle. You have to like get lucky and get like you're stuck just fighting this fight, and you're probably dead. Like just probably just straight up dead. You might be able to like somehow not die, but I'll leave you to that. I'm not even gonna bother. Basically, you'd have to do the no fire wand strat, but we're not even gonna bother explaining that. Just get the quick kill. Practice this. He goes to the far left. You're standing on this tile, you go up, and then right when he gets... Right when he gets to this, the center of this, like the right side of his face, gets a little bit before the center of this even. Like, not after. If he's past that point, you're fucked. So, like... Wait for the right side of his head to come here, and you're standing here on this tile, and then walking up, not too close to him where he's gonna hit you, and not like too far away. You want to be like right around here or here, like anywhere between like here and like here, without being too close where he hits you. So you go here, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And if you even like, I don't know, if you've taken damage at all, and then you get hit by this, that's a full heart of damage. If you're like, you touch him, you're fucked. Like, you get too close, it's over. Okay, so just practice that, practice the shit out of that, have it down, get it every time. It's very consistent, and it saves a lot of time on not doing it, and yeah, just get it. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I mean, you can do a lot of running around too, like just as long as you don't get too close to him, and as long as you don't get hit by his beam, and as long like it's a lot of variables. If you get hit by the beam, I think it doesn't do. Like if I stay centered here, I'm gonna get hit by that, but I can still, like if I haven't been hit, it only does half a unit of health, so like you're still fine to do it that way as well. I don't recommend it. Like, it's a bad way to learn it. 1, 2, 3. You want to get out of the way of it like that. And don't be like too fidgety either, because that's what's gonna lead you to accidentally bumping into him, like I did when I first started. And you'll bump into him and you'll hit him, and then hit him one time, it's over. You're screwed. GG. No quick heal for you. If you've gotten enough hits in with the fire rod, and then it gets to scramble mode, like if you like, oh, and then you're screwed, and then oh, and then you might be able to like get it in. You're gonna want to like do these sword attacks. Yeah, see, like you might be able to salvage it, you know, but you know, just practice that. And if like if you're really struggling with it, you can always watch Vonnie's video. He does a pretty good job of explaining as well. You can watch like the task video, like. Just know that you're standing on this tile waiting for him to get into the top left corner, and then once he gets the right side of his face gets about here, it could be earlier, it could be right here, it could be, you know, if you do it earlier and you're throwing fire rod shots, just try to keep rhythm with him so that it's just continuous, because then like basically at some point he's gonna run into it. And the idea is we want to keep him stun locked the entire time, and then as soon as he gets here, he opens up, and then that's when you're standing lower. Basically, don't be up too high, because then you get hit, and then it's over. So you want to be here, fire rodding, and you should be good. All right. And then you can go either left or right here. I was going, I don't know, it doesn't really matter, because the chest is on the right side. So if you go up and around that way, you're already kind of like spawned on the left to it. So it's not, or you can go around this way. And the chest is over here. I think they're about the same. I had to get that crystal. So now we got the 7th crypt, and it's the last crypt, and then the final boss, because the doors behind us open up, and we get the final crystal. All I'm going to be doing here is getting the bomb upgrade that I showed earlier. So I'm going to go up, I'm going to go right, and at this point I can take, and this is why I get the bomb upgrade for the 7th crypt, because I can take as much damage as I want. So I can deboost on any screen. He didn't really want me to deboost off of him, but okay, it's one text box for that guy. Equip the wings and fly out. So at that point, like, usually I damage Boof off something, but nothing like came up. So that's why, like, because I can't take any damage in the previous segment, so that's why I save it for last, because I don't want to go add another 3 screens, especially the one with the purple guy that damages me all the time. Like, so I don't want to have anything to do with that on the previous section, so I save it till now. Now I pretty much just don't even worry about, like, you can equip the fire rod if you want. Well, I don't even bother. Like, just go through that screen. These are all the same screens as before. Okay, you can do whatever. Here, I like to always deboost that guy. And let's see. Yeah, I'll try to run through it pretty quickly. It's basically I just want to show some deboosting stuff you can do. Like you can deboost that, don't matter. Still try to kind of stay away from those guys. Here, if like I deboost him or not, deboost him or not. If he's not gonna come at me, then well. See if I can show you my favorite deboost, where I just do that and get through that. Here I try to turn around and get the deboost from these guys, but if not, just rush through them. You're gonna go down, and instead of going right here, this is where it's gonna taper off. We're gonna go onto this screen, and 9 times out of 10, this guy's gonna go up the stairs. I guess maybe it's a 50-50. If he goes down, then just try to sneak past him like that. If he goes up, just deboost to here. Yeah, and you can go for it. It's not a big deal if you get hit. Just keep going down. Like, just kind of go for the fast stuff. Like, you can go like that on that screen, or you can deboost like that. Let's see. Let's see. Like you can come over here, deboost off of him the other way. Like that. It don't matter. You can deboost off of that guy. If the other guy's coming up, you can deboost off of him. And you want to come left on this screen and come over here. Pull out the bombs. This is why I don't even bother with the fire rod, because I'm just going to bombs here. And then blow this up, coming to here. We're going to get our final health upgrade. We'll get one more health unit after Crypt 7, which will maximize it. And at this point, now you don't want to take more than, I think it's like 4 units of damage. It's like 3 or 4. So you kind of want to stop playing the deboost game at this point. Again, like if you get hit, it's not a big deal. Let's see what else we can. Yeah, it'll be on the wing slot. If you play like I do, and so you have to go up 1 to the bombs. Don't matter if you get hit. Don't matter if you waste bombs. We got 20 of them. Save it. You can go right, coming out of here. If he's in the way, whatever. You want to kind of try to not go to the bottom wall and like sneak past like that. It saves a little bit of movement, and then you want to swap over to the bell, rub up against that left wall, and there I just got the quick bell, and that's why I face left against here, because I can get that instead of like having the bell animation like that. So I go for that. And you hit the stairs, you just hold up. You get the best sword upgrade in the game, and now that's actually even more powerful than the good fire. So now we're going back to sword for most of the stuff, and it's really good to have and get before Crypt 7, because it makes it a lot easier, and that's definitely another reason why we do Crypt 8 first, just so that we can have the sword for Crypt 7. So you grab that, we're going to go back left. We're going to go squeak by that. That'll happen every time you go left, up, left. He shouldn't be a problem. We're going to leave the bell equipped. Hit this guy twice and it kills him, as opposed to the 3 good fires. It's only 2 slashes. But you're pretty much always going to kill that guy. He's always going to be in your way. So we just take him out. Get to here. Now we're going to go back up the stairs that we came down. We're not going to go right to Crypt 8. And then we're going to go right here. And usually that guy just kind of, he just bolts to the left and he gets out of your way. You might have to, like, slash him once or something. Okay, and if things are getting in your way, just slash him. Okay, if he doesn't go right, then just go ahead and kill them. Kill both of them, like that. If you're really lucky, they'll both go left, and you can go through there without killing either of them. You want to stay at the top and go right, and hopefully you get an RNG where you can just walk right and not have to kill one of the slimes. But yeah, and if you get hit by one of those slimes, it's not a big deal. If you get hit a few times, it's not a big deal. But you're just trying not to take damage. Like, you could deboost there. That one might be worth. Because, that one's definitely worth it. I would just take the deboost on that one. It only does half a unit of health. That guy, just go ahead and kill. Because the reason why that one's worth it is this guy still takes 3 hits with your sword. And you have plenty of health. That debuff boost is worth. Okay, and if that happens, that sucks. I wanted to have like one where they're all down. Like this. This would be optimal. And you would just be flying. That deboost and those guys all out of your way. You get through that. That guy, that cloud guy, can be a pest. You can block his attacks, and you kind of just want to go and cut the corners, just go up and just not worry about it. If he hits you, he hits you, but a lot of times he'll block whatever he throws at you anyway, like that, you know. Let's see. This, it'd be nice if you could do that every time. That's perfect. But a lot of times you have to kill these guys, or at least one of them. You could just say fuck it and deboost here as well. I think you guys, oh, they do a full hard damage. Like, never, like, you don't really want to do that. If they hit you, nah. You could go out of the way to kill that. See, if he's up high enough, you can get by like that, and that's perfect RNG. It's probably just too slow. If he does that, just go ahead and kill him. Or another thing you could do, if he does that, is try to hit him with the sword and walk through him. That's a tighter window than the fire, but you could try for it. That's perfect RNG on that screen where they both stay down. If they come up, just slash them like that. That's pretty much all that's going on there. This screen kind of sucks. Just read these purple guys. You can try to go up like that. You can try to go like down and around like that. Just try to get through that. You can curl around here and go up and then like that on a good pattern like that. It's beautiful. Yeah, like that would be really nice. You try to go up and around like that, and then if you get the right side, you can just curl around him every time. If you're on the left, it's kind of like that other screen where you go right, and if he goes right, then you gotta slash him up. There. And then you go right. I try to just go for it and curl down here and just not mess with this guy at all. Sometimes he'll go down, and that's like the worst thing, I guess. And even if he goes down, you can still squeeze in with a around the corner thing, because he's kind of like not sure what he wants to do. But the worst thing he can do is go down and left, and then you pretty much have to slash him. It's pretty much that. And then you go around the left side and hit the crypt here. This crypt goes by pretty quickly, so I'm just gonna kind of try to blaze through it. You enter the crypt, slash, and just go straight up through there. He can sometimes come down, so you gotta kind of be ready for it. And if he comes down, he can knock you into the stairs, and that kind of sucks. But just kind of be ready for it as soon as you enter, and like see if he goes down like that. Just have your reaction time ready, and you'll be good. Because if you're anticipating him just sitting here and waiting, then you're waiting to get about here to slash. And if you get to here, your head is a hitbox will get hit and knocked into the stairs. So just be ready for him to possibly come down and have to slash down here instead of up here. That's pretty much that screen. You just head up. If you don't like that, you can enter the crypt, go left, up, and around like that, and just not even have to worry about it. This is also shaped like a G, just to point that out. Rolling Deep, the GreenBomber, the RPG. It's got his own room. Right, and you deal with that. So, take him out. You get to this room. Hopefully they all kind of spread out, and you can just walk right past these guys. Something like that. Like that one works. See another one. If that happens, you probably gotta kill him, because I couldn't really squeeze by the top there. Best case scenario, they just disperse, and you can just go straight through, like something like that. That one was kind of tight, but you can kind of afford to go for it here and there. Like, I have plenty of health and could take a few more damage boosts. So you get through that room. This is a dark room. I'll light it up. Looks like that. You want to immediately just squeeze by the corner like that. If that guy trolls, he trolls. But most of the time, you should be able to get by. Even if it looks like he's going to get you, he won't. But sometimes, let's see, like, sometimes you might have, like there, it looked like he was going to get me, but... Like, you might have to throw a slash in there, like, at worst. That's that. So, you have the bell out. You've had the bell out since you got the sword, and that's good. We want the bell out for this screen. And you can try for the quick door by, like, walking up to it and see if it just rings right away. Or you could, like, try it over, like, the block or something. You just want to be, like, kind of pushed up against something when you go for it. But you just want to go around that guy. Oh, there it is. Yep, that's it. And then go left side here, and then if you have to slash, like that one didn't. It's just random, like when it happens, but you go for it. We take those time saves. Okay, and then, like, if you get lucky, they don't spawn any, like, up top, like that one, like, that was really lucky. You could just gamble and just try to run up. Like this pattern would work for it and save a little bit of time by doing that, but chances are something's gonna spawn, so I usually just kind of curl off to the left and do that. Get out of the way. You get to this room, you're just gonna want to walk straight up and bomb top wall. You can kill that guy in 2 shots. If you're like right at the cusp of like losing your fire wand, you want to be careful in that room. Here it really doesn't matter. I have plenty of health, so like I could totally gamble that, get it, come up here, just run straight up and just go for it and get it and not care that I got hit there. The room looks like this. Okay, so he's kind of limited. So that's why the mummy doesn't really get out of your way. He's kind of all up in your hair because he's stuck on this island here. Okay, we'll go up. Get the bombs out. Boom, boom, up. This is a hallway. You don't have to bomb. Just go straight up. And then I'll show you what this room looks like. It looks like this. This is the last room we really need to use the fire wand in. We want to shoot it straight up to try to get all 3 of those guys and then get that guy with a double. So pretty much like what I do is I stay on the left side coming up through this hallway, and then I equip the fire rod coming on the screen, and then I just like throw that out and then throw a diagonal up right and see if it hits him, which a lot of times it does. And then you can push the 3 block patterns like this, get the chest, run out, and then ring the bell. Or if you don't want to ring the bell, you can push these 2 blocks, which opens up the door. Technically, I think it'd be the fastest if you grab the chest, come out this way, pull the bell out, and get the fast bell down here. The room looks like that. I'm going to have to show you what's going on with the blocks. Because you want to push down, down, either left or right. And come down in here and grab that. And this is one of the sketchier ones to do in the dark. Because you push... if you push this middle one, you're screwed. You're just fucked. You have to reload the room and come back. You can't fix it. Like, they won't push anymore. So right, you do that, and my kind of visual cue is here's the door, right? So you push one here. You don't push this one, but you push this one. So there's a block here, there's a block here, and there's the middle block, right? So you line up with this left side here, and you push down, and you line up with the one tile to the left of the door, and you push down, and then you push left, and you get in there and get it. That's kind of how I look at it. It helps if you light the room up and you kind of analyze the room a lot and go, okay, I need to be like right around here, or I could use this, and then just follow along with this and push that, and then, like I said, the main one that helps me is that the door's right here, and you go one left of the door and push down, and then you push left. So again, it's going to look like this. And if those guys scatter and troll you... Oh, it looks like I pushed this one instead of this one. But if they scatter up, and if you're too late to throw the fire, if you take your sweet ass time, there's a whole bunch of these guys. See, and that's why it's really important to have the good fire, because it just runs right through them. If you have the other fire, you're sitting here like using it a bunch of times to kill those guys, and that's why you want to maintain it, like, just for this one room. And because it just shreds right through them. And then you do that, grab the chest. If you wanted to do it the other way in the dark, you could push that and push that, and that opens up the door. You could do that. And it puts you on the right side as well, if you're trying to get to, because you want to go down and right, and go through there. So that's not a bad option. It's probably a more consistent option that might be faster if you don't get the quick door, but I kind of just go for the quick bell. Just looks like this. Didn't get it. You go right here. This next screen, it's kind of a tricky one because you want to do it really quickly, and that way you can get through without it. So you can either A, damage boost, or B, slash this guy. So you can go 1. Let's see. It's tricky because you got to go like that, and you can slash through like that. Or you just say screw it, take the D boost, and go. I like that, actually. I really like that. Because it's like, okay, screw all that, just D boost. Screw this waiting and slashing crap. You just take the D boost and it doesn't hardly hurt you. And you don't really need the fire anymore. This screen looks like this, and I like to go up and around like this through this block pattern. It's a pretty safe route. So I'm going here. So fuck it, D boost. Go over here. Go up and around like that, and you got the bell out from the other. So that's why it doesn't really it's not costing you time in a menu to go to the bell from the previous room. And if you get the quick bell, it'd be faster than pushing the blocks. And you come in here, and hopefully you get the quick bell in here. I've had it, and you come into here. This room, no enemies. I'll just go ahead and save it. And you come straight up, push this block to the left. You can get the bridge to kind of like go on top of that block like this. It's not even a big deal. It's just a swag thing because you need to come up and around here anyway. And you push that top block, push that bottom block, push this block, and then ring the bell over here. Hopefully you get the quick bell. But can't always have everything. You get into this room. I like to kill this guy because it opens up the door and you don't have to ring the bell to get through here. And he's like always right in your way. It looks like this. So you can. So you're just basically going up and around and coming around here. He can fly over the water, but you can usually reach him there and kill him. Come around here. If he's like totally trolly and comes like all the way over here and is floating down in here, then you probably just, I mean, you still have the bell out, so you can just ring it and like if he's all the way over there and then he gets down or whatever and he's just trolling. There he really wasn't trolling, but you can just do that. You have the bell out, but he's just a 2-shot, and you don't have to ring the bell, and it saves a little bit of time. You go right in here, equip the bombs, and blow this up. This is normally a dark room. Looks like this, but you just... no, I guess it's not a dark room. But you bomb the bottom here, and then slash that guy twice. That opens up the door. Kill these two guys, which opens up the door. Alternatively, if you don't like any of that, you're not having it, just have the bell out and just ring the bell there. Grab the chest. Ring the bell there. Unless you're getting quick bells, you're not really saving time. It's faster to kill the enemies. So just because you'll be down here is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Oh. You could totally get trolled in this room. There's beams flying all over the place. Usually damage boost. There. Head back through these 3 rooms, nothing really going on. If you kill that guy, he's not here to troll you. In this room, you want to bomb the bottom wall right around there. And you got this room, you want to slash to kill, push the blocks like that. It's going to be a dark room. So that's the pattern you want. That's what you want to see from him, but he can be a dick and like you might have to chase him, and then you have to like go around and do that. If he's really, really, really trolling you, like if it's getting really bad, you can pull the fire wand out and let it rip. And then you hit the staircase there. 2-shot that guy. Immediately go up and slash right. There. If he goes down, that's like the worst RNG, but he'll come back up again. So yeah, if you get the good pattern like this, boom. And then if you're too slow, you got to be quick with it. Then you got to wait for him. This is just a hallway. It looks like this. This is identical to the last room. And you want to just push the top block to get out. Like that. And so the problem is, like, if he's heading left and you're sitting in the stair, it'll, like, if you try slashing him to the right, he'll bump you back into the staircase. So that's why we go up and kind of do that and come around here. You pull the bell out, you'll have that out for the rest of the dungeon. This room is just that guy hopping around. I don't care to know like what the you gotta push that block, but we just ring the bell and you get into this room. You have the bell out. Ring the bell. You're in this room. Go to the left. Ring the bell. And then you can't do that for the boss door, so you gotta kill these 2 skeletons, and then you want to enter on the left side if you can. It's not a big deal. If you're closer to the right side, just go ahead and enter. But if you're on the left, just go ahead and enter on the left and get in there. And you show the. So you ring the bell there. You go through here. This room's lit up, but you ring the bell. And then you come through here, ring the bell. This is a dark room. Just wanted to point that out. And that opens that up, and then there's spikes down here in the bottom, so don't mess around down. Like they should hopefully just stay up top, and you just kill them up top. The door's up top. You don't want to be messing around down here, but. There's that. So here's the boss. All you're going to do is go in, go left, go right, push down. Okay, 1, 2, 3. You can deboost here, 1, 2, 3 as well if you don't want to do any fancy like getting out of the way. But you don't need to take damage here and be faster on the refill to not take damage. So we want to get, and then try not to get hit there, but it's not a big deal. You can also like that so you don't get hit, and then you kind of want to Either be in the middle or be on the right here, because the chest is on the right, and you want to walk right up to the chest and grab the final gem. But another thing you could do is you go right and go down. So that way you're centered with this chest. If you come in from the right side, just be ready. It really doesn't matter. Like, that's the easiest fight. You're basically facing away from the boss, so you get boosted up, and then 1, 2, 3, you just slash up 3 times. That's that fight. There's really nothing to it. You can screw this up. It only takes 3 hits, even if it goes to shit. Like, worst thing that can happen, like, you're not ready for it, and then he just does that, and then you're in kind of a pickle. But he still only takes 3 hits, and you just get in there and get in his face at some point. But just do this. Go left, face down, 1, 2, 3, and you have your iframes to get those 3 hits in. It's pretty straightforward. And then come up here, grab the final crystal. Let's go ahead and wrap this bad boy up. Here you have to actually kind of mash until you have to mash some text until the crystal appears up in the top left. So you hear that jingle, you get your health refill, you press 1, and then you can press B, and then the final crystal appears, the back door opens up. As long as you have all the main items, you don't need to have, like, the medicine, the wings, and the ring in your inventory. You don't need the orbs that are like maps in the dungeons. And you don't need to have, like, full bombs coming into here, and you'll have the bell equipped coming out, so just don't ring it because it, like, stops you, so just don't press number 2 anymore at this point. We're just going to use the sword. And we'll go ahead and kind of explain the boss. There's a couple of things I kind of maybe want to try to learn something later, but we'll save that for another time. You're gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 text boxes, 6, and then you want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You want to get 8 hits in going up, so that was bad. Bad example. We can do better than that. So you wait until a little bit after his aura appears. After 6 text boxes. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And you want to get 8. And another thing is, don't ever move left or right. I mean, you can watch Vonnie's tutorial on it as well. I don't know why that last one didn't. It should have been an 8. And then you want to go 7 down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 down. 1 up. This is terrible. And then 7 down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, this is just a bad example. But even if it, like, goes to shit, like, you're not gonna. You shouldn't be losing that fight unless you're unless you're just tanking it. I'm just trying to show, like, at least, like, a decent fight. Another thing is the TAS has a really good way of so it still only got 7 going up. You can get 8 on that first one. 2, 3, and that's 7 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I still didn't get 8. This is one. That's only gonna be. That's only 5 going down. Yeah, I mean, it's not really gonna save you from like another warp cycle or anything if you do it faster. It's just you should be done in like 2 hits if you get 8, 7, 8, 7, 8. I think there's a good visual cue because his arms start to pop up, and that's when you want to. That's a 7 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you want to delay that bottom hit, and I kind of need to stress that. But if anything goes really well, you'll get. You only need 2 hits on that last phase, and those can actually be like you can actually save yourself a cycle if you do what the task does, and that's what I kind of want to learn. You're always hitting him up, and you kind of like hit him before his hitbox comes up, and then you kind of like inside him, and then you just like. Hit him up. It's really. I'm not gonna be able to show it off because I don't know how to do it, but I do want to like practice and potentially learn it and go for it because it saves the cycle. This just saves like a few hits towards the end, which saves like a second or 2 or 3. Oh my god, dude, this is only 6 hits. That's so bad. Like choke, dude. Like choking the record run at the end, like with these fights, man. I think that was only 7 up too. 1, 2. But yeah, you delay that when you get hit. You delay it before he starts coming up a little bit. Jeez. Yeah, I think he becomes vulnerable, like, right when his, like, shoulders come up. So, like, his aura comes up. That still would have... That was only 6, man. You can get 8 in on that first one, and that's... Like, looks like I need to just sit here and practice for a few hours. That's the 8 going up. And that's the 7 going down, so those were good. The 8 up and 7 down was good. Oh my god, like, gross! These fights are bad. Ah, I still missed that last one, man. Oh my god, dude. 7 up, 6 down. It's 8. Ooh. I just let up on it. Like it's just bad. Like, you should only have to hit him twice on that last one. If you get 8-7, 8-7, and then 2, 8-7, 8-7, 2. These are like, I don't even want to like go over my stats of what's happened. Ah. 7 up, 7 down. Eight up. Seven down. This will be 3. 1, 2, 3, and he's dead. So that, other than the first part of it that I apparently just can't do, that was a decent fight, I guess. Because it was 7 up, 7 down, 8 up, 7 down, 3 up. But you can get 8-7, 8-7, 2. Be the best way to do, like, if you're doing it that way. Otherwise, you gotta learn the task way, which is 8 up, 8 up, 8 up, 8 up, and it's done. So it saves a cycle. But to do that, you have to, like, get in there and slash them up, and it's like, basically just watch the task for that one, and I don't know, maybe watch Vonnie's PB for how to get the first 8 hits in, because I apparently just can't do it. And the timer would have been a second ago. But I don't have stopped. This is like, what, an hour and 28 minutes? 11 hours and 28 minutes. Beefy tutorial. Covered everything. Showed how to not get a solid start on the final boss. But everything else was, like, really descriptive, really good. Updated strats on everything. It's good to go into detail. What I will probably do is maybe just do a condensed version, possibly like right after this. Just for, like, people who maybe, like, want to pick it up for, like, a 12-hour challenge, and then I have like a hour and 20 minute, like, where to go video would be good. And then, like, how to, like, do the boss fights, and just, like, where to go through the dungeons. Like, this is, like, everything you need to know to get a 47 or a 48 in a 100% run. Is advanced, like, world record strat tutorial, and, like, it covers every, like, I tried to cover every screen that had multiple RNGs, and I tried to get those RNGs, like, what to do during those, which was, like, probably what took so long. And then also it's like, oh hey, yeah, you can also, like, have this amount of fire in the dungeon, and let me just go through the dungeon again, and then just did not expect it to take this long. That's kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is. The information's there. Like I was saying at the beginning of the video, there's no better time to pick up, like, TurboGrafx and PC Engine speedrunning. It's like uncharted waters for the most part for a lot of the games, and we just now got the Turbo EverDrive that you've seen here that allows for making up to 98 save states, and for the games that it does work on, it's great. There's games that it doesn't work on, but I'm sure they might come out with firmware that allows it, or they might just have to make another one, who knows, but it works for this game, and that's what matters. So if you're looking to get into speedrunning Neutopia, I definitely recommend just get a PC Engine, get the copy of the game, Neutopia, and get the Turbo EverDrive, and you're good to go, you're straight. If you want to do it on emulator, that's fine. I'm not really a big fan of emulator runs, or practicing on emulator, but I understand the cost issue of throwing down on a $220 which honestly, like, for what it does, like, it gives you access to TurboGrafx CD, like PC Engine CD. It's multi-regional. It gives you can play, like, super graphics games if you have a super I mean, it's pretty wild. But hopefully this helps for, like, Vonnie, if he picks the game back up, this helps with like Sveneroth, if he ever decides to play the game again. Hopefully this helps with like everybody else in the community and anybody who's looking to join the community. It's pretty like, definitely get a hold of me or Vonnie or Sveneroth, or just join the like Vonnie's Discord and ask questions. I may not be like the most like family friendly like person, and you know, I understand like this video is not for you or something, but like if that's the case, then just check out like Vonnie's run. He's pretty good at he's pretty passionate about the game. I think this is better than Zelda 1, better than Zelda 3. And I don't know, it's just definitely an underrated game that doesn't get enough love, and I definitely I hope that the video comes out okay, even though it's lengthy. Like I said, I'll probably do a condensed video right after this, and then I'll fire up world record speedrun attempts. Because I'm feeling pretty pumped up, I'm feeling pretty energized, and feeling pretty animated after getting all that save state practice in and doing all the science. Definitely could have went in deeper in a lot of sections, but I saw that we were getting close on the 12-hour mark and had to say, let's just wrap it up here. So I enjoy. Hopefully everybody enjoyed this. It's the GreenBomber rolling up the Neutopia 100% tutorial. Until next time, stay tuned for more rolling deep content. Rolling out.